Welcome back to Fanfiction and Unbridled Rage. Toby can't be here today. He looked in the mirror and said racism 5 times, at which point BuzzFeed appeared behind him and told him 7 kitchen items he couldn't live without. Today's incredibly long creepypasta title is Dead, a Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time cartridge story.
So, you know, just like so you don't
just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Alright, if I correctly concur...
What?
Yeah, straight away, we've got a problem. I feel like you probably mean recall. Proofread. It was 3 years ago, around my birthday.
I concur.
I had recently dug out my old Nintendo 64 and decided to go on a nostalgia trip, playing one of what I did consider the best games ever. The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time.
Just you, that's like a unique opinion.
Yeah, hot take, I love Ocarina of Time. So I dug the Nintendo 64 out of my closet, but couldn't find Ocarina of Time, or any of my games for that matter. I looked everywhere, but I had no luck whatsoever. After a few days of searching for the cartridge, I was talking to some of my friends at the nearby park, where we usually went to hang out.
And solicit sex from strangers.
And it just so happened that Jeremy, one of my friends, said that
Jeremy Kyle.
He might have a copy of the game. I was really happy to hear this.
He called me scum.
Yeah, I might have a copy of the game for you, but you gotta do something for me.
You need to be in my Punch and Judy show. Wait, do you mean appear on your show? Same thing, you scum.
Now
you slept with this crocodile.
Now put on this tracksuit. I don't want to, I don't even run track. Put it on. And quit brushing your teeth.
Eat some chips before you come on stage. Look presentable for me.
Jeremy was rubbing himself at the time and said that he might have a copy of the game. I was really happy to hear this. I was thinking that I might actually have a chance to play my game again, since there was no gaming store in that old town, and the nearest one was about 2 hours away.
Emulators are for emulators.
We really didn't travel that often. I asked him about it, but I was disappointed at what he said. He said the cartridge was in his bedroom a couple of days before, but it had went missing, and he really hadn't looked for it. He told me that he would look for it that night, and if he found it, he would drop by my house the next day. I obviously agreed, and couldn't wait for the coming day.
You know, I'm kind of disappointed there haven't been any more terrible uses of, you know, words in the wrong place, since I concur.
If I correctly concur. What amazes me is, like, surely the real story here is everyone's N64 cartridges have vanished. The next day, I heard the doorbell ring about 12 o'clock, and I ran downstairs hoping it was Jeremy.
Because once again, this is one of these people that has nothing better to do. I have no other form of entertainment other than to wait on the edge of my fucking seat
it's like,
for a friend to come round.
What was I doing while I wasn't playing Ocarina of Time? I was like, I really want to play Ocarina of Time. I don't have it right now. I might bring it to you later. Great, I'll be right here. Just sat on the chair, just dangling your legs over the edge of the sofa like a 2-year-old. Like, what were you doing?
I just imagine him like he's like sitting there on like a lounge, just like suffering like some sort of like poet of ennui or something like that. If only.
Just imagine him like sitting there watching the laundry go round and round. 500 channels, nothing but underwear. That's the washing machine, Stephen. Don't you tell me my business, woman.
This sounds like a far more interesting story. Keep going. See, it's this argument, and then it gets on the Jeremy Kyle show. You scum! You scum! You laundry-watching scum!
You tell me where you've put all the world's supply of Nintendo 64 cartridges, you piece of garbage. It's definitely because you smoked cannabis one time in 3rd grade.
Right, whoever's editing this, can you, like, listen to this first and make sure all picture of Jeremy Kyle is just him on the body of a spider. Some sort of horrible music. Like, if that, like, the Amygdala from Bloodborne, just stick his head on one of those.
We should really write a fucking Jeremy Kyle creepypasta. It's like the truth. It's one of those theory pastas, like the truth about Jeremy Kyle.
Jeremy Kyle is a giant spider. And he goes by the name of Andros.
Jeremy Kyle is 1 billion years old. This episode of Jeremy Kyle has been paid for with blood sacrifice to the old ones. The next day I heard the doorbell. Okay, my parents went home, so I went ahead and looked through the window, and my hopes were correct. He did seem a bit under the weather, so to speak, when I opened the door. He seemed pretty pale and looked sick. I asked him what was wrong.
My show's been cancelled. I can't feed on suffering anymore.
just replied that he couldn't sleep the night before. I could tell there was something worse wrong with him than that. Nice clunky sentence. But I just ignored it and took the game from him.
You're right. I'm not feeling very cool.
Cheers. So actually, my mum died.
That's really bad. You know, like she's gonna have to lose her foot. Yeah, that's nice. She started drinking again.
Adam. ... I don't want you to play the game. ... Please. You're gonna speak to Graham in the aftercare team. He said, sounding like he was hiding something. Yeah, the fact that he was an ancient spider god that feeds off the suffering of the poor. I asked why, first of all, but got no reply.
Do you think she's
from
related to Catherine Aragog?
I think so. Instead, he just walked away, heading towards his house. I was already getting unnerved, but I decided to head back inside and ignore it. It did not bother me that it may have been the game that caused whatever was wrong with him, but I contemplated it because I was mad, and it didn't really make much sense how it would be possible. I figured I should stop worrying about things like that, but now I realize that I should have gone with my gut feeling. I pushed open my bedroom door and made sure my Nintendo 64 was hooked up before plopping the cartridge into my Nintendo 64. Okay, well, plopping is kind of weird. Popping would have been fine. And also into it. Like, pronouns exist for a reason. You don't have to go, my Nintendo 64 was hooked up before popping the cartridge into my Nintendo 64. Like, just say into it. Or even just popping in the cartridge.
Yeah,
you can literally say, I had to make sure the N64 was hooked up before popping in the cartridge. And there you go.
You don't need to...
You shorten the sentence dramatically.
Establish that you're putting into the N64 like...
Or putting it in a toaster.
I was going to say put it in a toaster. It's like, after a few minutes, wait a minute!
Anxious to begin playing the wonderful game again. However, it didn't work. I was getting worried. Then I remembered to blow out the cartridge out of the airlock, as well as the system to get the game playing. I began to blow out the cartridge. What do you mean blow out? You mean blow on? When I noticed something. The inside of the cartridge was covered in some black crusty stuff. I really couldn't explain it, but in reality, it didn't bother me that bad. Apparently nothing does in this story. It's like the opposite of every other creepypasta protagonist who constantly freaks out at nothing. Whereas this guy's like, my friend looks really sick. There's like this weird crusty black shit on the cartridge. All the other N64 cartridges in the world have vanished. No big deal.
I'm too cool for school.
I grabbed a washcloth and managed to get rid of the substance, hoping that I didn't damage the game by doing so. I then proceeded to blow out the cartridge. That's just so weird, blow out the cartridge. It's a strange thing to say. Blow the dust from the cartridge? What do you mean, blow out? It's not a candle.
Blew on.
Then the console,
sucked off.
Then the console, it itself, learned to proofread. I was so happy when I flipped on the switch.
Do you think he's going to learn to proofread at remember the start of the story?
Yeah. To the old system, and the game started. And I was glad to finally play it after all of these years.
Riveting.
I'm just on the edge of my seat. I'm on the floor. I've been driven off the edge of my seat. I'm now crouching. The Nintendo logo came up as usual, but here's where it started getting eerie. I'm glad you've warned me in advance, like a trigger warning.
Everyone, scary moment.
Brace yourselves, guys. Scare in 3, 2, 1. Brah! All right, did everybody get through it? Are we all okay? I feel like we've done that joke before.
Possibly.
The sky was an odd reddish colour, and was very...
That sounds like we've read this story before.
And was very badly glitched, and the logo was a bit distorted, and large portions of the logo as a whole were missing. The scenery was also glitched a bit. None of the land around Link and Epona had colour. It was just a lifeless grey colour. Aside from... Here's what's weird. He spelt grey the English way and colour the American way.
That's weird.
So I'm not sure where the author's from. Aside from all of that, the press start notification showed up fine. I pressed start, convincing myself the whole thing was just a texture glitch, and that I could live with it. I then saw that there was one account saved on the cartridge. The name was really unnerving.
Is it bend round?
Especially after the sky glitch. The profile's name was Dead! I don't know what that has to do with the sky, but that's fine. I then decided I should delete the account. Probably someone who died of falling out of an aeroplane. Considering it was probably just some prank cooked up by my best friend. I pressed the delete button to delete the account, But nothing happened, and the same thing occurred where I picked the option to make a new account, or copy the dead account for that matter. I finally realised that it must be some hacked cartridge or something. Do you have any idea how difficult it is? Like, to hack a game cartridge? Like, do you think people just have hacked cartridges lying around?
I would have thought, you know, not so much hacked as glitched, because apparently someone spread some fucking Marmite on the bottom of the fucking game. Remember that?
I went ahead and opened up the account window against my better judgment. The window showed that he had all of the medallions, max health, etc. He had already beaten the game. Without much other option, I clicked the button to start the game using dead.
One time, you know, just one of these times where the person would be like, but get to this point and be like, you know what? I decided, fuck it, I'm going to go emulate this or buy a copy off eBay or something.
It was really weird what happened. The screen faded to black. Then relight. Okay. To find
real lights.
I think he means relit. To find glitched Navi already at Link's bedside to wake him up, as if the game had restarted from the beginning. Skipping the intro, her dialogue was normal, other than the fact that she referred to me by my real name.
I was going to say by the N-word. Just dropping slurs. Can I get a different fairy? No, you can't, you piece of shit.
I'm not a fairy, I'm a sweary. I apologise just now for that joke. Which was odd because the account was clearly called Dead. Oh well, creepy or not, I wanted a new game. The textures damaged or not. Maybe Jeremy was just trying to be an ass? I feel like you could try to be an ass. Like, you either can be one. You know, you either are being one or you're not. Like, it's not something that really takes...
Jeremy Kyle,
work.
so yeah. He's definitely an ass. Or, you know, giant spider. Giant spider donkey.
All these millennials be eating ass, but Jeremy Kyle, he's eating your despair. That's the real shit. I never knew him to do anything like this, or know anyone who could, so I didn't really believe that was the case. I remembered that he told me not to play it, and it really bothered me at this point. I left Link's house only to find something really odd. The forest was completely empty of anything I could interact with, besides the houses, which were still there. The houses all had a door blocking the entrances, and there was no background music playing, not even the crowing and such that would play if it was night. When I approached all of the doors and pressed A, it said ... and wouldn't open.
Scary.
I tried this on all of the houses, but every one of them did the exact same thing. I finally ventured up to the forest exit, which was blocked by indestructible boulders that you encounter later on in the game. I then checked my inventory to find it filled full of the Lens of Truth. There was a copy of the item filling each spot in my inventory. I tried activating them, but it just played the incorrect sound and did nothing. After rechecking everything, I walked to the Great Deku Tree's grotto without much of a choice, but what I found was pretty weird. So far, it just feels like just a really beaten up old cartridge. It doesn't feel scary. Yeah. Like I had a copy of Majora's Mask that had these kind of problems. Like I remember once it played like the whole intro cutscene and then immediately killed Link and got the game over thing. And then when he came back, I think he had like 3 ocarinas in his like inventory, and it was playing, instead of playing the chase music, it was playing like the calm forest music that played before. And I was just like, oh okay, that's weird.
But you didn't bother to write a creepypasta around and think that it's a bit haunted by a fucking ghost or whatever.
No, shit. Although I was recording it ironically for a creepypasta video I was doing at the time, so that's quite funny that it happened that way.
Yeah, like once again, the guy's going for like, oh my friend, maybe it was a prank, but my friend wouldn't do. Like, there was bloody like, what was it, like 200-year-old jam on the bottom of the fucking cartridge or something. Yeah. I would have like immediately put down, oh right, it's buggered 6 ways from Sunday.
Might as well replace it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was no Great Deku Tree. The tree's sapling was also gone. In the centre of the grove where the tree stands, there was
skeleton,
a clone of Link, except his tunic was completely black, as if leading in an endless void. What? I approached to find the situation get graver. His complexion was completely white. His eyes were voids and he was dismembered, only having 1 arm and 1 leg. I didn't know what to do. I ran around it, but its gaze never left me. I finally talked to it, and a text box appeared. Hello, Daniel! I'm dead!
Nice to meet you, Dead. Also, I like the idea, like, because someone's playing a Legend of Zelda game, they're not walking anywhere. They're rolling like a madman, aren't they?
Is this guy named Daniel? I thought his name was like Adam.
He did say, yeah.
It's Adam! Yeah.
He forgot the name of his fucking character.
Unless no, because it was Jeremy was the guy, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jeremy. But he said, Adam, I don't want you to play this.
No, I'm saying like unless it's the friend, but the friend is Jeremy. I will show you to places beyond this place.
I will show you the world.
Would you like that? Actually, it's supposed to be Link. I should do his voice a little better. He said, "Hey, yeah." After it asked,
I will show you the world. My Finnish accent.
well, no, that's not Link. That's Ben.
Oh, that's right. That's Ben. We don't have that voice.
That's Ben died of a stroke.
Ben heart attack.
After it asked, the answer prompt came up and said yes, but where no was supposed to be, there was a glitch text symbol that I couldn't make out. I clicked the glitch symbol multiple times. Every time I played the incorrect sound, I finally clicked yes. The screen then stood still for about 5 seconds. I thought the game crashed, but as I was about to turn off my console, my Link turned void black, then glitched into pixels. Directly after that, the game went to black. When it relight, I feel like this person doesn't it thinks that that's a correct word to use here, and because they've done it twice now. I was in the grotto.
Clip of, I don't think you know what I mean.
Where you first meet Zelda. However, I was more than shocked at what was seeing. Child Zelda was lying down in the center of the grotto, resting on a pool of blood. Keeping the Zelda style though, the music playing was that of when you first meet Zelda, but in reverse and slightly higher in pitch, if I remember right.
Can you imagine anything that's less horrible? Like, oh no, it's Princess Zelda lying down in a pool, pool of blood, but it's N64 3D graphics, so she could be lying down in a pool of ketchup.
I then checked my inventory again.
Very square ketchup.
To find it completely empty besides what looked like Zelda's note. I equipped it with the C button and then used it, which caused Link not to lift it up in the air as usual, but to look at it as if he was reading it. Holding it in front of him, the text box typed out slowly, Tool 8. Supposed to be too late, but it's weird. The message then disappeared from my C button, and when I checked my inventory it wasn't there either. Finally, I approached Zelda and pressed A. The text box once again came up and said ... The screen then faded to a solid red screen. So the screen faded and remained a screen. Yeah. Well done. For a split second, the screen showed Dead's Link and played a really loud, high-pitched screech. It liked to have given me a heart attack.
Okay. Moving on.
Then, the screen came back up, and I was back in the grotto where you meet Zelda now. However, where Zelda was lying, the blood was now a really dark red, and as Zelda in the same style as Dead's Link was standing on top of it. There was also no music playing whatsoever now. I was pretty shocked at this point. I really wanted to get rid of the cartridge, which now seemed like nothing more than a sick joke. I mean, what's sick about it? It's just odd.
It's weird. Sort of dumb and annoying because you can't play your game.
I tried doing everything besides going up to the beast. I tried saving and quitting to the main menu, but nothing worked. I found that it traced my every movement, just like Dead did. I finally talked to it. It said, "You're at the gate. Would you like to enter H-E-L-L?"
That spells hell!
It prompted me again.
The home for infinite losers!
With a yes-no option, like earlier. And the no was still screwed up. I didn't stop pressing the no button until finally my controller lost complete control. It chose yes very slowly without my control. What? I remember shouting at my TV as the screen faded to black.
His mum just comes in and goes, "What are you going on about?"
The next part was horrible. Thanks for the warning. It stayed at a black screen, but it was still playing audio. I heard Link's startled sound. Then I heard something that sounded like the impact of a blunt object on a body. Yeah. And I heard Link screaming like nothing ever before. I know it wasn't in the game. A horrible yelling that sounded of pure suffering as I kept hearing the beating sound.
Whoa!
Then finally, the screaming stopped. Then a sound that sounded like crying from Link was heard.
A sound that sounded like crying.
He kept crying for about 10 seconds. It was disturbing me by far at this point. Great sentence. It was terrible. Yep, I agree. Finally, I heard what sounded like the Master Sword unsheathing. The last thing I heard was Link starting to begin a scream, but stopping suddenly, along with a sound. What, did you just drop down my butt? fucking pen. Jesus Christ. This just dropped a fucking biro down my butt crack. Like a normal person could have said, "Hey, Cobe, I can see your ass. Pull your boxer shorts up."
I did all the time last week, and you're like, "Motherfucker, I don't care." So I gave you a Simpsons lessons.
Finally, I heard what sounded like the Master Sword unsheathing. The last thing I heard was Link starting to begin a scream, but stopping suddenly along with a sound that sounded like a sword impaling flesh. I remember I was very well in horror. Why do these authors hate us so much? Like, there's no way you would write a sentence like that and think that's okay. It's got to be deliberate. Very well in horror and sadness as my favourite hero ... was murdered. I remember the same audio track that had played in the first grotto with Zelda had been playing through the whole scene, and all of a sudden the music stopped. Dead! Link's face popped up out of nowhere and said, "I'm dead!" And now
is that a reintroduction or a state of bit like what? Doesn't really have the impact that you probably wanted it to, does it?
And now you are too. Then I heard an ear-piercing loud screech that seemed as if it was going to deafen me. My TV went to static as I unhooked my N64. I took the cartridge and threw it down the stairs as hard as I could.
Hitting my dad as he came up. Smashing my little brother in the face. Hospitalising him.
Wanting to get the thing as far away from me as possible. What's great is that before we started recording this, we were talking about these Dragon Ball Z ones we'd read, and it was like they're always so lazy. And it's like, oh, so I took the DVD back to the shop, or I broke the disc in half. It's like, yeah, it's so lazy. It's like I chucked it down the stairs.
Now Sasquatch can play Xbox.
To get the thing as far away from me as possible. I remember laying in my bed, horrified after turning off my TV. I finally got up to store the console back in its place, once and for all. This is what happened overall. I don't know the reasoning for this thing. I got Ocarina of Time 3D for 3DS this year, and hopefully I'll be able to play it with no more horrid content. Going back, Jeremy was nowhere to be found the day after he gave me the cartridge. His parents didn't know where he was either. So this is way more interesting! And he wound up missing entirely. About a month later, I received a letter in the mail from his parents' address, dated exactly a week after he went missing. It talked about how, if I hadn't already played the game, I really shouldn't. And he actually explained the cartridge. He apparently lent it to his friend, lent as in the period where you deny yourself treats, to his friend who was supposed to mod it with a Game Shark. However, his friend apparently entered an incorrect increment in the code, and it unlocked something that was locked away and hidden within the cartridge. He told me about something that would happen if you did one thing that I didn't do, but I don't think I'll put it here because I'm really lazy, just in case it could still trigger what happened to my friend. He apologised that he had forgot about the cartridge, as he never played it after his friend warned him not to. When he found it, he said he wanted to play through it before giving it to me, only to find the dead version and whatever the horrible glitch was. He mentioned something about it doesn't trigger unless what he called the dead version was unlocked, which it was apparently. I still don't think it would be a good idea to post it here, as someone may once again unlock the dead version of the game. I'm really sorry for anyone who may find this secret version or whatever it is. I feel even more pity if you figure out the way to trigger whatever caused my friend's illness. I searched for the cartridge after storing the N64 in what I think will be its final resting place. I couldn't bear to play another Nintendo 64 game, and on top of that my games were still missing. I still to this day don't know where that cartridge went. We moved from that house right after Christmas that year. I hope you readers out there never find the dead version. Furthermore, I hope you never find anything to do with it in any game. I don't know how many cartridges the version, as I can barely stand to call it, is programmed in, but never try to find it, because it doesn't exist. I beg you, if you do find it, don't play the game. I fear for your sanity and your life if you don't heed this warning, because apparently I'm crazy and people are trying to kill me.
Yeah, well, and you're a little bitch who can't take some really crappy...
As for me, I'm living a normal life, but the cartridge has been lately haunting me in my dreams. I'm having strange nightmares, and I can't sleep at night. So are you having nightmares, or are you unable to sleep? I'm just not sure, and I'm hoping I can get rid of it by posting this story. Goodbye, and may you never meet the curse,
May the
known
force be with you.
as dead. Let's see if we can find some comments. So Caroline, and then in parentheses, Mew's curse, simply says, I love you, Mew. And then Lesser is Dust replies, strokes Mew. It's okay, you murdering pink kitty.
Use a Pokemon.
I know that.
I don't know what that has to do with this, though. So,
There's another one out there. It's called Me and Only Me, and it's a Pokemon creepypasta. If you would add it on there, I would like that. Someone else says, I hope you smashed it. Yeah, rubbish.
Yep.
Weird grammar in places, and just like incorrect word uses, and lots of superfluous uses of words that had already been used.
What sounds like the sound of.
Yeah, shit like that. I didn't like it. I don't really think it has a lot
What
of...
have we ever read ever that we'd like, oh yeah, I generally like that. Like, what, like two things?
Yeah, I think it's like 2 or 3 in the whole time we've been doing this show. When actually, this was alright. Like, yeah, it's very rare that happens, and I don't think it's probably ever going to happen again. But, yeah, this was rubbish. I will say it didn't lean on too many of the same, like, oh, everything was just doused in blood the whole... Like, there was a bit of that, but it was mostly boring because the glitches weren't interesting. They didn't amount to anything. The problem is, like I say, like the subtlety of something like Bend Round, it's like, that makes sense because it slowly builds up to something, and while it's not super conclusive, like you
feel that you know what the answer could be.
like the creepy stuff has meaning and builds on previous creepy stuff in the game.
Whereas this one, it's like, oh no, someone accidentally spilt some, like a Marmite into the game cartridge, which helped unlock the evil ghost that's installed in every single copy of I don't understand it. Like, oh, so like when they were making the cartridges in the factory, part of the like a special edition for the US, like this machine pressing them, and they just had to like murder a child over every like 20 versions or something.
It's so strange. It's like, so the message seems to be, at 3 a.m. when Thanos snaps his fingers and destroys most of the N64 cartridges in the world, do not get a copy of Zelda that's been dipped in Bovril.
Yeah.
Yeah, rubbish. Nothing means anything. Why were his cartridges missing? Why did this one go missing when he threw it down a flight of stairs? What does that have to do with anything? Why was the ghost, being like, oh, let me show you some scary stuff in the game? It never amounted to anything.
And if you do this one thing, it unlocks my full potential, and then like Satan comes through, and X and the 7 Guardians, and whatever the hell else was supposed to happen.
Yeah, rubbish.
I'm forgetting it as you talk now.
Awful.
I'm just remembering more Jeremy Kyle jokes. It's good enough to give him a full sense of...
like, it's not irredeemable, but it needs a lot of work. Like, this was nowhere near ready. And it feels like they didn't have a full idea of what they wanted to do and just kind of made it up as they went along. And that it really shows in the finished product. So, yeah, it's certainly nothing to be proud of. And like with previous stories we've done on the show, this didn't feel like it was really ready to be shared with the world.
If I was going to score it on, like the usual scoring, I'll give it a D. Congratulations.
Yeah. It's not completely heinous, but you still don't pass. We are reading Homicidal Liu, which has been requested about a gazillion times.
That's a real number.
Here we are.
I saw it on the
It
internet.
took us about a gazillion years to fucking find the story, the actual story.
Yeah, there's a lot of like weird... We kept finding like boyfriend scenarios and things with this, so I'm thinking this might be a little romantic.
Oh, hello boys.
It all started one night. The night that Jeffrey Woods completely... The night that Jeffrey Woods completely mad.
We're off to a rocky start.
The regret is already settling in, and we haven't even finished the first sentence. First run-on sentence. And killed his parents and his beloved brother Lou Woods. Jeff stopped being the boy who was.
It's
like really existential.
Who lived?
I was going to say, is that a Harry Potter thing?
It's just like existential dread. The boy who was.
Yeah.
Just disappears. And became a soulless monster and pure desire to kill. I get the feeling this is translated.
Potentially, I'm not, maybe.
Yeah, you don't know whether it's like Google fucked up or the writer's just an imbecile.
Google never fucks up.
Why not? Why not both?
What's that game system they're coming out with? That doesn't look like a...
Yeah.
The Stadia? Yeah, Google never fucks up.
It's Google's Ouya 2.
Google, we're so rich we can piss money away, we don't care.
Doesn't this website cost them like millions of things?
Probably.
But really, He had his brother Liu died after receiving multiple cuts and stab wounds, ? No. Survived the attack on my brother.
What? That sounds like fucking Yoda!
No! Survived the attack on my brother! I did!
The narrator's just
It's like, no. Survived the attack on my brother. Agree with you, the council does. Barely as a vile worm. To bleed each centimetre that ran.
Oh, quick diversion. Do you think Yoda's going to appear in the new Star Wars? Why the fuck not? Oh wait, he did! He did fucking appear in the last one as well, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he did!
Oh, I thought it was a terrible idea, but they'd already beat me to it.
To bleed each centimetre that ran. Well, this is written by someone from some bullshit European country that doesn't matter. I felt like my heart broke for the effort. However, I resisted, eager to live. Go to Jeff.
Go to Jeff!
Then, everything went black, and I fainted.
Thank God for that.
It took a long time.
Wait, he's clearly on like some sort of painkiller. He wasn't in the hospital, wasn't he?
It was. I was thinking about Maui. It took a long time to wake up. It was in a fairly lit, full of tubes and medicine room.
Tube up the butt.
Just feel my body.
Okay,
I was going to say, is that an instruction? Like,
calm down, Lou.
I could not speak, could not eat. I fed through a tree.
Darkness has risen in me! It's like Johnny's got a gun.
I fed through a tube.
You shit through and pissed through one as well.
What was with my pronunciation? I fed through a tube. Breathing through a ventilator, he could barely make out who I was. I only heard a doctor talking to a nurse.
Oh, who wants to be the voice?
This patient may not survive. Needs many transplants.
Needs many transplants!
Well, it's good to see they managed to get Dr. Cuckoo raving perfectly fine. They didn't screw up his dialogue at all. He's missed out him, how he is slapping his like rainbow suspenders. That's right, nurse.
Don't worry.
His illness is very big.
Thanks to this new diversity hire program, in spite of my recent lobotomy, I have retained my position as a doctor.
Don't worry. We'll save you. You just need many bloods.
So you need a blood trans. So they got the blood transfusion from the T-Rex because T-Rex and raptors are very similar.
Wrong medicine. No, they need. He needs the blood of a dinosaur that has 2 fingers. Get fucked!
So stupid.
That's why when someone is injured, they can get blood from pigs.
Well, you could say that's why when someone is English.
Yeah, well, when someone's injured, they can get the blood from a pig because humans have pink skin and so do pigs. You just need a commonality.
Oh shit! We're pigs now, boys.
His heart is very delicate, and kidneys. What is it with kidneys in these stories? Are failing is almost impossible to survive. Those words took me all hope to survive what had happened. Then came the day that I would transplants needed.
What? Does this give you
No, that's just a doctor's note. This the day the transplant's needed.
It's alright, boys. Only 10 pages to go.
Does this remind you of fucking Nina the Killer OG story?
So glad I copy and pasted this. I'm so glad.
And as he could not speak yet and was quite sedated, I could not express my joy at the time.
This one does not express joy.
So I saved it for when I recovered. The nurse greeted me. Toby, if you would like to be the nurse.
Hey, I'm Susan. I wish you the best of luck. You're very strong. You barely survived that assassination attempt.
Oh yeah, we didn't realise that the protagonist is a very important politician.
Or Biggie Smalls.
I personally wanted to take care of you because I admire your strength.
He wasn't assassinated. That man was shot.
The voice Toby is doing sounds like, and no one's going to know what I'm talking about, but years ago, Toby and I did like a Let's Play on Mystical Ninja 2, and there was a character called Beat Mania, who was this like giant-headed like DJ, who I swear this is the same voice you did.
I wish that when you leave the hospital... what? I wish that when you leave the hospital, ever get out?
He kissed my cheek and blushed. He could not deny it was a very beautiful girl.
I don't know what's happening.
Hang on, have we switched Have we switched
Characters,
perspectives to, like, the
pronouns,
nerds now?
genders, we've switched everything.
But did not know if he would live this. This is the future liberals want, guys. Stories like this.
He did not know if he would live this.
It's time. Time which would decide whether he would live or die. The doctor told me that as a young, strong, and survived a long
A young,
strong,
man.
yeah, I was gonna say
Vascular man.
vascular.
The doctor told me that as a young, strong, and survived a long time, was likely to survive.
Another one for a shirt.
Congratulations, you've lived 12 years. You might live another 12, although you might die now. I don't know. Fuck it, let's do this transplant.
That does sound like Dr. Cuckoo raving.
The people who live the longest are the people who have lived the longest. That's why no one ever dies of old age.
That's probably a quote he has on his wall.
As long as you don't die,
Next to his doctorate.
you'll live. People die.
His doctorate! I don't fucking think so.
No, he won it in a cereal box.
Just a hamburger wrapper he like ironed out and fucking drew.
Well, it's folding the fucking NHS or whatever cunt this thing this is set in. Probably not in.
Hey, Greg, can you say that you make me a doctor? Okay. Thanks, Mr. Greg. And that's when he knew, when he was a 6-year-old, Dr. Little Cuckoo Raving Jr. wanted to grow up to be a real doctor, but he already thought he had the qualifications.
Who's Greg?
The teacher.
Why is he on a first name basis with this?
Because he's so irreverent. When I come up with a backstory to cover up the fact, I decided to go for Greg instead of a last name. It makes perfect sense in the backstory that I'm currently writing for the feature film we're gonna do. Give us money and we will make the Dr. Cuckoo Raving the documentary / biopic.
I know it's been a long time since we recorded, guys, but the Spoonie movie is coming.
Disclaimer: it may not be.
Yeah, he's outsourced to do it to us.
Yeah, that's why we haven't recorded anything for a while. We've been making Spoonie's movie for him. He put his mask and went to sleep. What?
Where did he put his mask? That's what I want to know.
No, but this implies the doctor put himself to sleep with the gas. It's like Doctor Nick.
All right, I've done everything I can for a good night, nurse. He just falls back to he's just done life-saving surgery. Nothing I could have done.
Excuse me, it's time for the surgery. Oh yeah! Fuck! Get ready to fuck! But why even felt what they did to me? At that moment, I felt like a cold blade that pierced me to the side of the heart. The first cut was the most painful.
Oh, of course, because naturally he forgot to give him the gas.
Because the doctor took it. I do my best surgery when I'm unconscious.
Then did an intern have to just do the surgery?
Yeah, like without restraint.
The first cut was the most painful. Then something opened my skin. The pain was more intense with each passing second. Every cut was more painful than the last.
Did he just say the first one was the most painful?
Yes, he did. But the most painful thing was when they started to cut my heart out of my body, and...
The most painful thing was when they started
No,
my lungs out of my body.
Nothing like
And my
that.
spleen.
I thought the first one would be the most painful. No, or it got worse. No, it was the most painful. Then the other one was more painful, and then one after that was the most painful.
This part here just blew up a small piece of my brain, right? So we're ending a sentence with the word and, then a space, then a full stop.
Probably best if you keep a
So
finger on
bizarre.
the
That moment
screen.
was just the beginning of my torture. Hours of excruciating pain, every cut, every part of me that replaced each suture, all the pain through my body destroyed what little sanity I had left. Until it shattered. What is it with shatter? Why do people treat sanity like it's an actual glass sculpture in these stories? They spent days in that bed, unable to move. Who?
So he's now turned into multiple people.
Like gone with him as well.
Unable to speak, only to hear the voice of that nurse.
The voice of the Mistrons.
Susan was with me day and night, talking to me, telling me to resist. He wanted me alive, really wanted to meet and hope to talk to me
And fuck.
and hear my voice. A week passed and she came more often, came and sang to me, read me.
What? Did you fucking tarot?
No, I was just saying, like, he's got like a bunch of tattoos written on his.
No, he's No, what you don't know is he's got severe chicken pox, which is what put him in here, and the nurse is blind.
Oh, the weller's gonna be like this?
There it is.
Fucking touching him up. Ooh.
It's like, it's not chicken pox, it's a Brazilian romance novel. But one day, before being able to move my body, I whispered. So is this Lou whispering?
I don't know.
Is it...
Make up a new voice.
Now I want you to wake up.
Okay, Sonic, if that's...
Now I want you to wake up way past cool. Whoa!
If someone inappropriately...
Whoa,
If someone...
Robotnik!
If
You
someone...
can stop me with your dick?
She kissed the finish.
What?
So Ben Drown showed up.
She kissed the finish, that sentence. He kissed the entire population of Finland. But only the natives. No
one's immigrated in.
Yeah.
They get nothing. As long as they can vote, they're in for a kissing.
She kissed the finish, that sentence, and I began to feel my body. I managed to open my eyes and I could admire. She wept for joy. She saw me awake.
Am I? Who's doing Lou's voice? Am I Lou's voice?
Presumably you're Lou. Of course you're Susan as well, so...
Oh, okay,
Just talking to yourself.
Hi, Susan. I'm Leo Woods.
Outlanders, they come here, they mess up my store. I supply the boy. We split the winnings 50-50.
So he's turned from racist depiction of a Japanese person to space bug Jew.
That's what Toby really reminded me of when he did it. It's like, I'm Lou Woods, Annie.
Yeah.
I'm betting everything on Sebulba. Like, fuck anyone else's takes on this. The Phantom Menace is the best prequel. It's still shit, but like, it's the best one. It was like the least traumatic to watch.
It's true.
But it does have the most Jar Jar.
She was stunned.
Stun locked.
Really? Your brother Jeff Woods? He was here a while. It was really bad. I learned who went crazy and killed his family. How is it that you survived, Lou? I also knew that 3 days ago, kidnapped a young and burned alive with bleach and gasoline.
Oh,
Then escaped from there and has not been seen. But at home, or what remains of it, there are no more than 2 corpses. What are you saying? It is rumored that she survived.
Who?
I do not know.
That's clearly Jane, isn't it?
What happened to the corpse's brother, Jeff? Homicidal Liu by beautiful surgery. D7DV by DNA. What the fuck? That's inserted in there.
I don't think you need to. It's probably because you copy and pasted it, and that's like the line break or whatever, and the actual.
Sam said it took him. Is she still talking? Yes, she is.
She's monologuing.
Yes, she is. Sam said it took
Also,
him.
I should point out, this motherfucker just woke up, right? He's obviously not quite got his wits about him. And she's just like, hi, how's it going? I'm Lou. Are you the brother of Jeff Woods? Let me tell you something about that there Jeff Woods.
Jacob.
He's been in all the papers lately. He was stealing from the bakery, throwing the Danish pastries at pigeons and shit. And like, poor Lou is just there like, I've just... What the fuck?
If someone had come to me when I woke up from my camp,
Yeah.
What? But Jacob, look on the bright side. He was like, I have bad news and good news. You're completely healed.
But your brother's dead.
What?
We should have done that when Matt woke up from his coma. Just been like, Matt, you're totally fine. Like dressed in lab coats and shit just to fuck with him. But your brother has been killed.
I thought I had to get into a fist fight with Maui. I would not have been able like, the fuck's a brother?
The fuck's a common?
Wait, hold up. What the fuck is a Matt Dixon?
I suppose I didn't wake up and think I was a giant crab with a shitload of gold on my back.
But it's... Some said it took him.
Can someone make a shirt of like Tomatoa with his confused face with what the fuck is a Matt Dixon written underneath?
Some said it took him, but slept in the room where his brother is. Where you slept. They found written in blood on the wall, "Good to Kip," and the bath written "Smile" on the mirror.
Wait. Did you say the bath-ridden smile?
No.
No, written.
Oh.
I feel like the police would have told him this. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like
No.
feel like the police would have...
Derek Green's got his hands full.
Oh, is this part of the extended creepypasta universe?
Fuck yeah, it all takes place at the same time.
But the problem
Same place,
is,
same time.
you're going to start following Lou, who's going to be like the new leader, but then Sony's just going to go, actually...
You've been fucking us about, Disney.
The creepypasta wiki's going to get too greedy and Sony's going to take him back.
Topical!
That joke's not going to age very well.
Oh, well, you know, all our fucking jokes. Timeless classics.
Fucking,
Oh,
yes.
yes.
I mean, could you imagine us doing something cringy, like including Rage comics in the visuals or something? God.
That could be it. That could be it. I very much regret the death of your parents. Seriously.
Seriously, I'm not kidding. I know it sounds like I'm joking about the horrible, tragic murder of your parents.
Oh, I'm so sorry about the death of your parents. I can't, I'm not being sarcastic. This is just the way I talk.
I have a serious bone marrow disease, and it really affects the way that I speak and makes it sound like I am not taking this conversation seriously at all.
Right, so from now on, we got Dr. Cuckoo Raving as the doctor.
Can we retroactively start making Susan fucking talk like this?
What?
Like she's always, like she's Chandler Bing from Friends.
Like she's sort of, how was it that you were doing the voice again? I very much regret the death of your parent. Seriously? And as I think you would want to return to that place, would you want to sleep over at my house for a while? What?
This seems illegal.
Well, since you get out of recovery, I live alone since my parents died in a car accident too. Seriously. That's not what it says.
Okay.
So I sleep. So spare me a room.
Okay, let's
You're
take.
asking him to stay at his now, so spare me a room.
All right, so let's imagine this world. This thing happened in a world that made sense and was coherent, and it's like a guy has just woken up from what I'm guessing was major surgery. It's like, well, your parents are dead, so why not stay around my place? Said one of the nurses, like, you're taking this fucking heart back, aren't you? My insurance didn't come through, and you're taking it back, you fucking bitch, and some fucking kidneys as well.
It's been a while since we read Jeff the Killer, and by a while I mean several years. But I'm quite sure he's supposed to be underage. Like
Probably.
Lou,
Some sort of like
Lou, like because he went because he went to juvenile detention.
Isn't he like 12 or some shit?
Yeah, but even if he's like old enough to be like
Old enough
to go stay at somebody's house, he's certainly not like legally old enough for a nurse to be taking him home. Do you know what I mean?
Well, clearly he's old enough to know better, young enough not to care.
Yeah. But I feel like this nurse would very quickly lose her job, is what I'm getting at. Because I'm sure he's no older than like...
Some fucking malpractice is about to goddamn happen.
I mean, even if he was like 20, this would still not be appropriate.
No, it would not be.
Yeah. When I leave here, I want to take you to dinner whenever you want.
Hey!
No,
Mamma mia! I'm a Japanese again!
I just need one day to. I just need to. Ow! Ow! I just need to find one day to accompany me to my old home and find my clothes.
Yeah, he's now an old Jewish
I
man.
do not think it is still there.
What is how? Did they establish the house? The house is still there, right?
I don't know. I think Jeff might have burned it down.
I don't think he did. I think you're
'cause he's
thinking of
like,
Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah, because I'm sure he's like, you can't go back to your house because obviously it's a crime scene.
And the semen stains.
No,
but you can stay.
She monologued about
can stay
him.
at my house.
But
his house. He's not sure if his house is still there.
Oh yeah, I don't know actually. Oh, fuck,
He accepted with some fear. The following day, she visited me every day. Like, is this in the first or third person? This story. By the
You
way?
expect it to follow that sort of... They can't... It's not coherent in the first place.
So I asked her to be my girlfriend. She said,
No, because that would be wildly inappropriate.
Yes, Lou. I want to be your girlfriend. I was gonna ask, but I do not know how.
Oh,
She's like, yes, Lou, I want to be your
Yeah,
girlfriend.
I'm sorry. I
Alright, so, okay, Toby,
Why
you...
don't you take the voice?
Yeah,
of her?
Toby, you've lost the job of that because you were just doing like a rock star or something
Okay.
like
I don't know what voice I was doing.
She said, yes, Lou, I want to be your girlfriend. I was going to ask, but did not know how.
It's basically like sarcastable the entire thing. Like she's being sarcastic, like, but she's like too much. She sound like she's always sarcastic, but it's actually really spineless. So, oh, yes, of course I want to be your girlfriend. Oh, that's me together. Oh shit! Why can't he pick up on subtle hints?
He approached me. I was constantly shifting genders.
They fucking do. Like, are they switching the perceptions all the time?
He approached me and we kissed. I was so happy. Things were fixing.
My penis got hard.
I was so happy. Things were fixing to me. Yes, he became magnetic during the operation. I was a person who would be my new family.
What?
He's also developed multiple personality disorder.
He's got a little stop. Isn't that right, Mum? Yes, it is, dear. You are such a handsome boy. What do you think, Dad? I think you're way better than your murderous brother. Oh, thanks, Mum and Dad, sock puppets. We love you. Yes, and we would never send you off to juvie hall on some bullshit reasons. He's just fucking. He's just in a loony cell. He's got another sock on. It's like he's got his foot. It's his girlfriend. That's disgusting, Toby.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, totally.
I left the hospital. It was my first day out there. Susan welcomed me with open arms. As it was daylight, I told him that we were by my clothes to my new home.
As it was daylight, of course. We couldn't do that at night hours.
My clothes that were on the street are usually invisible at night. That's why.
It's like a new nylon. It goes invisible at fucking 12 a.m. PM.
It was invisible at 3 a.m. Do not attempt to recover clothes from your crime scene house at 3 a.m. Gone wrong.
I'm breaking the law. Look at his bloodstain. Look at his bloodstain.
It's just killing you guys.
Yes, but you have to bring something to protect ourselves in case your brother is still hanging around.
Okay,
I wish we had a camera to see fucking Jacob doing his sarcastic faces.
I replied,
Okay, a couple of butcher's knives, a syringe, some painkillers, a little emergency kit in case we get, in case we need suturing. You or me? That sounds like a great day. Yeah, I'll just bring in case we get cut up and shit.
What about...
If a glass can cause a wound that needs stitches, a bottle of water, fresh from the fridge, and a can of soda if we're thirsty. Can't drink the water, can we?
Okay, so 2 questions. A, what's the syringe for? Is anything in the syringe? So, well, just get a fucking gun. Like, oh no, there's a murderer on the loose. Well, I bet. Good thing I've been studying the blade.
Sorry, but you can't buy a gun. How the fuck did you think they could buy a gun? They're 12 years old, and this is completely with sound and logic. They could not just walk down the road and buy a gun from a gun store, or let alone find a gun. Never know that might happen. Probably.
They need something that...
Children have been shown to have guns in this universe already.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
And also, you say they're 12 years old. No, Lou is a kid, but that's a nurse that he's with.
Oh yeah.
So obviously
he's
that's an adult.
So
basically,
his
It's
girlfriend...
just incomprehensible. There's so little to fucking work with because none of it
We're
makes
on
any
page 4.
fucking sense. All right, let's get cracking. Okay, we went to his house and picked everything you need, plus a bag to carry my stuff. Back in my old home, he tightened his grip, my arm.
What?
I said,
Do not be afraid. Everything will be fine.
I kissed her to calm down. It's really sounding like Watto now. But like the Watto in the N64 Pod Racer game.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's the same voice actor. Whereas the guy's just like, they look around, they no buy. Why nobody buys? I opened the door with a kick.
Why?
No, I opened the door a kick. Was closed. We walked in and saw the walls of my house were full of blood.
Well, they're not covered in blood.
Yeah,
full of blood.
It's
like, some people get cavity wall insulation and stuff like that.
Be careful with the syringe. Do not prick the walls. The room will be filled. It'll be like the fucking Shining in here.
It's like, that's why it was so cheap to move in with his parents. It's like,
his parents, we could finally afford to live in one of those fancy neighbourhoods. Yeah, they've got the blood insulation in here, so the price is right through the floor.
The price is right.
Yeah,
through the floor.
Yeah, it's like,
The price is through the floor, as are a number of bodies. What? The blood of my parents We find in the kitchen a gallon of gas, a vacuum of bleach, and some...
Vacuum.
What are these measurements? A pallet of jars.
and some matches jar.
So he's been. So the police have not been by at all. Because Derek Green.
Still touring the house, we saw the bathroom
Going on tour with the house.
that was with the door open and saw the mirror with the word smile written in blood. The sink and the floor covered in blood. My whole house was just full of blood.
Blood, 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 blood. Is it scary? Yeah, blood.
People were slipping in it and they were all grossed out. In the end, we went next door, was on my parents' room and found the sheets stained with blood. My whole house was like full of blood.
Fucking hell, how many times?
This is written by a valley girl. In the end, we entered the most disturbing place of my house. My room. The phrase...
Oh, wait, you should like the sex dungeon.
My sister was part of my house.
There was no blood, but it had been used by Mum and Dad a lot. It was really creepy.
The phrase, go to sleep, was written in blood on the wall. As Susan said, I looked in my closet, my belongings, my laptop, my MP3, my phone and my clothes. Only what was not full of blood. When you turned to see my room, I remembered the disturbing face of Jeff looking at me with those eyes full of madness, holding a bloody knife. It's just like when you... fuck, so confusing.
I know.
It's amazing what a difference just pronouns can make to how coherent a story is. Like, I have no idea what's happening, really, other than they're at his old house.
And he's with his sarcastic girlfriend. Like, he's got
He's
like...
like 20 years older than him.
Probably, yeah. He's like a 12-year-old and I'm gonna, like, let's say, like, you know, it takes a few years. Nursing school's not easy, so let's say minimal 35.
Eyes full of madness, holding a bloody knife in hand, saying, "Shh, just go to sleep." That memory was what term to break the little sanity I had left. I told Susan to give me the bag where we had things.
Unlike the bag where we didn't have things.
Can you pass me the bag, please? Not the empty bag. Oh, I'm sorry. You should have been a bit more clear with which bag that you wanted
I
to...
didn't realise you wanted the bag where we had things. God!
How was I supposed to know you wanted the bag with stuff in it?
I went to the bathroom, take the knife and said,
Jeff, I'll see you in hell. Damn when the two have died.
"Excuse me."
What?
What? Say it again normally.
Jeff, I'll see you in hell. Damn when the two have died.
No, not good
No.
that way either.
No, it's not.
After the sentence, talked to Susan, kissed her.
After the sentence I just said. What?
Kissed her, I said,
Goodbye, my love. But I see Jeff to get back what he made me. Revengeful killed my parents and nearly killed me.
What?
I love you, Susan.
Bit soon.
But you will not be able to see after I die.
What?
I regret this very much.
I was about to kill her, but no, I did not.
I can't wait for it reveals that Susan's...
I was about to kill this girlfriend nurse that I have who's 20 years older, but no.
And we've just got...
I don't think I will.
This is they just became this is like the day after they moved in together, isn't it? Also, I can't wait for it to turn out that Susan's actually Slender Man.
Probably.
Cheating on Lou with Jeff.
I would not become Jeff. I begged Susan to forgive me. To come to my old home had affected me. I said, and it's okay, Lou.
Okay, you're the sarcastic voice.
Okay, Lou, I love you. And I know that being so close to death can affect. We go home. I kiss. Ordered a taxi and went home. I went to bathe. While I bathed, I remembered every moment spent with my family. Mum, Dad, my childhood with Jeff, the pranks we did, everything we had together, the joy of having my family around. I began to mourn.
Are you sure that was written by the same person? Because that was, coherent.
But the sound of falling water drowned my sobs, so it did not matter.
Drowned your subs!
And now, here's an interesting thing. It says, Homicidal Liu by Zeki28D6 Velok. Which in and of itself is not interesting, of course, but what Matt just said, are you sure it was written by the same person? Are these chapters all written by different people?
I think they
Because
could
earlier on it said Homicidal Liu
Yeah,
by,
yeah, yeah.
and
I
it
think
wasn't
they
that
might-
name, was it?
That may have been the way it is. This is the one, what someone said, this is the actual version that Voodoo Hoodlum read.
The first night was somewhat traumatic for me. In my nightmares I could see Jeff as it was before the accident, being brutally murdered by the new Jeff.
Okay.
Then I turned to look and say...
Who's speaking?
Yeah, this is done by someone else, because this is coherent.
Maybe
No,
this is
how the
Susan.
fuck is this coherent?
Okay,
It's
more
Susan.
coherent.
Susan. If you read a bit
No,
further,
I think this is Jeff. Lou, why did you go to not sleep, as I asked?
I woke up with a terrible foot. Susan.
Yeah, because that's what Jeff says, go to sleep.
Okay. I guess Jeff
I
then.
turned to look and say... Lou, why did you go to not sleep, as I asked you?
That's not the most awkward way you could have said that.
I woke up with a terrible fright. Susan Faith ran to my room. I said...
Okay, it's gone back. Okay, no, we just got lucky, I guess.
Yeah.
Monkeys
Again, it's
can't
I
run.
said, but there's like... It's not you saying it though, is it, Lou? You fucking idiot. Like, you're mad bastard. Like, I said, what happened, Lou? Are you okay? I replied,
I was just a nightmare. Do not worry.
Download 14341411361.
the next day.
That's what it says there. by the way.
That's part of the
That's-
conversation.
Short version.
That's dialogue.
Fucking
It was
robots.
just a nightmare. Do not worry. Download 14341411361 complete.
I think, Susan, I think your boyfriend may be a robot. Really? You think he's a robot, not really a person? I couldn't tell.
Syntax error.
The next day, upon awakening, I felt a scent. No, you didn't. You smelled it. You fucking imbecile.
Synesthesia.
That has long not enjoyed. It was the smell of hot cakes, freshly made. I went to the dining room and there was Susan, preparing breakfast as Mum did. He gave me good morning. He sat down and started eating. How much time had passed since he did not eat hot cakes made with love?
What the fuck? Who cares about hotcakes?
I do not know, but the taste, it was so nice. I felt loved again. But happiness does not last long. No, one day you decide to read creepypastas and that's just the fucking end of it.
Yeah, Jacob used to be a wide-eyed, ideally, like, cheerful person, and then he sat down, he was like, hey there, Matt, I found this thing called Creepypasta. I was like, oh, really? What's that about? I don't know, I'm going to read it and see how it turns out. And then he became this.
Flash forward to like over 5 years later and I'm just like, end my suffering.
On the right side, your balls dropped.
Yeah. Twice. I had like a second puberty. I was talking about this the other day. If you go back to listen to the first episodes about Creepypasta, my voice is like a half an octave higher. And I was like in my 20s. I don't know how that happened.
Late bloomer.
Each passing day, Susan reminded me more Mum. So take a kitchen knife, I ran to her room. She was ready to go out with me on a date. She looked so beautiful, I did not feel capable of killing. Not.
My girlfriend's so attractive, I don't feel the need to kill anyone.
What's not? No, listen to this.
Some incel
I wonder
fucking
if-
reasoning.
I wonder if this was written in the early 90s. 'Cause look at the way it's presented. She looked so beautiful, I did not feel capable of killing. Not. It's like comment not. Not.
Bill and Ted's
Fucking
Murderous Adventure.
Fucking glad that died. Like that was so. It was.
That was a fucking.
He was a child. I was like, what is this?
So fucking obnoxious, wasn't it?
Not without knowing much he loved her, but not to feel love for the last time in his life. ... I loved her, but it was driving me crazy. Ever cost me more to live without sticking a knife in the heart. I could not be so. I did not kill her, but had no choice, or so I thought.
What?
Trying
My
to-
brain just.
Trying to read this with any conviction is like, you know, when you're in like very early secondary school, when you're in like year 7 or 8, and you're reading Shakespeare for the first time, you don't really understand it, but you're trying to read it out loud. That's how this feels to me. We're just like-
Literally, yeah.
I mean, that's the only way it's
Can
comparable to
compare it to-
Shakespeare. But I mean, like, you know, when you like.
It's like reading ye old English.
Yeah, I mean, well, Shakespeare's not old English.
I know, it's not proper. It's
Speaking of Shakespeare, already leaving the theatre, we walked home. He said,
I love you, Susan, but there's something inside me that, it's killing me.
it's actually 100 smaller homicidal wounds. Oh, by the way, before this,
yeah. We were in a subway
we were talking about Eddie Murphy
because he's apparently doing a Dolomite.
yeah, he's doing a movie about the making of Dolomite.
We're just talking
and I
about
was
how his career's basically been a lot of shit, like for longer than it's been good.
and I talked about Meet Dave, and Matt thought I was making it up.
Yeah, it was like, oh, it was like, yeah, it was talking, oh yeah, like Norbert and Meet Dave, and it was like, oh yeah, Meat Day's, that's where he's the Holy... No, that's something else entirely, the Holy
And I was
Man
just
one.
like, no, it's
It's like, Meat Day's the one where he's like, you know, where he's like a robot, and he's got 3 tiny men controlling the site, and I just look at him like, that sounds like you know, like, I occasionally go, oh, you've made it up as a joke. That literally sounds like you're like, Meet Dave, because like, oh, what's that film about? Shit, I think I just made that film up.
The palm of my hand. He's got 5 men.
5 men who look at someone like, you know, like driver controls. Looks outside. A man.
But as I showed him, it's even worse than the description I gave. Like a meteor comes to Earth with like a Eddie Murphy robot piloted by 100 tiny Eddie Murphys.
Ridiculous.
And we're just like, what the fuck was that pitch meeting where we got a film with Eddie Murphy? Oh, good. I hope it goes down as well as Pluto Nash. Yeah. So Eddie Murphy is 100 tiny men controlling a bigger Eddie Murphy.
It's killing me. I do not know if support more. So I want you to know that I will love you no matter what happens.
Even if I stab you.
After the phrase, thugs out of an alley
It's Batman.
and took the bag, Susan, and wounded. I was angry.
Took the bag, Susan. That's not a nice way to call your girlfriend.
I wanted to kill him for hurting Susan. Chased him with the knife he had hidden in my jacket. That was very nice of the mugger, I have to say.
Turns out they got reverse mugged. That's when someone like brutally forces money on you in an alley.
It gives you the knife.
I dragged him to the alley where he stole the bag from my beloved. In front of her, so I made her apologise. You apologise for getting mugged. This is
You stupid woman! How dare you inconvenience this perfectly masculine, hunky man with your weak, effeminate body?
this is some serious fucking victim blaming here. It's like we thought Dating Game was written by an incel.
Yeah.
Wanted to take his life. But before I said to Susan,
Run! I do not want you to see this. I love you, Susan. Do not want to see this.
he ran as far as he could. When I knew
Well, Jeff ran away.
Susan, I don't know what he did. So he ran up, left the mugger alone in the alley.
Susan, I do not want you to see this act of wanton cowardice.
Close your eyes.
Susan, look away. Are you gonna kill him? No, I'm going to run away. I'm a total pussy.
I like that the more cowardly it becomes, the more French the voice instinctively gets.
He ran as far as he could. When I knew it was time, I told the guy.
Not forgive you for hurting Susan. She is so good, so pure. Hurt is a very serious crime.
Is this Chris Chan just like?
Hurt
He's a
very
pure.
serious
He's just
crime.
like a pure and honest sweetheart. It's just like.
So, I will take your life. Only then you will pay for hurting her.
Words. You know, a knife in the heart is worth words.
Raised my knife and started stabbing him repeatedly. He could only see suffering in the eyes of this man, but still kept stabbing him until he died of multiple stab wounds. Until he died of multiple stab wounds is pretty fucking redundant. Wiped the blood off my leather jacket, which was pretty stained. Yet the day was warm temperature, so that I could take off my coat and fold, making only see the interior portion, so ultimately hide my
What the hell is that?
ladron.
Ledger. What? Whoa, hello.
Sally murder toward the alley and found Susan in the cafe on the corner taking a good strong espresso.
Damn fine cup of coffee.
She-
I just murdered the guy.
She was fine. The manager had bandaged his wound and then got to helping Susan. I thanked my jacket. You've always
Cheers,
been
bro.
there for me.
You've always had my back.
Thank you, Jacket Chan.
Thank you, my dear friend Harris Tweed. You've always been there for me. Susan.
It was always the most human.
Susan and then capital T, Take, so that's her surname, Susan Take. Home carefully. Take her to her room and lay down his bed. I said,
Susan. Susan, you do not want this to happen. But I've noticed one thing, and do not let anyone hurt you. Starting today, you'll never be afraid. No one will hurt you, I swear.
what the fuck is going on?
Basically saying I'm going to wrap you in bubble tape, bitch. If you get a cold, I swear to God I'm going to slap the shit out of you.
I kissed her and went to take a shower. I realised I could not kill her.
What is this fucking conflict?
Haven't we done this fucking dance already? She was all I had in the world, was the only person he loved, but the guy had enjoyed killing of the alley.
Kill the... Die, Ali! Ugh.
You don't belong in this world. And luckily, Michael Myers shut up to eat the corpse.
Yeah.
It's like,
Was it the alley that you had to punch the brick in and then go into the dimension? It all takes place in this one universe.
For some reason, I thought you said Michael Caine just showed up and ate the fucking body.
It-
Rushed away.
Michael Caine
alley,
was
I mean-
looking for the alleyway, but Michael Myers had been throwing the bricks away. I decided to just kill the people who hurt innocent people who do evil people that I cared about above all.
People.
Evil, people, basically Death Note.
He would kill anyone who tried to
Let's
hurt
dick sucking.
Susan. Did we talk about that on the stream?
I think we might have done it on the other one, but like on the thing. We basically, Jacob's been getting into Death Note, and I just pointed out, like, you know
I'm
how...
a little bit late to the party.
Yeah, I know, he's really on that zeitgeist, but as like in the Death Note, you can write down and give you instructions. If you don't give instructions, it just gives them a heart attack. And like, so if like, why is he not taking advantage of that? Like, you know, that bit where the fake L's on TV insulting him.
Yeah, and he just gives him a heart attack. I'm like, surely that'd be like, I will find you, Q. And he just grabs his death note. It's like, bold words for a man about to choke to death on his own cock.
Kira, you're an evil bastard.
Why don't we
That noise is disgusting.
Why don't we
If you've been practicing that, it's like...
I'm not being funny, but we should
And
actually...
that's the grapefruit technique.
I'm not being funny, but we should actually make that video. That would be hysterical.
It would be quite easy, wouldn't
We
it?
can get Tom. We can get...
Remake
Oh my
of
god,
that.
Tom looks so much like Aaron.
Yeah.
That'd be so fucking funny. I think that'd be
I
hysterical.
take this bit. I take
You know,
this
the
thing.
way, you know the way they do like really dramatic like shots of like with the pencil
Yeah.
raising into the air and then bold words from a man about to choke to death on his own cock. I will find you, you evil.
It's really fake. Like he's got like a fake model underneath the desk, and he just throws his legs up.
It's like crude.
It's like, you know, like have you seen the Ninja Sex Party? If we were gay,
Yeah.
like that level of.
With the dummies
Yeah.
hurling it off the cliff. He would kill anyone who tried to hurt Susan. Days passed, more, and killed more people. But it was annoying to have pants full of blood.
Oh,
Wait, is this back to the you can't get blood stains out the crotch of a furry suit?
Filled with blood. And this is extra funny if you're English because pants means like boxer
did
shorts.
we ever release that?
No,
No, of course not.
fuck no.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Would you just force us to read it?
So, buy a leather pants.
It's just a long and extended advertisement for leather pants.
Then kill was less annoying. Jacket and trousers both leather, which I could easily cleaned with white gasoline he had brought to time.
What? I'm gonna clean my leather pants with white gasoline.
Killing an increasingly boring habit turned. It's Yoda again. Killing with simple stabbing was very repetitive, so I was using still more twisted each time. Some were burned alive with gasoline, others operated without anesthesia, others forced to eat his own guts, others cut into pieces and threw them stray dogs, but never killed any innocent, only criminals and thugs and made them suck their own dicks. That made me a hero, right? It's just death.
It literally is.
Ending making criminals suffer the most horrible ways. Every day using more horrible ways to kill Twisted. Came home, cleaned my clothes in the blood of criminals. And
You clean them in the blood of
yeah, that's what
criminals.
it says. And spent quality time with Susan. Until one day invites to dinner. I had a job. I thought they lived together. It's so confusing. I had a job as a cook in a restaurant.
With your smelly, blood-covered leather pants.
Earning well, but took her to a beautiful place. I mean, what is that? But like earning well, but took her somewhere beautiful. Yeah, well,
No,
you're
the
earning
thing
a
is-
lot of money.
Thing is, he works in a Burger King, and his boss is really going on about his dating life.
In the light of the candles, I said,
Susan, we've been together almost a year. I know you, the love of my life. I do not know how I could live without you. I want to propose something.
I knelt down and removed a ring from my bag.
Will you do my washing up for me?
Can you imagine that as a proposition?
Will you marry me?
He moved and with tears in her eyes said,
No, you fucking murderer!
Said, if Lou, I want to marry you. We left the restaurant.
He was in a restaurant.
I had not been so happy in my life, but
He was.
a dam came with a gun and shot him.
What?
A dam.
A dam came with a gun and shot. A Dalmatian came and shot him? A dam came.
Toby, please take over.
Okay, sure, no
Let's
problem.
take the news
I
together.
was filled with anger and hatred, but he could not leave Susan alone there, bleeding, dying. Ran to get the nearest hospital. Could not leave her there. Ran.
Well, to get the nearest hospital. Grab the hospital, bring it back.
Yeah.
You know what's the problem?
He's going to lift it over his head like Werehog Sonic and
Yes.
just sort
Oh
of
my
shuffle.
god. You know what's troubling about this story is that he's doing the same thing again with every other creepypasta. They're describing and going on about boring shit and then start with the killings. Oh, I went out and did this. He went and did that. He went and killed this, that, and the other. It just doesn't have any effect. It's, you know, if you're going to play with the whole mind game thing, then, and also there was no build up to.
Well, it doesn't help that this has been written by some
also,
kind of raving lunatic.
Mm-hmm. The doctors told me. This is your line, Jacob.
This delicate might not wake up. Expect the worst.
I went to get the damned who had shot him. Never forget your face. I spent hours walking the streets until I found it. Hit him nearly senseless and said, "Will you give me your life, bastard? Because of you, my Susan was on the brink of death. And you will pay with your life." He died when I finished the sentence.
This is so fucking compelling, isn't it?
Well, it's nearly over. Man up, Toby. Nut up.
Not up. Oh, shut up.
I got to the hospital. Let me guess, Susan's dead. The doctor said that Susan was awake.
Perfectly
What
fine.
the fuck? Okay.
Turns out it was
Whoa,
just a flesh
I was
wound.
not expecting that. Okay, we're back on, boys. This might be the best story I've ever read.
Tears, butter scratch.
He was talking to her and said... Oh, sorry. He was talking to her, and I did. And Susan's room saw me and said...
Lou? Are you... I'm glad you came. I hope to resist, and you managed to resist what happened to you. I love you, Lou.
She's bullet
I
resistant.
do not want to die,
An escape from your loving embrace.
but if I do not want you to kill yourself, I love you too much to die for me.
Fuck.
It's so much better than when she's sarcastic.
I know what you did.
Last summer.
I know you kill criminals, and though not a very noble method, the mission you have what is, be sure to do what you do, Lou. It's fucking unbearable. This is unbearable.
I have no grasp of the English language. Isn't this a great story? Just when you give up halfway through, you stupid prick.
Then we would have nothing to do.
Fuck me! I get angry.
This is how I decided to spend my day off.
Yeah.
I don't deserve to have time off.
An hour passed in which we talked. In which, they used that twice in a row. An hour passed in which we talked, in which he said all he had to say. Did not want to lose it. Do not want to lose the only person left me in this world. The doctor came in and said...
We need to operate, Mr. Woods. Will recover.
So is it Jeff that's in...
Yeah, I'm so confused. So fucking confused.
Okay. If anyone in the comment section could make heads or tails in this and give us a chronological timeline of what's going on, that would be amazing.
Oh, you
I'm not going
no,
to
it
read
wouldn't.
Toby will. Send all your theories to Toby, as well as any dick pics.
She was taken to the operating room. Were 3 hours that seemed eternal. Doom eternal. I wanted...
Fuck Bethesda. Fuck them straight in the ear with a sharp dick.
I wanted to gouge my eyes out of despair, but hope that Susan survived was what I still standing, taller than I've ever been. Term operation. The doctor who took care of everything said the operation was a success.
Shut the fuck up, Toby.
Dialogue.
Oh, is it?
The operation was a
Yeah, dialogue lines usually mean that.
The operation was a success. It is stable, awake, and mourning 2 weeks will leave the hospital.
Those words touched me so much.
Because they made no sense.
I felt so peaceful to know that Susan would be fine. Let's kill this doctor. Fuck it. You know, where's Lou Surge's thing?
Also, whole new paragraph. Lou.
Lou.
New paragraph. Just his name.
Like, it's like perspective, like POV, Lou.
Isn't it just like it's a new chapter? Lou's chapter. I was in his room all day, waiting for him to woke up,
Waiting for him to get woke.
and said,
Who are you and where my parents are?
those words had filled me with sadness. Susan had forgotten me, but
Wait. So, okay, so she got shot. It doesn't specify where, but let's just say probably the chest. I got chest amnesia.
That is stupid because it's like.
I assume she's shot in the head.
No, I like my version better.
But I had.
She got shot in the
Yeah,
spleen.
but she was fine before.
Yeah, it's really weird. Right?
She was fine before the operation.
Oh wait, it's an operation in a creepypasta universe. You can't trust those.
Oh, sorry,
You're lucky
yeah.
she didn't wake up 20 feet tall shooting lasers at her
Yeah,
ears.
the operation went fine. We only beat the thing on the side of her a few times. She's a fucking game of operation.
Just remember who the doctor was.
Yeah. To be fair, I mean, the guy wake up with like dog skin stitched to his face.
Why the fuck do I have an apple in my arm? But I had to remind me when recovered the rides to the hospital where we first met. He said,
Are you Lou? As you've changed.
she began to remember. Take it to my old home, and remembered what we were there. I kept taking it to all significant places for us during the week. Taking it as a fucking gremlin. Until we got to the restaurants that I proposed, which you also work at. She
Burger
remembered
King.
everything.
No, remember I think he took it to a different restaurant to where he worked.
Oh, okay, but they just thought they'd mentioned it in exactly the same fucking sentence, yeah. She remembered everything. He hugged me and said, I think this is you again, because I think they
Lou,
just, yeah.
now I remember everything. Thanks for being with me thanks for being with me until he regained it.
And I said,
You did the same for me, Susan. I owe you so much, Susan.
I don't know why I just said Susan twice. You only said it at the end of the sentence, still. I kissed her. But when we parted, he began to convulse. Scared me a lot and take her to the hospital, back in the hospital. Not hate, go on, but I loved her. Why is this restaurant just... What is it got like... What is it transmitting in the airways?
Is it fucking cursed? What's
We're gonna get.
You may have the pork chop. That's good. The pork chop contains potassium benzoate. Eh? That's bad, Holmes.
So it's that guy from Star Wars who is now Mexican running a restaurant with poisonous radioactive pork chops.
Yes. I do not leave her alone when she needed me. I stayed there to wait for news from the doctor, and he said,
I'm sorry, sir, but your girlfriend is dead. Sorry, Mitch.
I have good news and bad news. You won't need to pay any expensive medical bills.
The bad news is your girlfriend has died.
That phrase filled me with sadness and hatred. Take the doctor and neck Trone.
Excuse me?
Because there was no reason to hold back. I began to kill everyone in the hospital. Men, women, children, and
So
sick.
he's not Watto, he's Anakin.
Ah!
Not just for
them
the
all.
men,
I killed
but
them
the
all,
women
yes.
and the children. It was because of sand. It's of course.
It's such an awful
He
argument.
walks into the
Not
rainbow
just the
ward.
men, but the
He could
women.
not bear them to live, and my Susan, no. She could not die, and would not let that happen. But it was inevitable. My clothes were full of blood, of innocent people, My hands were so full of blood.
Yes, I imagine they are.
Yep.
They
And
work,
my
so-
eyes had changed. So I decided to do something.
This is actually giving me a slight headache.
I went for a knife and started to cut a heart in my chest. The initials of Susan and her time of death.
Oh no, bro. You posted cringe.
This is just...
Right, so we don't actually know Susan's last name.
Our anniversary and the date when we met.
So do you think it's still like a vague heart shape with an S in it? Oh my god, it's the Superman murderer! No, it's Susan! Today on the news, like Superman fanboy kills another guy. Like, no, I'm the Superman. He's apparently super gay for Superman.
Then went for a needle and thread. I sewed the edges of my lips into a smile
Wait,
for anyone to see and suffer inside when I finished.
wait, you're in love with Superman? That's pretty gay, bro. Bold words!
For a man who's about to chuck on Superman's dick. I went home, took my leather clothes and things that used to kill, and left there, never to return. Now, I live killing all people to be happy. But when I die, I cannot see her. But kill me, comfort, if you see me. Run and do not show your happiness, or you will die a terrible, terrible death. Oh, I'm
A
sorry,
terrible
that was our
sexual-
last caller, sorry. Or you'll die a vicious and twisted way. They cannot tell your body that it was before meeting me, Homicidal Liu, the survivor of Jeff the Killer.
And that
That was a way to sign it out, wasn't it?
So unfortunately, this is a Word document. It does not have comments, so we can't read the comment section. But what we can
we can
do
guess what they were like.
is we can look up some
Fan art,
yes.
erotic fan
Basically,
art
we can look-
of Lou and
We'll
Superman.
look up Homicidal Liu and see what people have got to say about it. So this character is actually hugely popular.
I know.
In the like in the creepypastas, because I'm like, oh hey, he's gonna appear in the next MCU
Yeah, well,
movie.
duh. But I mean, like within.
He's gonna replace
Within-
Spider-Man's.
Honestly, having read that story, if I didn't know this was already quite a famous character, I would assume that this wasn't even good enough. Because the amount of shit that people have tried to turn into big characters, like the Angel Eyes or whatever she was called.
Judge Angels.
Yes, thank you, Judge Angels. That didn't fucking work out. No one cared. And the same with like the Bloody Painter and Silent Sonya and a bunch of these OCs. But
They're all the same.
This piece of shit, people like this.
Well, maybe different variations, because obviously it took us a while to find this version. I think
apparently
this
the original.
Well, it's
is
because
apparently the original.
it's like, oh hey, it's
But you know
like
what
Luke.
people do? They do retellings. They tell it in a better sort of
Yeah,
way.
where
Probably
they
people have read that one.
what's his fucker, or like people on YouTube will but essentially go through and spell check for the fucks who wrote this story, so the story sounds less retarded, but still is a pile of shit.
All right, shall we give our thoughts then?
Shall I go first or?
Yeah, we'll just go in line.
Okay, so my thought is even if that story wasn't either written by someone who is very untalented, in terms of spelling, grammar, or was translated poorly.
It's quite clearly Google Translate.
I know, I'm saying, but it could be. It could be. I've read shit. It would still be dog shit. It's a Terry Place story. Like, it boils down to, I woke up from my brother's murder spree. I met a nurse. We immediately fell in love. We went together. My girlfriend got mugged. I killed the killer. She was apparently cool with that. I put on some leather pants, which when they said he put on leather pants, I immediately thought, are they taking the piss? Because
Yeah.
they're like, do you know there's Draco in leather pants? Yeah, I was immediately thinking, is it taking the piss now? Even if it is, it's still poorly written. And then he goes, oh, I spent the entire year fighting for justice by murdering people in horrible ways. I'm oh, hey, that guy's a mugger. I'm going to skin him alive. I'm the good guy here. And then, oh, no. And then I went down Crime Alley and I don't know, I'm doing Jess voice. Then got shot. The alley got shot or something like that. I can't remember fucking what. And then
The dam came after him.
yeah, the dam came after the alley and then he got shot.
Everywhere. Yeah.
And then I picked up the hospital, and then she had amnesia for a little. Why? That was the amnesia. There's a lot to criticise about the story, but was the amnesia subplot really needed in the third act? But And then it's like, oh, and then she died, and then I murdered everyone, which we all know is fucking horseshit. Because there's no way Lou could take on Dr. Raven Cuckoo.
What?
Or Cuckoo Raven.
I think you've really kind of hit the nail on the head of the biggest problem, is that even if you ignore the fact that it's incoherent because it's clearly been run through Google Translate about 11 times, the big problem is nothing happens. For an 11-page story, the events are, he wakes up in the hospital.
Wakes up in the morning.
He hooks up with his nurse, who, even though he's clearly an underage boy.
Even if he wasn't, even if it's like, that's highly inappropriate. And,
Yeah.
you know,
So that happens. It's basically American Werewolf in London. So they fall in love, go to his old house.
look around and he has murders.
That makes him go a bit strange.
Yeah, I think it's implying that he nearly kills her, but she's cool with it.
Yeah. Basically, he goes back to his old house. It makes him go a bit funny, and he wants to kill his girlfriend, sort of Twilight style. Resists the urge to. They decide they're going to get married, but then she gets shot, survives, only to die later.
Yeah, I forgot about she
returned to the restaurant.
Yeah, like the fucking evil restaurant. I can't wait till we get the creepypasta about that.
Which, to be honest, would be a lot more a story about like a restaurant that like was cursed. Could be kind of fun and a bit more interesting than this. So then he goes crazy and kills a whole bunch of people. And while she's in the hospital, he goes on the sort of like anti-hero like revenge thing, and then when she dies, he starts killing indiscriminately. And that's it. That's about 5-6 things that actually happen, and the rest is just window dressing. That is not attractive window dressing.
As far as I could tell, into the reason why this story would happen is because I'm guessing someone thought, oh hey, Jeff the killer's brother. What if he survived and also started killing? Because fuck knows why. And I was like, all right, and he's killing people and he's all homicidal. He's homicidal Lou. All right, we need to write a backstory of why he's homicidal. Let's make it sympathetic. And I don't know about you, but I feel very sympathetic towards Lou and his horrible indiscriminate murder.
I was going to say, I feel like my sympathies to Lou kind of ran out when he murdered those children.
Yeah.
I mean, they trust him. It's part of the Jedi Council.
I can just imagine this interaction because of the way they're apparently speaking to each other, these two fuckwits. He comes downstairs one day in the morning, he's like, morning Jeff, morning Jeff, morning Lou, how are you? I'm great! I am totally not going to kill you soon, or maybe, I don't know. That's basically the whole story.
I'm not going to slip you some poison in your coffee.
What I don't get is if he's going to... There was no effort put into anything. No description of any character, really. No one... Especially with this
only
character
only physical descriptions that don't matter. No actual description.
Yeah, what did the fuck did the nurse look like? Did I just blank that out?
No idea. Like the character who almost killed his girlfriend, but then it was the restaurant that killed her off. What? The 2-week fucking amnesia.
Well, it turns out it was Slenderman's Bar and Grill.
The Slenderman. But yeah, awful. You should feel awful. Awful. Don't expect anything good from this, but hey, it's Homicidal Liu. We finally done it. I can't wait for you guys in the comments to tell us that we went the wrong version. You know what I mean?
No, you need the 2019.
This story was horrible, but it was kind of fun to just run through it. I didn't really get annoyed too much with this one. It was just it was occasionally frustrating just because it was so incoherent. But for the most part, I had a good time reading it. This kind of felt like a throwback to some of the older episodes where we're just having a good time and being silly. And hopefully some of the content, some of our non-sequiturs will be usable. We'll find that out when it's been edited. Today's story was requested by one of our wonderful, beautiful patrons called Cyanide. So it's like cyanide, basically.
Cyanide.
It's called... What's this one called?
Scroll up slightly.
Sonic X and the Dragon's Trap.
It's called Sonic X Episode 80, Revenge of the Jungle Trap.
Okay, so
I was about right.
The word trap's involved, where I think it's probably not the normal kind of trap.
As you may know, the one and only Sonic anime, Sonic X...
Okay, stop you right there. There was actually a Sonic anime movie, just be a bit nitpicky. But the only one...
Yeah, it's strange that you would open it that way when there is sort of provably another Sonic that was fairly popular, and I know a lot of people that have seen it.
Including me.
Sonic X was my third favourite show. Why would I know that? First being SpongeBob, second being The Amazing World of Gumball, and fourth being Adventure Time. But now these days...
So Sonic X is above Adventure Time.
Apparently. 4Kids barely announces new episodes of the show. Just some Yu-Gi-Oh! Spelled entirely incorrectly. Tokyo Mew, Mew Mew, Mew.
Tokyo Mew Mew or Mew Mew Power.
Thank you for breaking that down for me. Power episodes and other crap I can think of. But
No, Sonic X, the cream of the crop of 4Kids work.
there was an episode of Sonic X that I hated named Girls Jungle Trap.
There ain't no girl in the jungle.
It's like I never really saw Sonic X, but now I'm imagining that it's like Sonic Underground and they have musical numbers in the episode, just like do. There ain't no girl in the jungle.
You gotta dig. We can start a band. Start that rap career back up.
Which was episode 58. I hated that episode a lot because Amy, Cream, and Cosmo
Wait, I thought
Was this
Cosmo was
from Fairly Odd Parents. Yeah, it's
No, it's like I said. Okay,
Cosmo and Sonic the Hedgehog in the same room. What is this? A crossover episode?
right. So I only watched a few episodes of Sonic X, but in the later seasons they go into space and there's this green thing that's an alien who wants to fuck Tails or something.
So it's basically the Amazing Gazoo.
Yes, it's
Like-
just imagine that. All right, so Amazing Gazoo wants to fuck Tails, or no, Tails wants to fuck the Amazing Gazoo
Right.
Wait,
because
what?
he's actually bigger than this one thing. So
I mean, that's where we are with Sonic. It's like, oh, how do we make Sonic more appealing to kids? Let's just put an alien in it. Didn't we try this like years ago with the Flintstones?
Yeah. Whoa, that was definitely a great thing that happened, wasn't it?
Amy, Cream, and Cosmo are kidnapped in a fucking jungle. And Sonic, Tails, Chris...
Shan.
I didn't even make that connection. I just thought Chris, really? But like, no, it's like Sonic, Tails, and Chris.
Right, so I'm the only one who's seen this because I have to explain to Jacob. Chris is like the crappy human character. Do you remember like in Bucky O'Hare?
Yeah.
He's like the human character who you always hated. They got that. Like, Sonic like crashes at his house or something like that.
Didn't the human character have like a giant suit of armor that was kind of like a gorilla in Bucky O'Hare?
No, there was just a giant gorilla.
Right.
He was just dressed like one because he's vaguely human shaped. Well, ape shaped.
I'm confused.
What, Bucky O'Hare or Sonic?
Both.
I'm talking about Bucky O'Hare, Joe, but this...
Yeah, no, I don't remember him having a... He was just useless. He goes, oh, I have a magic door that takes me to... Why are we talking about this? We can talk about Bucky O'Hare later.
So Sonic, Tails, Chris, and other boy characters.
Sonic, Tails, Chris, and other boy characters I can think of are supposed to save them. And that was obviously one of the worst ideas 4Kids ever came up with. Well, I mean, I don't feel like 4Kids
No,
was
4Kids, yeah.
4Kids weren't writing the plot, as far as I understand. Like, they were dubbing an existing Japanese program.
That said, 4Kids have... Like, unless the plot was completely different and then they dubbed over it. Because they've done that before. I've told you about there's a... was it an episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds where they give the main character amnesia for no reason.
No, you haven't told me.
There's just one episode that goes, oh, hey, I've got amnesia, and no, I don't at the end of the episode. No reason.
Well, I mean, what harm could it do? Like, you're not going to make Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds a lot worse, are you?
Well, no, it could be like the next one. Or the one after that.
What was it, Zexel?
Zexel.
Zexel.
Thought that was a nightmare. Honestly, that was... I felt upset when I saw that. I watched the first episode. That was enough for me.
Couldn't stop throwing up blood.
Yeah.
Anyway, we haven't even got that paragraph. How much of the story's left?
It ruined Sonami too.
Oh no, my official ship.
See, I actually read it as tsunami, and I'm like...
Is that a new character?
I actually thought it was like, did they misspell the word tsunami?
Sonami, I'm quite certain, is the ship of Sonic and Amy. I mean, it's
I hate
fairly obvious,
people that
right?
do that with the names.
Episode 52 and 65, in my opinion, were so much better.
I'm so glad we know what those are.
Yes.
I agree with you, yeah. 52, it's so good.
I'm gonna guess from context they are to do with
I'm not even moving it. There we go.
Butt sex.
I'm gonna guess that's to do with Sonami. At school, one of my friends is now a plural. Were talking about the future of Sonic X, and I didn't really bother joining that chat.
does like the chat room. For this.
So,
And that's what I thought. It was like, I'm not going to.
so what you meant to say was that some of your friends were talking about the future of Sonic X. Okay, and I really didn't bother joining that chat because they were just spamming about a sequel to Girls' Jungle Trap.
Wait. Right. I'm a bit confused. Like the way that he's sort of writing this is like obviously it's like he's on the computer.
I think it's
he's not.
because
But
this-
then because they were just spamming.
I think the reason for that is because this author has not had any social interactions with other people, so he's just using what he knows, which is like a Discord server.
Right. Okay.
Join the Discord, guys. Link in the description.
It's really fun. I'm on it all the time.
I just watched them talk about that shit until I heard the word episode 80 come up to my head. So I joined that chat even though I didn't bother to.
Like, are you having a chat in the playground, or are you like sitting in a corner on your phone?
I asked them about episode 80, but my girlfriend said that 4Kids has not even reached that episode yet. Look, author, when you're writing a character, you can have him have a girlfriend, or you can have him be a huge Sonic X fan.
You can't have both.
No.
My girlfriend said that 4Kids has not even reached that episode yet. Because they didn't do episode 79 yet. At 3 p.m, I was finally able to go home. Your school lets out really early. But during when I walked home from school... Oh, he goes to a special school, okay. I found an abandoned tape. And the tape...
Of course you did.
Just found it. It doesn't even say where, just on the way home from school.
So it was on the floor.
It could have been anywhere on his walk home. We don't know what kind of neighbourhood he's walking through. Is it in an alleyway? Is it in a park?
It's outside a videotape shop.
Yeah, like...
Also, like
what is the reason for it being there? Gemma just like, I'm gonna... Just like, no one, not a goddamn person. Gemma inhales tea. It's like...
I've got a cold. It's not Lucozade though.
Consumes... No, because you're not belly laughing on the floor. Tape. And the tape said Sonic X80 on it.
Of course it did.
Bingo. I have found the lost episode. The one you were talking about moments ago.
Is it even a lost It's not a lost episode, it just hasn't been aired yet.
Pretty much I haven't found any lost tapes in my life, or why would you? So this was a really big find.
Wait, what year was Sonic out again? Was tapes really that common?
2003.
Yeah, people were still using
Yeah.
tapes quite a lot back then. I mean, I've got movies from like 2004 and 5 on VHS. Like.
Yeah, they stopped making them in about 2005.
But yeah, to answer your question, Matt, like, yeah, people, in the 2000s, people were still using tapes. When I went home, I realised that Mum and Dad hate having unknown tapes in the house.
Why?
Because it could be super porn.
Because it was like, could it be their porn tapes or?
I think they hate having unknown tapes. I get the feeling this is not going to be explained.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Like, in a real story, that would be a character trait that you would explain later. But in a real story, you wouldn't just find a tape on your walk home.
No.
That was the thing you were talking about.
What the stroke of luck?
So I hidden it
Great sentence.
behind my books in a bookshelf. No, you hid it. You didn't hidden it. That's not... On a Friday night, Mum and Dad were out to a meeting, and I had to look after my brother Anthony. At 1 a.m, I started thinking about the tape, so I got the tape and played it on my TV. I was hoping it would absolutely not be any Girls' Jungle Trap shit ruining my TV screen. I wonder what will come up, I thought to myself. I was hoping the volume to be low. Just to, presumably you've got either a remote or buttons on your television. Like, you can just turn it down preemptively.
Also, like, the whole thing this is prefaced around is the episode. Like, oh, we all know that episode. Man, it was terrible. Like
Like it's
yeah.
Like it's a famous episode that everyone talks about.
Oh yeah, you know, like me and Jacob, our entire friendship was built over talking about Girls' Jungle Trap in college. You remember that? All those long conversations.
That's what we bonded over.
Just awful, isn't it?
Yeah. It's what actually inspired us to start this channel.
Never saw the light of day, but we actually did a rant episode on Girls' Jungle Trap. It was about 3 hours long. So.
But it was too spicy to put on the internet, even back then.
Well, back then you couldn't upload videos over 15 minutes. So
yeah.
Yeah, it was no good. It's like a Mauler video.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping the volume to be low because I didn't want to wake up my brother. Anyways, when I played the tape, it showed a countdown and then the episode started.
It showed countdown.
And then the episode started. Instead of showing the stuff that happens before the intro, it skipped all the way to the intro. I hummed along with the song, nothing odd, until I saw that Chris was missing. I think it's because of the fact he left to his home back in episode 78. Okay.
He went back. He goes, I must go home now.
I continued anyway. The title of the episode was Revenge of the Jungle Trap. When I saw... Guys. When I saw the title, I was alarmed because the sentence Jungle Trap meant, M-E-N-T apparently, that it's most likely gonna be the same shit that happened in Girls' Jungle Trap. And not to mention that it also said a special Sonami episode on the top, and from the writer of Girls' Jungle Trap.
Right, so okay, so let's stop here.
Juggle Trap.
Oh yeah, it's a Girls' Juggalo Trap. Guys, we're stuck in this suburban neighborhood, and there are these juggalos coming after these hedgehogs, right?
They're wanting to know how
But
magnets work.
at first you look at the juggalos and you think, oh hey, those are girl juggalos. But no.
So they had to it's like a survival thing, like Predator. It's basically Predator, but the army are the cast of Sonic the Hedgehog, and the Predator is just a juggalo.
Right. Okay. So let's break down that sentence because right. So it goes. Oh, it's going to be the same shit over again. Like, isn't this your third favorite show? Like, oh man, they keep repeating storylines constantly, and for a very special, was it? Son/Amy episode. Was that on the screen, just letting all the kids at home know this is going to be a show where Sonic and Amy, this is the episode where they suck each other's dicks or whatever, and from the writer, this is...
It's weird, right? Like, why would it say any of that?
Well, I'm saying, like, there's nothing weird, it's just poorly written, like, oh, how do... from the... Right, just to get it across...
I was starting to think, was this episode meant to be released for all the Son Amy fans, including me? The episode began with Sonic and Amy at a fancy restaurant. The name of the restaurant was Le Café Miro 81. Pretty much, that was odd. Seeing as the name of the restaurant in the 2000 horror film Final Destination.
Oh, yay! Of course, people, that's a really, really, really obvious piece of trivia.
Yeah,
there.
like... Oh, I don't know. You know, it's one of the most famous things. Like, you know, when everyone thinks of Final Destination, the first thing that comes to their mind is the restaurant.
I know we often overuse the autism joke for Sonic stuff, but like, come on, just the. It's pretty much that was odd, seeing as it's the name of a restaurant in the 2000 horror film Final Destination. It's kind of a
Who
fish in the
remembers
barrel
anything about Final Destination? Either it's shit and it's about people getting murdered in retarded ways.
I like Final Destination.
It's still dumb.
First one's okay.
Amy was wearing her dress.
I fucking hope so. She had a tiny, 14-year-old hedgehog titties out.
And this isn't Sonic 2, it's Sonic X.
Yeah.
That was seen in episode 65.
Well, it's got
Sonic
Chris
X.
Chan in it.
Yeah.
Chris Chan had to go back to Quicksville.
Hey, 14 is legal in Japan, okay, Matt?
I'm not entirely sure if it is.
Sonic was wearing a fancy tuxedo. Amy and Sonic were about to kiss. I thought to myself, yay, I have so little in my life. Except there was something strange and wrong.
You're thinking, yay.
The music was playing in reverse, and the animation was in a grayscale. Just one.
Was it one of the grayscales from Game of Thrones?
Strange, I know. Grayscale is the name of the disease, not the people that have it.
I know.
So, I know I've read the books, so I know what grayscale actually is. But now I've just this idea, instead of doing what it normally does, it just turns you Scottish. It just leeches all colour from you. You become a bit of a drunk. You pick up a heroin problem. Eat a bunch of Mars bars wrapped in deep fried Mars bars.
My country is amazing.
I mean, it is now, because now your country is England.
That's true. The country I was born in was...
Strange, I know. Just when Amy was about to kiss Sonic.
her boner flipped over the table.
An asshole kidnapped Amy. And then I said very loudly, "What the fuck? No, not again."
Alright, Mike.
I just like this. I don't know how this person's supposed to be, but like they're so just like, oh man, they're about to kiss. Oh no, not this fucker. Oh no, like, how old were you? Just like to be so disappointed that this pink cartoon hedgehog and this blue cartoon hedgehog didn't kiss.
It's like, well, what the fuck?
It's so
no?
devastated. I'm gonna go back to college and complain to my counselor about it.
Just like, well, what the fuck? Not again. I took my dick out for this and everything.
Then Sonic was sent into action. But then the screen cut to black.
Okay, also, what, like, it's not very descriptive of what happened. Like, okay, so Amy got kidnapped
By some asshole.
by
as
some
well.
asshole. Vague in the, like Eggman teleported away? No, kidnapped by some asshole. Did someone just walk up behind her and throw her in a sack?
I would really prefer if you didn't say Eggman in my fucking house.
Or the E word.
Yeah, if you didn't use the E word in my presence. I was like, huh? He was one of the characters in the Meat and Fuck series. The screen then snapped back with Tails bending down to Cosmo's grave and saying, I don't know what kind of voice does Tails have.
I miss you, Cosmo.
Basically, yeah, Tails always sounds like a girl.
In a sad, loving tone. Then he was interrupted by Amy's yell for help. Sonic said, it's just fucking, it's going to be the Sonic EXE voice, isn't it?
Of course it fucking is.
Don't worry! I'm coming for you! But the animation was blurry this time. As if I were a drunk Scotsman. And all I saw was a blue blob.
No, that's not his nickname.
Yeah. That's like
Sonic, the blue blob!
it's basically like I wrote this, like the most casual Sonic like fan. Just like, yeah, what is it, the blue blob? Yeah. He's gonna fight Dr. Robots. What's his name? The guy who puts the baby little animals in the robots, Dr. Wily. Right? And all I saw was a blue blob jumping over a yellow one and was headed towards the pink one. I pretty much wanted to turn off the TV, but I really didn't want to.
Makes sense.
Hang on. I pretty much...
Oh, wait, Jacob, I found a picture of what Cosmo looks like.
Oh, fuck off.
That looks like
That's a Pokemon, right?
It does look like a fucking Pokemon.
That looks like Curlia. The Pokemon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like the waifu Pokemon.
Yeah.
I wanted to see the rest of the episode. 2 minutes later, there was a scene of Cream all alone in a subway. And I like that Cream is in lowercase, so it's not the character.
It just looks like
It's just a little pot of there's like cheap double cream pots you get.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
When she boarded the train announcer said, "Next stop, Grieving Park." Oh, sorry, it's a train announcer. For some reason, Grieving Park happens to be a sad park. I mean, the clue's in the name, mate. Was Cream upset over something? I was hoping she wouldn't cry, but she did.
When you're not really fine.
Her crying was really annoying. Her crying was really annoying as my brother's crying. Both are way too loud, but Cream's was louder as hell.
Jacob, do you even know who Cream is? Or what
Yeah,
Cream?
she's like a bat, right, with titties.
No, that's Cream.
A rabbit.
Oh, wait, there's a picture.
It's Cream crying.
Yeah,
okay.
Cream crying.
I know that's a Chow.
Yeah.
See, I do fucking know stuff about Sonic.
That's nothing to be proud of!
Like, people always think it's weird that I don't know anything about any of the shit we read. But Cream's was louder as hell. My ears were bleeding unconstantly.
Unconstantly.
Unconstant.
It's not a word, but okay. And also, if your ears were bleeding, seek medical attention.
Yes.
You might,
Especially if they're unconstantly.
you might be having some kind of hemorrhage, like of the brain. Like you could die.
Yes.
Luckily, my brother did not wake up.
Because he's dead.
The scene of her sadness ended, thank God. The scene then showed Shadow with Rouge.
Oh yeah.
That's the
Rouge.
bat with titties.
That's the bit about... Right. Rouge was being a bitch in front of Shadow.
Of course.
Yeah, that sounds right. Rouge the Bat. Yeah.
Look, back to this.
Yeah, she's in Sonic.
Big
06.
old
Yeah, she's
bat
in Sonic 06.
Yeah,
and she's in Sonic Adventure 2 and has like the funniest run cycle.
it goes big old back to this.
Thank you, Matt, for sharing that with me.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow said, "Ugh, why is she so aggressive?"
Where's the damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
Then the scene showed Amy in the prison. The prison she was in had blood all over the walls and floor. I was like, holy fucking shit! Then a black screen came up again. I was like, shit! Then a girl scream came out of the loudspeakers. I jumped with fear. That moment almost gave me a heart attack.
That moment almost gave me a heart attack.
Is this the emotion you humans call fear? You scroll down more, it'd be good if we can...
Yes.
There's just one paragraph.
Yeah.
Alright.
Take the thing away from Gemma.
The screen snapped back again. Cream was then wearing a black dress. I freaked out saying, "What the? Is her mother Vanilla dead?" I was scared shitless, but the worst came. Cream hanged herself with a noose around her neck and hands tied behind her back, so her mother Vanilla did die. How did you infer that from her hanging herself? She hanged herself because she was sad. She's wearing black because she was mourning. But how do you go it was her mother?
Because, I don't know, the character doesn't exist outside her mother. I don't fucking remember or know.
I was then yelling. Then the screen went to black yet again. I said to myself, "Please no scream, please!"
It's like, please no scream.
Then the screen snapped back. Sonic was then kidnapped too. Then I said, "Oh shit!" Then he was...
Who's fucking kid? Is it Candlejack stealing them?
Then he was thrown into the exact cell Amy was in. I was then worrying. Then 4 minutes later, it was even worse than before. I feel you, man. Like 4 minutes into the story was even worse than when we first started. So, you know. The prison guard then turned Amy into a vampire.
What?
She had evil red eyes and she had a snake-like tongue. She bit Sonic's neck and started sucking his blood. And then when he turned into a... and then he turned into a vampire too. This is like My Immortal. I then started to get scared even more. I screamed and then started to cry with pain. I said, "No! Please don't! Stop! 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 Please!" It was starting to get worse.
Like the story.
What was weird is... Come on! That every Sonic X episode was always about 20 minutes. Beating Eggman being 40 minutes.
Beating him off.
Oh my god. Literally the only reason they renamed him Eggman was like a big puns like beating Eggman.
No, they did it because that's what he's called in Japan.
I actually did know that. And that upsets me.
Like,
they localized them and
Yeah,
then they went, "Oh, okay, let's not do that anymore."
we called him in the Japanese. They called him Eggman because the Japanese are terrible with names, and because it probably doesn't sound nearly as retarded when a Japanese person says it in English.
Let's find out. Eggman no, it still sounds retarded.
No, I'm saying to you, but like it's a foreign language. But
however, this one was about an hour and 40 minutes. Due to the long-ass black screens. Did he establish there were like long black screens? I was continuing to sob. Yet... Why? Yet wanting to vomit my guts out? Like...
It's not even his favourite story, is it? Imagine if he'd seen like one of the fucking SpongeBob, or he found a copy of SpongeBob or something like that, he'd be killing himself or exploding or something.
I was sobbing even more. Then it was far off worse than what happened. I don't know, you tell me, you're writing the story. There was wedding music, but it was played in a high, scary pitch. Descriptive. And there was also a creepy siren noise. That noise was similar to the siren noise you hear in Silent Hill or something. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, fuck off.
That's also, you could just say air raid siren.
Yeah.
You know.
But Jacob, Silent Hill, scary. And if I say it's like Silent Hill, then you know it, and then it becomes
Did
scarier.
you say if it's like Skyland Hill?
Scarlet Hill.
It's Silent Hill.
Scarlet Hill. It's...
Actually, there's a new thing in Sonic. It's Silent Hill Zone. Act 1.
Put that on the screen!
It's like, the little egg pod comes down and it's got Pyramid Head in it instead. Jumps up, he just swipes him in half.
I just try to imagine like the 16-bit music to that level. It's just like banging on like kitchen implements. Just like,
Somebody has to come with the fact that he murdered Eggman, like in the first game. I got a letter from Eggman.
It's like, are you Amy? I'm not your Tails.
There's got to be a mod or a fanfic Silent Hill Zone.
it's too perfect. Like the pun is too. But there's no way. There is no way we're clever enough to be the first people to come up with Silent Hill Zone. Like it's too good. That's not the real Chris Chan. That's Christy. The scene was then showing Sonic and Amy making Tails bleed to death unconstantly. What? Why do you think unconstantly is a word? That's part one. And two, what do you think it means? Please let us know.
And what are they doing to make him bleed constantly?
Please, author, let us know in the comments why you think that's a word and what definition you think it has. Tails was screaming for help. I was unconstantly, for fuck's sake. It's not a word. Crying and yelling, and then the same exact thing happened to Tails. Also happened to Rouge Knuckles SBO.
I thought that was a Pokemon.
No, SBO is the It's SBO.
We gotta Google it again.
Well, Espeon is like an EV.
Yeah, I know.
evolution.
Yeah, but this is Pokemon, is it?
No, but it sounds like it.
I was thinking it's like a really...
It's like a chameleon.
It's like a total fucking clown on YouTube, but then I realised that's Mr. Repsion.
Okay, well, where is it? How do you spell it?
Espio. Rouge Knuckles SBO. Charmy, I know who that is, that's the B. Shadow and Vector. And Vector, I think, is the crocodile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was freaking
He's always trying to get
out.
to like the control station or something.
I did.
The commander
I
of
did
the
his fucking personality. I just knew. I was freaking out so loud. Then Amy and Sonic were laughing evilly.
Wait, hold on. But what were they doing? Like they were making them bleed constantly. In what way were they like?
Yeah, there was like nothing.
Were they cutting them? No. They're giving them like They were like forcing them to donate lethal amounts of blood. Just, take this. Oh no, you're draining my blood slowly.
I was screaming and crying and saying, Amy, Sonic, no! Ah!
He's not killed now.
Hank Hill's sort of...
I was thinking like... I was thinking the shop class teacher like, I never got to say goodbye.
Can we go back and edit so he's... Any pictures of it is just a guy. Get like Photoshop his head onto a child's body.
Yeah, the protagonist of this story is just Mr. Adler from shop class. Then end credits came, with the scary wedding music still playing. Why was there already... The credits even had the names of people I don't even know. Yeah, generally credits do have the names of people you don't know.
Yeah.
The copyright notice at the end said copyright 4Kids 2002. It was pretty odd seeing as Sonic X was created in 2003. After the episode was over, scary wedding music was still playing. And then it showed the writer of Girls' Jungle Trap on the subway tracks.
Jared was driving.
I was thinking just like eating the little pot of cream.
Feasting on the brains of cream.
She was sobbing uncontrollably, as I was for some reason. But then an on-speeding train was heading towards her, and that was it. She was hit by the train. She was dead.
Oh my god.
Oh, you mean she didn't survive it?
Then the scary wedding music ended. This is a treasure trove. But then there was a Russian text.
There was a Russian what?
There was a Russian text.
Russian sleep
I
experiment?
really wanted it to say there was a Russian voice.
We've only got one person who could handle that.
Me.
This is good. There's no way this has been written with sincerity. Listen, I was afraid of Russian text. Because it reminds me of the sounds of hell.
Racist.
Then there was a scary voice reading the text.
Was that a Russian voice?
I don't like... Stop it. I don't like it when you do a Russian voice. It scares me.
It reminds me of the sounds of hell.
Then I got scared even more. I called the cops. Imagine how annoyed they're going to be.
Like 911, what's your emergency?
One count of wasting police time.
It's urgent. What was it? Please don't. I've been watching Sonic X. A tape I found. Cream just got hit by a train. Like,
Calm down.
Sir, I would like to. What the fuck are you on? The cartoon rabbit! She was hit by a train!
And okay, we've got a major drug bust. Okay. They arrived just in time to see what was happening. As soon as they arrived, it then showed a kid in a... I wish there was a transcript of the 911 call. As soon as they arrived, it then showed a kid...
People who do fan pastas, get on that.
In a school hallway drinking from a water fountain. Then the tape ended abruptly. And when I was about to take the tape out of the VCR, it fell on the floor, with the picture tapes scrambled in it. Excuse me? I explained the cops everything about the tape. My brother Anthony woke up. He wanted to know what the hell was happening. I like to think like the little infant was like, what the hell is going on?
Look, see his older, I'm guessing brother. I think he says girlfriend.
The cops told him what happened. Like, how old is Anthony supposed to be? I saw it was like Anthony cries really loud all the time. I thought he was like...
Well, considering his brother...
he was like 11 months old.
No, well, it turns out like he's actually 17 and his little brother's like 15. And considering like how much he cried over this cartoon. Like he was sobbing.
It's like a family of dribbling idiots.
Yeah.
Then the cops took me and Anthony to an open late cafe. One of the cops told me that I may have had a bad dream.
Wait. Is it going to be the cafe that's at the beginning of the story?
God, I hope so.
I'm gonna.
He's gonna ask for the butter.
I told him it wasn't. I then opened the tape and showed him what was on the picture tapes. What does he mean by picture tapes? He was then shocked at what I showed him, and then he tried smashing the tape into little pieces. Why would a police officer do that?
Why would the police take them through police? Well, this is apparently not. Apparently, Derek Green. Yeah. Let's be honest. Derek Green has turned up at this kid's house because he was the only one on duty when he got turned up and told it was a haunted Sonic tape. So he turned up, then took the kids to a cafe, which is very unprofessional, but it's Derek Green levels of
This may have something to do with the Sonic EXE murders. But the tape was indestructible. Hey, why did a cop want to destroy evidence? The next day, Saturday, I found I really wanted it to be over. Do you know what I mean? When the tape ended.
Yeah.
That would have actually made it better. So therefore, it couldn't exist. It has to keep going with this dribbling.
The next day, Saturday, I found a random sticky note on the tape. It said, "Girls' Jungle Trap was supposed to exist."
Was not supposed to exist.
Girls' Jungle Trap was. It said, "Girls' Trungle? Jesus.
You're Trungle Brap."
I found a random sticky note on the tape. It said, "Girls' Jungle Trap was not supposed to exist. It was created to replace 2@12v.tag." Apparently that can be clicked. I don't want.
Don't click it.
I don't want to click it because it'll probably fuck everything up.
Yeah.
So clicking that thing, it's an email address because of the @ basically. Mm-hmm. So it's like it should open with Gmail or Outlook, and I'm like, okay. I was finally able to translate what the person under the text said. I translated it to English, and it happened to be saying, "Abandon hope and thy God. In 10 years, Sonic and Amy will get you." I was scared and doomed. I tried doing a little...
I was scared and doomed.
I tried doing a little research on the episode on IMDb, but nothing came up. I already know that 4Kids has their own YouTube channel, so I emailed them about the episode and got a reply saying...
Do you want me to do that bit?
Do it in a Russian accent.
If it's from 4Kids, I think you should try to sound like a tard.
Alright. Thank you for contacting us about the episode.
That sounds way too smart for someone from 4Kids.
Thank you for contacting us about the episode.
There we go, that person works for 4Kids.
One thing, how on earth did you find out about that? We never ever thought we would go through this again. Basically,
I love there's a spelling mistake in an email from 4Kids. That's so perfect.
The person who came up with the idea of Girls' Jungle Trap actually did die. We fired her for having this as a sequel to the episode you hated. We are sorry, Vincent. Yeah, that is my name. That you were seriously upset about the episode. Apology to burst your bubble about the copyright notice saying year 2002, but Sonic X goes way back as the world would know it.
Goes back to the time of ancient Babylon.
I was gonna fucking say that.
And we never did put in any vampire stuff, or the evil wedding music, or the creepy sirens, or any scary stuff like that. Neither did we put that Russian textoid.
Sextoid.
We're not that sick. Now this is our theory. The writer is actually
still going on. This is supposed to be an email from a fucking business.
The writer actually edited and put it all and that stuff in. Then she hidden it at the dumpster you found in the write-in. Bleh. I just answered the name of the hometown, I know. When you were walking home from school. Oh, and about the footage on the subway death on the kid in the hallway. We do not know. We did not. Sorry, Vincent, from the bottom of our hearts for your concern. We didn't even know why those last 2 clips were in. 4 kids, a.k.a. the company involved with Revenge of the Jungle Trap.
A.k.a. the company, like, this does sound like it was written by someone.
Right, okay, so there's a lot there to unpack.
Hardest.
So, okay.
We're almost at the end.
Okay.
And then we'll unpack the email. There is no, as it just says episode origin, there is no origin of the episode. Clearly, it is to be known the first person to watch this committed suicide. He said, death and suffering should not be known because of this 13 times, spooky, before taking out a revolver and shooting himself.
He just had one on him, at the as you work in 4 Kids, you had here's your copy of One Piece, here's your editing tool, here's your gun.
Just fucking Leonard Maltin. Like, why does this keep happening?
Isn't death and suffering should not be known also in the fucking Suicide Mouse?
It's almost. It's very similar, and this guy, they're shooting himself in the head as well.
Yeah.
Well, apparently, if you find the exact same tape as I did, I want you to stay the fuck away from it. If you have seen any abandoned tapes too, contact 4 Kids by YouTube only. Because when a Sonic X viewer death is compared to this, it has to be something terrible. Yeah, the ending here is just this is just the ending from Suicide. Inexplicably, is the ending from Suicide Mouse.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So I want to go before just talk about that. Like, you know, the email from 4 Kids.
Jesus.
Like the woman who, like, okay, 4 Kids doesn't make Sonic X. They dub it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Vincent, don't quit your day job.
Faceplant or Die says, read half of it and I'm never going to read the rest. But it's okay. I mean, you know, we've read the rest, mate. So
a fandom user goes, thank you, Vincent. Whenever I feel my college essays aren't written that well, I always return to these stories and return to my essay feeling confident.
I'm so happy that these people are just shitting on this dude.
So bad that it's good.
No.
Yeah, so the comments don't like it, and good. Why should they? Yeah.
Alright, so okay, my theory is this person watched that episode, didn't like it, and has literally written this story because his butt is all sore and hurt because he didn't like that one episode. And also, he's a fan of Creepypasta, and he just read Suicide Mouse the day before.
Yeah, it is weird that it just suddenly copies Suicide Mouse at the end like that, because the rest of the way through, I mean, there's not much originality in it, but it wasn't a carbon copy of any other story in particular.
Not really.
And it suddenly becomes one at the end, which is really strange.
It's also got that gaping hole. Like, I mean, I don't want there to be more details in it. It's just like, and then they were making them bleed, and bleed uncontrollably. It's not even bleed to death.
Constantly.
Yeah,
constantly. Yeah. I don't know what that word
is.
And to do.
Amy and Sonic become vampire lovers out of nowhere.
It's bad. It's really bad. It's not. There are ones we've read that are far more
offensive to like your sensibilities,
or boring. But this one is just kind of. It's at least so bad it's funny, which is a rare treat these days with Creepypasta. I actually had fun reading that. Not because it was any good.
Because all the shit we spent if we were Creepypasta and we're like, Angelica was a crack baby, I'm trying to read it sensibly, it would have been over in about 6 minutes.
Yeah. 13 times before taking out a revolver and shooting himself.
I would describe this as amateur hour horseshit.
Yeah, completely. It's clearly written by a very young person as well, so it's really bad. There's not really any positive I can take from it. I don't think I can give any constructive criticism, to be honest. It's rubbish. There's nothing. It's basically irredeemable.
Yeah, it cannot be.
Yeah, just burn it down and do something else.
Yeah,
I'm
the
not gonna
only positive I can say about it is that not all the words were spelled wrong.
Yes, and the thing is, it's clearly, as you were saying, it's clearly written by someone who is very, very young. So if you're listening to this and you are still writing, keep trying. There's no way you're going to get any worse. From
I
it.
like to imagine that he's actually 28.
Do you have any final thoughts on this story?
No.
Welcome to Bad Creepypasta, where we've been thugged out since Cub Scouts. Toby can't be here today. He pissed on hospitality, and that is something we cannot allow. So we are reading Mario 3, the threequel.
Yep.
And this supposedly is written by the original author of the first two, so quite excited. We'll be able to tell from the writing quite early on, I'm sure. ZZ's note. Firstly, this goes without saying, but I didn't originally create this pasta. Neither am I taking credit for writing it, or accepting blame and ridicule for it, depending on how you want to look at the situation.
He knows it so well.
We're looking at the latter, my friend. I am just passing this story on. Secondly, as the bracketed subtitle explicitly reads, this is indeed the official third entry into the Mario Creepypasta trilogy. I acknowledge that a handful of fan-made threequels have been made in the past, but the real thing hasn't been unearthed until this point in time. And then a bunch of credits are given for the people that found it. My
Sorry, too much fizzy drink.
Alright, I'm gonna get a handful of like Doritos and shit
While
while you get all the belching out. It's so gross.
Fizzy stuff makes me burp.
It makes me, yeah, that's unique to you.
Yeah, I know. It's the only person in history.
The only person ever.
Like, you know, like these old-timey freak shows. Like, see, like the seal boy or the bearded woman, the man who burps when he drinks. Oh God, it's so hideous! Oh God! Don't show the children! Turn your eyes away!
Oh no, he's gonna burp the alphabet!
You know, like in those movies when they're like, there's the mutants they're gonna try and like experiment the government wants to use as a weapon.
So
we need to weaponize the burping.
I think like it's like there you are trying to rush fucking Alcatraz and Magneto. It's like no, Matt, in Chester, pawns go first.
Just got Pepsi and what?
And then the thing is, because of this, whenever you have Mentos and Pepsi, your head explodes.
Oh.
It's like at the end, they've got that kid who uses his powers like, wait, oh no, he's still burping, my power's not working on him. It takes out.
No one's realised it's just perfectly normal.
It takes out, like, it's Jean Grey disintegrating and everything, and she spots me, and it's like, oh God, I this.
So the guy who like can crawl up walls and everything, all rushing. Magneto's like, wait, Matt Dixon.
Do you know what? I've just came up with a really good thing where like the reason why Toby was here. Well, he wasn't here.
To be honest, we can fucking do it again if it's fair.
Like, because he upset the Picard.
Upset the Picard. That's so fucking specific. Like one fucking episode of Next Gen. Like not even a particularly well-remembered episode. My best friend was taken to a psychiatric ward a few weeks ago. Nobody has a clue what is wrong with her. It has been really hard watching her, especially in the few months time span before.
Terrible sentence.
That doesn't...
New sentence. Her family was slowly falling apart, piece by piece. This poor girl's just ranting about a toad army. It's
On the bright side, when she comes out of the hospital, she'll have superpowers.
And the Emperor will have risen.
Yeah.
And one in every generation must fight the Toad Emperor.
No, actually, the future is actually is set, and that when this person gets killed by a Terminator, the other one will come along, because the future is inevitable.
Well, it's already a girl, so
rendering the prospect of saving the leader of the resistance ultimately pointless.
Yes.
Because no one pops up.
Ever since her father passed away, I still don't know how he died, but it was causing a wreckage in the mental states of his children. It seemed his son killed himself, and his daughter has been hospitalised. I'm assuming the daughter is the protagonist from Mario 2.
I don't
By the way,
remember.
that is a weird thing. Is his mental states of his children? It seemed,
Yeah.
and then his son killed himself.
Yeah, I don't know. I grew up with both of them, so it has also been hard for me. It is hard to watch a family fall apart like that. I visited my friend at the ward yesterday to see if she had recovered any. To my dismay, she hadn't. Doesn't have a fucking name. Her state of mind was only ... declining. She kept talking about these games, these ... Mario games. Her father gave them to her brother, and her brother gave them to her. I was never much of a, and then inverted commas, gamer myself, but they loved to play all of the old school games, especially the 3 Mario Brothers. Ha, pardon me, I got off track, ellipses.
Wait, the 3 Mario Brothers? Is there a 3rd Mario Brother?
I get what they mean. I mean, the
the 3 Mario
Mario Brothers games, but it's worded strangely.
Mario, Luigi Mario.
And Green Mario.
Yeah, so there are 3. Anyways, when I walked into her room...
Any hoozle.
A smile came across her face. That was good to see, I guess, but it was the only happy moment of the short visit.
Oh, it's you!
Please no,
Kidding. Oh, it's you.
she said as I walked.
Just wanted to drop by and check on you.
I told her.
There's nothing for you to check on.
She said.
I'm fine. I just need you to go and finish it.
This is also formatted really badly. There's no indication of who's speaking,
Yes.
so there's a lot of guesswork involved. Again, just new line. Simple as that.
Finish? ... Finish what?
I asked, a bit confused.
You sound like...
Super Mario Brothers 3. I finished 2. Now you go see what's on 3 so I can finally find out what is happening to me.
I feel like that's very non-specific. Like, if he just picks up a copy of Super Mario Brothers 3, I assume there's not going to be any like headless Marios or anything like that. It's just going to be fine.
Birdo.
He just comes back and was like, yeah, it was fine. Like, what were you expecting? Like, oh.
So I played it. It was pretty good. I looked into it some more. Some utter doofus wrote a book about it, but... Well, I didn't want to argue. I had thought she was simply just...
retarded.
losing her mind. This guy hasn't stopped abusing ellipses. This brought tears to my eyes, but I was going to do what she asked. I wasn't going to lie and told her I played it and nothing happened, or tell her no. I was gonna go play the game and come back and tell her what happened. After exchanging a few more words, I left for her apartment. When I arrived there, you could definitely tell that the place had been poorly kept. There were pieces of paper everywhere, game controllers strolled out in chaos.
Just walking around.
Yeah, just like, he opened the door, and then the game controllers just were like, fuck this. And they all just like stormed out of the building.
I was thinking it's like a Beauty and the Beast sort of curse that she's just not paying attention to. Did I not mention my friend's actually a giant, hairy, like, beast person?
Could you imagine if, like, the whole of Mario 2, the protagonist had been talking about this Toad Empire and stuff, but what was it? They were living in a fucking enchanted apartment and just never brought it up.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, the whole singing and dancing, like, stuff that you, like, have around your house gets really old quickly. You just like, drown it out.
I feel like the author means strewn.
Probably.
I think it probably was strewn.
And the TV had been left on and was on static. I looked at all the pieces of paper on the ground. I found one that read Mario at least 100 times. Oh, it's like a tweet. Can I just take a moment? Like, I hate people who tweet like that. When you write a statement in all capitals and then just copy and paste it to the character limit.
It's like, it's not a mantra.
It also doesn't make it true
No.
either. You hear them say things like, the sky is green.
The sky is green, clap, clap.
Yeah, but they don't even have to put the claps in, just the same statement over and over again. It's pointless. It makes you sound like an idiot. Stop doing it. It couldn't have been any less than 100. Other pieces were scribbled on and I could hardly read them, and I did not want a headache trying. I sat down and checked out the NES that was laying on the floor. Super Mario Bros. 3 was already in, which for some reason read Super Mario Bros. 3. Of fucking course it did. On the label.
What has made the R and I so important to be capitalised?
Because it's crudely written.
It's never explained, really, is it? We're in part 3 now of this story, and what I hope will be the thrilling conclusion. But at no point have they ever gone, the reason... Like, are we just dumb? Did we just miss where the significance of the R and the I being capitalised came in?
To be fair, I
It
can
means
barely
real
remember the
idiots,
first
which
two.
which explains the author.
No, the real idiots are us for reading this garbage.
I can like I said, I can barely remember. Like, there's the Toad Empire in the second one. I can't remember anything about the first one.
Were you even in the second one, Matt?
I can't even fucking remember. I think I was, maybe.
I guess she was already about to play it before she was taken in. I pressed the power button to play a few levels before I headed back to the ward and gave her whatever news she wanted to hear.
However, there was something wrong with the game. There was no title screen, and I didn't get an overworld... Yeah, but how fucking interesting would the story be if there wasn't? You say, oh, fucking like, you sit there like, oh, of course there was something wrong with it. Yes, a haunted game story.
No, of course there's something wrong with it. Every single time it's a gaming
like
past.
a redundant statement. I turned the game on and something was wrong. Oh well, I mean,
it's not actually a creepypasta. It's just an account of a let's play that went perfectly fine.
Yeah.
To be honest,
I turned the game on, decided I was going to do a no death run. I'd done one only once before.
to be honest, if considering like the person in the and it is like completely insane, it would be like funny if the guy was expecting really shitty things to happen and actually it didn't, and they're like, oh really, she's really gone.
It's like confirmed.
Yeah, so she's really gone.
That's just a really sad story you've proposed. Like the conclusion to the Mario trilogy, this like surreal accidental comedy, is that in actuality they were all mentally ill except this guy because he's not a member of that family.
Yes.
And he's like, there's nothing wrong, you're all crazy, and that's it, and the whole family just dies out.
Lobotomized.
Yeah. There was no title screen, and I didn't get an overworld map. I was simply placed in a level with... I was simply placed in a level... with a few things that were definitely off. Mario didn't have his head.
Oh, God.
Yes. It was instead Birdo's head... Why was that?
I don't know.
I has assumed... It's written by one of those like internet cats from like 2009.
Yeah.
I has assumed that he had cheeseburger.
Yeah, Mario's head replaced with a cheeseburger.
You want anything from McMushrooms? Fucking beach chugger.
Instead of it'll be the dough will rise. It's bread.
Yeah. It's just the Doge. The Doge Empire. Oh no, Joker in Mario 3, what will he do?
Does that mean Mario's going to go on an incel shooting, killing spree?
Oh my god, that's why I figured out why it's written as Mario! So, Joker is in Mario 3, what will he do, right? And he's like, how about another joke, Mario? That's the ending, I'm calling it now.
Alright.
Mario is gonna get fucking vibe checked.
Well, that was a good reading. Thanks for listening. Shorter than our usual ones, but short and sweet.
I has assumed that they had hacked it or whatever. The sky was red, wrong red, and I was greeted...
Wait.
This guy was Reed.
Yeah, and I was greeted with a text that said, once one of us, and always one of us. We warned you that... Oh, I've just read this the wrong voice. Once one of us, Mario, and always one of us. We warned you that you would rule this Mario, and your final step is about to be taken. The Empire will rise.
It's still ridiculous as ever.
Yeah, I mean, why not fucking double down on the worst aspect of your previous story?
Yep.
You just Ryan Johnson, right?
It's like, your Snoke theory sucks. So does yours. You just like yours was official.
Ryan Johnson looks like a Lego person.
This shook me up a little. I was an enormous coward. What a... ... grim message. It's not like grim, is it? It's just odd.
It's like, yeah, like, the Empire will rise. Like, what?
Surely a grim message is like, we will, take everything you love or something. Just like, or something violent. Like, what Empire? Was I playing Star Wars or Mario?
What the hell? Is it
It's
Star Wars?
just written by fucking Chris Bores. It's like terrible little asides. Like,
Is this Star Wars or Mario or a test of patience?
it's just you can picture an irate gamer video where he's like playing like a ROM hack. It's like, the Empire will rise. Empire? I thought I was playing Mario, not Star Wars. And why was Mario's name spelled like that? I pressed A and moved on. Thrilling. There wasn't much in this level. All I had to do was move forward. Didn't have to jump or fight any enemies, just
held down the button to keep Mario moving forward, until I reached the end and grabbed the card to finish the level.
Until I got bored and turned the game off.
Yeah.
I got a mushroom, which is the lowest of the 3 cards you could get out of the fire flower and the star. Great, wonderful sentence, definitely doesn't need any work. Expecting to jump onto an overworld map, I was thrown into another level.
Oh, Lord.
There's a fucking exclamation mark after that, like it's really dramatic as well. The same thing as before. Another exclamation mark. I even got a mushroom card at the end, like before. These are all like really dramatic sentences, apparently. This a third time, and it was beginning to bore me.
Oh,
Bores
you're the
you.
only one there.
It was beginning to bores you.
Chris, but
I think you made that joke, and awful as it was, you felt the need to repeat it.
No, I stuttered.
I didn't know how my friend was going to take what I was going to tell her, because I was about to turn the NES off. ... before something happened. The screen froze for a few seconds on the 3 cards I had gotten, which were all mushrooms. Then the screen went to black. After a few seconds of black screen, I was greeted with an enlarged Mario sprite.
Large.
Just enlarged.
Like engorged Mario sprite.
It just sounds like,
Inflated
it
Mario.
just sounds like weirdly sexual. Just like, with an enlarged. Who still had Birdo's head.
I know he's trying to make it scary, but it's like...
Every time we had this problem way back in story number 1, and they haven't learned from it. This image of Mario with like another cutesy character's head on his body is so unthreatening.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure in the second story he puts Toad's head on at one point as well. And it's
Yeah,
Well,
there's
on
a
top of the
picture.
other one, so
Yeah.
he's got a hat on top of...
And then there's a picture.
Well, yeah, there's a picture of through the whole video due to, I
Yeah.
assume, a rendering error on James's part. There's just nothing but that the whole time.
Yeah.
The 3 cards from before came back onto the screen, and Mario held them in his hand. He stared at them with a look of terror. Full stop. Fear, comma, sadness, full stop.
Yeah, so that, I just wanted to correct you, Jacob. It was a look of ... terror.
Then fear, sadness.
Mario turned towards the screen, and the screen flashed. It did so continuously, until it stopped. That's how things work! You fucking imbecile! Stopped with a picture of Mario with his new head. It was one of the Toad's heads, and one of the cards in his hand was now blank.
Oh, Lord.
The screen immediately switched to a new picture. 4 Toads, one bigger than the rest. To the right of them was a tree with 2 bodies hanging from it by a rope around their necks.
Yes, the accidental definition of hanging.
You don't know, it could have been a wire, it could have been a wire.
New text appeared. And now what we began shall finish. He told us he would give us his children if he could become one of us. May the last step be taken. Come forth, Mario.
Right, so a man sold his children.
Oh, no!
He sacrifices his children's souls so he can become a toad.
Is that what's happening?
I don't know, maybe.
Mario, still with a Toad's head, came in from the right of the screen. He pulled out the 2 cards from earlier that still had mushrooms on them. Just N-word passes. Gave them... And this is when he's going to become... This is when Toad is going to become Joker. And explain why he's called Mario. He pulled out the 2 cards from earlier that still had mushrooms on them. And he walked over. And he walked over the bodies hanging from the tree.
The bodies.
That old sound that plays when you grab a mushroom or fireflower played, and the cards turned into toads. No! Oh, it's another text.
We will be slaves instead! Just please don't!
Mario! Another text read, Mario then proceeded to crack the necks of the toads. He then ripped their heads off and forced them onto the heads of the bodies hanging from the tree. Why does he do this?
Fetish.
Why is this like a recurring thing in every story? The bodies jumped down, suddenly alive. Then I saw a new body fading in, ... This one looked like a girl. In fact, it looked very familiar. The largest toad then ripped his own head off and threw it to Mario. Mario, just like before with the other two, forced the toad's head onto the girl's head. All I could think as I watched was,
Is it even possible to do a hack like this?
my phone began to ring.
Only if you're part of the Illuminati.
I looked at the number. It was the ward that my friend was staying at. They informed me that my friend, is this written by fucking Stevie, had just taken her own life. I threw my phone at the wall, angry and afraid. I looked at the screen
I got some
and
good news and bad news for you.
they were all staring at me.
The good news is you don't need to come round anymore. The bad news that your friend's dead.
Your friend removed her own head and stuck a toadstool on.
Sorry, Mitch.
Like every sprite, their eyes.
Every sprite, their eyes were following me. A new text popped up. The Empire has now been created. It would be a shame if you didn't. It's turning into Christopher Walken.
Would be shame.
It would be a shame if you didn't join us. I'm concerned this might be cancer.
I need more cowbell. Crazy.
So, was it what non-peace? Just like the start, the attack. It's like, I'm concerned this might be a tumor.
Oh, that guy said that. You know that guy works in the nuclear power plant?
Really?
Yeah.
It's just Homer. At that moment, I received a text message from a number that I had not saved in my phone. The text read, I asked them to take my children. They should both be dead now. I know for sure. I've done what they wanted, and now they want more. I told them that I would oblige them with one more. Don't you want to be happy? ... forever. I threw my phone back to where I threw it before.
Is this the same person that did that stupid thing where it was like, and the sky turned a dark red, much darker than before? That seems to be his favourite thing.
Back to where I threw it before.
I love the imagery of like, my friend's dead, and like, ring, hello?
So what are you doing? That's my throwing spot. All right, when I'm upset, that's where I throw. It's just like somebody with OCD. It's like, should you not be in the ward with your friend?
Right ahead.
I looked at the screen again, and oh god, I will never forget it. I still see it. That angry, soul-piercing stare of that toad. The screen flickered furiously, and I heard merciless screams and chants. All of them chanting,
The Empire has risen! The Empire! Mario has fallen! The Empire!
The chants faded out, and all I heard was screaming. I furiously ran out the door and ran to my car. I was going to go back to the ward to give one last goodbye to my friend.
Oh, Lord.
When I arrived and walked in, everything began to fall apart. I walked to the front desk.
Hey, I know she just passed away, but could I go to my friend's room and see her?
What are you talking about? Nobody's died today. What the hell are you doing out here?
The desk clerk asked.
What do you mean?
After I asked this, two big men in scrubs grabbed my arms and began to drag me away. I was screaming and wondering what was going on. There's a lot of that going around. I had never been so scared in my life. They took me to a room, undressed me, and put me in a hospital robes that all the patients were. Right, I'm just going to read that again. They took me to a room, undressed me, and put me in a hospital robes that all the patients wear. It's wear, W-H-E-R-E. A nurse walked in.
Thank you, gentlemen. I don't know what's gotten into her recently.
What? ... What was she talking about?
Ma'am, what's going on?
Shush. Play with your cards.
For some, where it says shush and the exclamation mark, I read that as sushi in my mind. And play, for some reason, I think I'm going mad from reading this because I literally looked over and what you read it correctly, but what I saw on the page in front of me was sushi party.
Just sit in the corner and have a sushi party. Yeah, sushi party, sushi party.
Ma'am, what's going on? Sushi party with your cats.
She said it. She handed me 3 cards. ... With a mushroom on each one. Excuse me? What the fuck? You know when you write something that's just outlandishly bizarre, and you think it makes you clever when you're when you're 14 years old and you're writing, you're like, yeah. Well, what'd be really great is if all the stuff I set up actually is completely recontextualized in a way that makes no fucking sense.
I fell to the ground and wailed violently.
This isn't happening!
I screamed. I screamed this many times before the 2 men came back in, placed me on the bed and held me down until I stopped screaming. That night I had dreams of armies of toads marching towards
Never stops being retarded.
with Mario leading the charge. I write...
Just because you're in the mental institution and everything, just Mario with a toad head waking him up, just like, you've got to get out of here and protect our son. He's too important.
I'll name him Hamilton. I write this while lying on my bed here in the ward. Is this what my friend went through? Was she fine the whole time, but everyone saw her as a patient? Maybe her state of mind was fine the whole time and we just kept seeing her as crazy.
Also, what the fuck is going on? Like, you don't just get on with your life and then suddenly she's like, oh, was she fine the whole time? Everyone saw her as a patient. That's not how that works. Don't just wander into a fucking mental hospital as a visitor and then go, all right, back to your room then. No, I'm not institutionalized here. Well, we have no records to check, and you look a bit crazy. And that doctor seems to know who you are. I'm going to put 2 and 2 together here, and
just come in here. We accept all. We're like a church for crazy people who we lock up.
Thoughts of that text message I received still rang in my head. Was I going to be in this empire too? No, that won't happen.
No, because it's fucking stupid.
Maybe I'm not actually writing this. Maybe. I will wake up soon.
Wake me up!
Everything will be alright.
Wow. I mean...
That was horrendous.
That's really bad. There's no comments, unfortunately, so... That, I think, is the worst one. It's not as funny as Mario 2, because Mario 2 goes completely out there and fucking introduces the Toad Empire and stuff. This one doesn't really do anything new.
No, it sort of does the same thing.
But it tries to have a sort of twist, but the twist makes no sense.
Yep.
And just raises questions that will never be answered, because I don't believe there's going to be any more sequels.
And you don't want the answers to be...
No, I mean, the answers will probably just infuriate me more.
Right, so what I can tell is... their dad sold his children to the Toad Empire so he can become part of it, and then they took another person. They used their magic toad powers to alter reality. So this person, it's really bad and dumb.
I'm kind of disappointed in it as well, because it's not like I went in expecting it to be good, obviously.
No,
but
you were hoping it to be horrendously stupid, and it is quite stupid at some points. Funny,
it is, but there's
not enough.
There's no story. There's nothing to work with. There's so little to actually make fun of. It's just, it's a bad...
My friend had video game, and I played video game, and video game was evil and cursed, and then I was the crazy ones.
Yeah, there's so little to this story. And it honestly fizzles out. Like, this is really the end of a trilogy somebody wrote. It feels like this story had...
It's not worth the paper that it wasn't written on.
It feels like this one of the trilogy had the least amount of effort put into it. And there's so little to work with comedically here. And it genuinely, I feel kind of deflated.
It's disappointing, rushed, but peters out, sort of like, doesn't really end how you'd expect it. So it's just like Game of Thrones.
Welcome back to Gastrointestinal Distress. Toby can't be here today because he's at an anime convention.
Which is quite appropriate because we're doing his favourite show, Bleach with Fists.
Alright, so this is a creepypasta, not a troll pasta or copy pasta, just so you know. New paragraph, based on a Dropbox forum post. Great. Sorry for even one bad grammar. So, this is going to be good. This is going to be fun.
At the starting line, on your face. So, good to go.
So this is a Dragon Ball Z Lost episode. At my job at Funimation, I was called in after watching the strange footage from my last post at a forum and took the tape from and gived it.
Hopefully you weren't on the translating or dubbed team. Like, were you the one who put the subs out?
Started to watch it. I was called in to watch it. It started with a post-belly mock-up titled Goten's Death Suicide for poor little Goten. One of the interns died from heart attack. From hearing that their kids had been killed as the picture came on screen of Goten with the realistic eyes. He said in his normal English voice, I fucking can't take life, and started to cry blood. And said I just dead. I'm dead, I'm not supposed to be real. I'm just a replacement for my dad Goku. I killed him and my stupid older bro, and you're next, as he killed himself, and the intern walked out saying, I'm dead, I killed myself, him got him.
So, I was wondering when you were going to fucking stop.
Just like, that's all one sentence. No commas.
Can we unpack what just happened?
I don't, like, okay, we can try. Alright, so, let's try to break this thing down.
Like, who was talking?
I assume this is Goten. Who is this?
Goten, who's the youngest son of Goku, who's the main character.
And they killed themselves because of Goku? And then he killed his older brother. Right.
Okay, so that's what happened.
Okay. I was the only one left. I saw poor 7-year-old Trunks. What?
Because it's Dragon Ball Z, they've all got stupid names.
Oh, is this somebody's name? Yeah. There's no fucking capitalization, so I just thought, like, I saw some really old swimming shorts. I saw 7-year-old Trunks stab marks all over, saying I just act strong, and was pulled into a shredder, and I saw Goten and Trunks said wearing Goku's hair, as with black holes as eyes, saying, "I'll miss you," and Goten killed him, and the episode paused, and the tape fell out a worker, and the intern took a knife and stabbed me, saying, "I must live, fuckers," and destroyed the tape, and I took a bag and cleaned the tape bits up. Then I saw little kid Trunks from the episode, I am Sia Man, saying, "Keep the tape, it's my soul," and disappeared, and I took a gun as the intern, Triad, to take the bag from me, and shot him and ran out of the studio, and went home, locked the door, and went to sleep. In my dream I was Goten, and I was little 6-year Trunks.
What the fuck is this? Right. Jacob has not seen Dragon Ball Z.
I have not.
Even if you had...
I'm so clueless. My instinct is still to call it Dragon Ball Z.
Your ultra instinct. Yeah. Ha! Fuck Dragon Ball Super.
Yeah, I still instinctively want to call it Dragon Ball Z. Like, that's how not used to the show I am. Like, completely past me. I didn't have, like, cable or Sky,
you didn't have Sky
or anything when I was a kid. So, yeah, it completely passed me by.
You're not, I'm going to be honest, you're not really missing that much.
Okay. I was Goten, and I was with little 6-year Trunks, sleeping as Goten fell asleep. I saw Videl say the 2 sweet dreams, and I woke up in Trunks' clothes and in capsule core as a 7-year-old kid. Where am I? Said me as I flied out of bed and woke up again, and my friend and my girlfriend and my girlfriend's friend were here and hugged me and said everything will be fine. Then I saw Goten crying blood and cheered him up. He hugged me and then turned away and took the gun and shoot himself before he died. He said, "I'll miss you, Broly. ... Dad ... ... My friend said we could have a sleepover." Excuse me? Who's saying this? Is this still the author?
I don't know what's fucking happening. There's some names that sound like people, but...
I think so, but like, because...
Why was Broly mentioned?
My friends said we could have a sleepover, and it was so much fun. I never had so much fun in my life, and got rehired to do Battle of the Gods. So how old is this guy supposed to be if he's having a sleepover with his friends, but works at Funimation? Like,
I don't know. What, 36?
could you imagine? It's like,
Having a slumber.
could you imagine if I called you up and said, Matt, can you check if your mum's okay with you coming to my place for a sleepover? Toby and Tom are coming, and we're gonna get ice cream, and we're gonna go down to the Blockbuster Video and rent some movies. I don't know your phone pin.
Well, I would be confused and wonder, like, when it would fall through a fucking time vortex or Mandela effect into the next dimension.
And got rehired to do a Battle of the Gods as a storyboard artist.
Storyboard. Okay, so like, first of all, Funimation is a dub company, so why the fuck would you be storyboarding anything?
Also, I really like that he's put storyboard as well. So I'm just thinking like, so, right, I'm the woman who tells people stories. And it's one of those storybroads. And storyboard artist and voice actor for Bills, and I was back on track, but still wanted to watch the lost episode to find Trunks' soul and bring him back every time I watch Battle of the Gods. I don't see Trunks, but Goten has no eyes or mouth. I think the curse is wearing off. Whatever you do, don't watch my video of the episode or read my story. I will upload. Just take the fact that I'm with Goten and Trunks. Now see you later. Me and Goten and Trunks are playing playtag. This Gohan signing out. That's the whole thing. There's only one comment, and it's just in capital letters, fucking bullshit. Okay, so the biggest problem with it was the fact it was written in such a way that there was no punctuation of any kind, which meant there was no rhythm. I couldn't figure out how to read it and try to make sense of it. So, like, the first thing you could do to fix this is
Add more full stops?
Yeah, is actually like break it down and write it in something resembling English.
Oh, I wonder if is that real paper?
Daily News. I love it's just like a mug of coffee next to it and everything. So Matt, what did you think of Dragon Ball Z, the flexing?
It was less a story and more as an incoherent ramble. Like someone was watching, doing a marathon of like Dragon Ball Z late at night, smoked up a big old bowl of peyote, and then went on a fucking dream adventure. They started off in California, woke up in Texas, saying that I am the king of dubs and the great ape, and then wrote this shit down on their phone. Or woke up to find they had written it.
It's just like, the way it's written is just so unbearable. It's just like, no capital letters, no full stops, no commas, no attempt at any sort of sentence structure. It's just like this one run-on sentence that's just like, and then Goten was Trunks, and
Even
I
if
was
there
wearing
was-
Trunks.
Even
It's
if there
like,
was,
ugh.
it's like, even if you like decided to edit and put full stops in, it still would be an incoherent
But genuinely, I
rambling.
wouldn't know where to put them because the sentence structure is so fucking scary and weird. Like, I wouldn't even know how to fix it. I wouldn't know how to go in. It would have to be the author. I don't think anyone else could do it. I wouldn't know what they were trying to say. Because only if I actually know what you're trying to say can I go in and put the punctuation where it belongs.
Like he self-inserted himself in there as characters and then went out of them and became his own character at the time. I don't know what the fuck happened. And then he had a sleepover.
A grown-ass man who, like... Oh, excuse me, grown-ass woman, because he was a storyboard artist.
But you don't know that. You can be a broad and a man. It's 2019.
But, yeah, crazy. Absolutely awful. I can't really suggest any ways to improve it, aside from, like I say, going in and trying to... Because I said, sorry for any one bad grammar or something. But I don't think there's any fixing this. I think this is one of those stories that you need to just throw away and not... This isn't good enough to go on the internet, that's for certain. It's simply not. This isn't even good enough to, like... If like your kid gave you this, you wouldn't put it on the fridge.
You'd smack him in the face and do it again.
Even if the kid was four.
I'm actually glad Toby's at his Animu convention. He's not actually at an Animu convention. It's just fun to say it, but I'm glad Toby's, because he would be going fucking nuts. He'd be in the corner screaming while blood's just streaming out of his nose. It's just like brown stuff's just dribbling out of his ears. Toby's in the corner yelling while having an aneurysm. Oh yeah, that was dog shit.
Yeah, I honestly feel like this was written from inside a padded cell. Like, I feel like the author, that the orderlies had confiscated all the punctuation.
He might cut himself on the corners.
It's like, right, we've taken these off you now because you can't be trusted with them. I feel like he wasn't even sat at a computer. There was just like a dictation machine while he was just screaming.
After all that peyote.
Yeah, it's just a text-to-speech. No, speech-to-text program. It's like transcribing everything. He's just like yelled from inside a locked room. Alrighty, the next pasta is A Mistake Never to Be Made Again. No capital letters. I have always loved Dragon Ball Z, ever since I was a little girl.
Much like everyone else.
When I was 14, I stopped watching it. I thought I was too old for it now. Kinda glad I did that now. So anyway, a couple months ago, I decided to watch it. So I
reached that age again.
So I went down to the closest video and game shop. I was in luck. I found a box set for the Saiyan Saga and Frieza Saga, so I brought them. I noticed the shopkeeper was giving me a strange look as he scanned them.
I'm a bit too old for this. Being really judgmental. Oh, here's your children's cartoons.
I remember once. This is why this story isn't true, because no one gives a shit what you buy. I remember once in Broadstairs going into this charity shop with 2 lovely little old ladies, and there was a copy of Legend of the Overfiend, and the first thing I did was like, well, I have to buy it, no matter how much it is. And it was only about 50 pence. I was like, she walked up there. I was like, oh, I'll take this. I'll take this demon hentai, please.
I would like your finest Japanese cartoon pornography, please.
Literally, I was like, do you have anything filthier than this? Just like, and I was like, I don't think we do, actually.
Sorry, dearie, we're all out of copies of La Blue Girl.
These 2 lovely old biddies like wrapped it up for me and everything. Like, well, you don't want people seeing you walking around with that, do you?
Oh, this takes me back.
I was like, no, Mrs. Miggins, I don't. So basically this is bullshit. I noticed this shopkeeper, I asked him if something was wrong and he shook his head. I should have kept this strange behaviour in mind. As soon as I got home, I got myself a drink and some snack, turned on the lamp, and snuggled up to my cover on the couch. I decided after watching a few episodes on the Saiyan Saga that I wanted to watch the Frieza Saga. Bad idea. As I finished the last episode on the last disc, I noticed on the menu it said bonus preview clip. I decided to click on it.
DVD extras, the scariest thing. There might be an Easter egg as well.
It started off with Goku, Chi, and Gohan getting ready to go to bed. Seemed normal, especially when Goku was being praised by Gohan about his achievement. After they had gone to bed, I noticed a black figure behind Gohan when he turned the lights out. By no, I freaked out.
By no?
Yeah, that's what it says. Confused and slightly curious, a part of me wanted to stop, but the other half was telling me I should watch it. It blacked out for 10 seconds before showing Gohan asleep. He was just waking, actually. At the end of his bed was a gift. It was blue with a red bow. He opened it. Gohan looked at the screen with a disturbed expression before another blackout came on. This one lasted 15 seconds.
Once again, timed it.
And I could hear shuffling in the background. When it came on, it showed Gohan with no expression, sitting on a chair, eating a heart. Okay, escalated quickly. This scared the hell out of me. I was really easily frightened. 2 people were hanging in the background. I couldn't tell who they were, but I had a pretty good idea. Are you going to explain?
No, you need to watch the show and to fully understand the in-depth complex of Dragon Ball Z murder fiction.
This went on for a minute before Gohan looked at the screen, showed a bloody, disturbing smile, and just before it blacked out for the 3rd time, it did a quick shot of the black figure I saw. When the screen was black, the words, "That is a mistake I will never make again," were said, and historical laughter could be heard. It's like the first recording of like a human voice, just this kind of...
was followed by, "I'm going to steal all these ideas and make a lot of money."
It was over and it went back to the menu. I was terrified and disturbed because I'm an enormous pussy. I noticed the option of bonus clip had disappeared. The next day I returned both box sets. "Did you enjoy them?" the shopkeeper asked. I noticed there was the same small gift on his checkout till there was in the clip. That is a mistake I will never make again, I said. And I walked out, ...
Roll credits.
That's the entire thing. Rethrenegade Wolf says, "What the? Great story, but oh geez, it sounds like a Dragon Ball Z version of Sonic EXE. If you heard of him..." I assume if they're writing shitty creepypasta, they know who Sonic.exe is.
It sounds like a general. Like, it wishes it could someday reach the heights of Sonic EXE.
Yeah. At least this was mercifully short.
You have a point there.
Singular It XE says, "No, Gohan, what happened to the innocent little boy that we all know and love?" And the ultimate Fujoshi says, upside down face, "Cool story, but I can never imagine Gohan doing that." And it has three replies that I'm apparently not allowed to read because I don't have a Wattpad account. So, yeah, what did you think of that, whatever the fuck that story was called?
It was, excluding that, it could have been anything, really. It was incredibly lazy. Just you could just say, I bought an episode of Countdown, and then I went to bed, and then someone ate a human heart.
Yeah, I put an episode of Countdown on, and it was really scary as Carol Vorderman came out juggling the guillotine heads of the other judges. There's absolutely no reason for it to be Dragon Ball Z. It doesn't add anything to the story.
I bought an old copy of Nevermind the Buzzcocks, and there was Phil Jupiter's head on a pike. Like, what the?
Yeah, no, there's no reason for it to be Dragon Ball Z. As you say, it could be just about anything. I was doing an entire episode of us just bitching creepypastas. It was so lazy because the entire thing was like, "Hey, do you want to buy these DVDs? Oh, I don't know, you weird person. Go back to the guy's house, and something from the DVDs is not his house, but the shop. Something from the DVDs is at the shop now. Oh, I better.
It could have been a Tails doll.
Yeah,
my feet are aching."
It's just one of those weird kind of lazy ones that reminds me of so many of the gaming ones we've done over the years, where it's just been, so then I broke the game in half and never played it again.
And then a ghost shot out. And then I was like, oh, if I really want to watch an episode of, the Magic Roundabout, and I know
it's so short.
Dougal's been hung.
It's so short, and the thing is, at least it's short, because a lot of these kind of stories are much longer, but they all follow that same formula of just a bunch of random disconnected shit that's barely even related to what it's supposed to be, and that just ends completely inconclusively. It's like I said, I sold the game on eBay, or it's so lazy, and there's no excuse.
I've said this before, the good thing about short stories is you don't need to explain everything, but you need to at least make it interesting enough for the person to not ask questions. That was dog shit. It's lazy. It's someone read another creepypasta and thought, oh, I can do that. Did it as half as well as the original creepypasta, which is, without doubt, is probably going to be shit to begin with.
Yeah. And
then it's expecting you to essentially have read that as well and fill in the gaps yourself. So yeah, which one is better? This one, Lost Episode, or this?
This one, because I kind of understood it. Like, the first one was, it was as though they just kind of got a bunch of Scrabble tiles, loaded them into a cannon, and fired them out into the English Channel, and then got a fishing boat to sort of try to grab them, and then put that out and called that a story. This one, at least,
you could literally file the names off and just.
Yeah, this one I was able to follow the events as they happened, so hooray.
It's you could literally, anything, random media generator, Popeye, Battlestar Galactica, literally anything you could.
Hello, and welcome to a COVID-safe, socially distanced episode of Bad Creepypasta. Hope everyone's having a wonderful Christmas where they're not allowed to see their families. Today's story is a sequel of sorts. It is the Christmas Krampus 2. I say sequel of sorts. It's a sequel. I don't know why I said of sorts. Let's go! The Christmas Krampus 2. I've got high hopes for this one.
Oh dear.
He says, lying through his teeth.
So wait, it's called the Christmas Krampus. Like, is there an Easter Krampus or like Pancake Day Krampus?
Halloween Krampus, and my personal favourite, the Kwanzaa Krampus.
The Easter Krampus. That's just a giant pumpkin, isn't it? Who wants to buy?
I thought the anti-Easter bunny was just Jesus.
I don't know if this is intentional, Matt, but it really sounds like you're saying anti-Yeaster.
Anti-Jesus.
So I don't know if you've... I got nothing. Some funny joke about Matt working in at a windmill. I got nothing.
Matt works in a windmill.
Yeah, Matt works in a windmill.
I wish I worked at a fucking windmill. It means I have a job.
You guys missed this show, didn't you? You guys missed the witticisms of Matt Dixon works in a fucking windmill. The Christmas Krampus 2, and then the first sentence after the title.
The guy joking it. Oh, remember that time Matt worked in a windmill?
It says the Christmas Krampus 2, all right? And then the next bit, it says it again. The Christmas Krampus 2. So already I'm upset. Christmas time is a time of mysterious wonder when Bung Dungus go. Good kids are joyful the whole month long in quiet anticipation of Santa's arrival. St. Nicholas doesn't own the holiday, however, for you cannot own a holiday. He has an ancient acquaintance, one who deals with naughty children. Yeah, this is a sequel. We read the first one. December the 6th, 2010.
An ancient acquaintance.
It's funny going from ancient acquaintance to 2010.
Hey, we were different people 10 years ago, man. I mean, I was blonde. You know, you had brown hair. Matt was fat. Times were different, man.
I mean, only one of those things has changed. December 6th, 2010. Christmas this year is gonna be bullshit. Mum says it's gonna be a Charlie Brown Christmas this year, meaning she's already given up on getting us any fucking presents. Christmas will be over a weekend this year, which means the mall is going to be packed. So, well, this is 2010, so yeah. Sometime.
Yeah, it's going to say, like, imagine living in a world where you could go to a shopping mall and it'll be packed.
Or, you know,
what a world.
living in a world where you can go to the shopping mall.
Yeah.
And it will be open. I like how, you know, they've said so only essential stores can stay open. So the gyms have closed, even though gyms make you healthy and no one's ever got COVID from a gym. Poundland, on the other hand, essential store, that stayed open. Got to make sure you can get your toffee and £1 DVDs. Sometimes I wish the evergreen forest was still in its place. They've spelt forest incorrectly here. They've spelt it like the name forest, like the person, but still with a lowercase f. So altogether very confusing.
Yeah.
We used to get trees there when Dad was still alive. ... Anyways, I'll be working the evenings of Christmas Eve and Christmas Day as one of Santa's helpers because I'm shorter.
Shorter than who?
Was it the place? Was it Green Hill? For a second, I just got confused. I thought you said Green Hill Zone. I thought, wait, is this a Sonic OC? Sonic versus the Krampus?
Because I'm shorter. Shorter than whom? Perhaps we'll learn later. Shorter is very vague, isn't it? I mean, are you shorter than Shaquille O'Neal? Or are you shorter than Peter Dinklage? Like, there's... I have to do it every damn weekend this month, too. I just started working there last month because Mum's going to need some help with our Christmas presents this year. This isn't the first time she's had me help pay for mine or my siblings' presents either. That's actually how I found out there was no Santa.
Alright,
So, Toby, if you could be the mum.
Hey, son, can I borrow $40 from your piggy bank? Because, well, Santa's not real, and you won't get any Christmas this year unless you say yes. You won't get Christmas this year unless you say yes.
Who's got $40 in their piggy bank, by the way? I feel like a piggy bank is not for like loose change.
Yeah, if you got $40, then you've probably graduated past piggy banks.
Real nice, right?
maybe that's the way that that's what she calls his bank account. I don't know.
Real nice, right? Same year Dad croaked too, so of course I said yes, and I'm changing my writing style. I didn't want to see a meltdown. She tried to cover it up by saying sometimes there's presents under the tree she didn't buy for us. But it's just another white lie. This year might take the cake, though.
The Christmas cake?
My own mum encouraging me to lie about my age so I can be barely eligible to work a degrading job is a real Christmas spirit killer, and I used to love it. I assume you mean Christmas and not working a degrading job. Just
The way that's written is a little confusing.
I used to love, just like wearing a big costume, standing outside, people throw shit at me. It's great, but then everyone was so cheery during Christmas, it really just brought me down.
People stopped doing it because I was rock hard the whole time, and it just made everyone uncomfortable. Hey, you piece of crap, just like throwing rocks, and I was like, yeah, now spit on me.
I often had that when I was in the middle of my summer job, as a ride
What,
operator.
rock out boner?
No, I often said to myself, this is a real Christmas spirit killer. Just in the middle of fucking the January. Ugh. Or January, July, whatever. They always bring a J. Fuck you.
This is all staying in. I'm really keeping this journal so I can rant all I want without consequence. So if you're reading this, Drew... Stop showing everyone my fucking deviant art.
I was waiting for it.
So if you're reading this, Drew, shrew off. That's what he's written, shrew off. It's none of your business. Well, that, and to remember some of the toys these kids asked for. I never have many good Christmas gift ideas, but I figure hearing several kids ask for a variety of shit while they sit on some perv's lap might give me a couple of ideas. Perhaps you might think of rewording that sentence.
Christmas-themed anal beads, yeah.
It's one of those things where, depending on what sort of voice you say it in, it makes a world of difference. Because if you just casually say, I figure hearing several kids ask for a variety of shit while they sit on some perv's lap might give me a couple of ideas. Sort of like a weird, but somewhat amusing sentence. However, if you say it like a sex pervert, but I figure hearing several kids ask for a variety of shit while they sit on some perv's lap might give me a couple of ideas. Allegedly!
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Jacob. I mean, if you say it like Larry Bundy Jr., it sounds... But I figure hearing several kids ask for a variety of shit while they sit on some perv's lap might give me a couple of ideas.
Might give me a couple of ideas of what to do about that wanker Peter Molyneux.
A couple ideas of what to stick up me bum.
I just woke up from the weirdest dream.
Larry Bundy Jr. was in it.
I just woke up from the weirdest dream. I was on a show called Bad Creepypasta, and there were 7 things up me bum. I just woke up from the weirdest dream. I think the devil or some demonic creature just came into my room and said,
Not too late!
to me in the scariest voice I've ever heard. Yeah, I mean, Gemma's Sam Raimi voice. Utterly terrifying. And then I woke up and came downstairs to find my mum talking to my dad in the living room. He was standing next to our grandma's old mirror we have. But it wasn't him in the reflection, it was the devil.
Oh no.
I awoke for a second time and just started writing. It all seemed so real.
But what does the devil look like? He wasn't just... I have no idea. Like, what does the devil look like? Are we talking Tenacious D devil? Are we talking...
Absolutely. Bright red.
Yeah, but
huge
yes,
fucking
there we go.
horns.
Dave Grohl's voice.
Yeah.
Yep, that's
Challenges people to rock-offs.
December 11th, 2010. Working at that stupid mall is not worth giving my siblings a good Christmas. I like this protagonist. I hope nothing bad happens to him. I get no respect at all. As a gamer.
As a gamer, I don't get respect.
Okay, so the narrator of this story is now Meth Elise from Psycho 6 in my mind.
No, Memphis, Tennessee.
I get no respect at all. Everyone just wants Santa, so they're all pissed at the guy telling them it's $5 for photos and to stay in line.
You know, like how he said, like, he gets no respect and how he's shorter. I just like to imagine that he's only something like 5'6", but he still has to wear like an elf costume for someone who's like 4 foot tall. So he's just got this tiny outfit on. That is why no one respects you, because you refuse to get a bigger. Like, we've got bigger sizes. Like, you can be in the raid and no. If I'm gonna be the elf. Like, okay, suit yourself, man.
I'm picturing just this like really small Rodney Dangerfield where he's like, I get no respect at all.
We don't control that shit. Don't shoot the messenger. It's boring as hell too. Luckily, there's a cute girl named Holly who is also an elf here. She's one of... She's not gonna be interested in you, dude. I mean, I've spent 2 diary entries with you and I'm already sick of you. There's no way a pretty girl is gonna be interested.
No.
You fucking simp. Who is also an elf here. She's one of the only people who's nice to me. I really spend more time checking her out than helping customers. So I know he means that, but I'm like, I check her out, and then like the customer comes up, excuse me, one moment. Yep, that's long enough looking at her ass. How can I help you? Proofread. Also, simp.
He just complimented this
What does he
female.
do? Like, he just turns, puts his fucking fist to his chin, and just stares at them.
This is why you don't get respect. It's because you're making people stand in line for ages, or you like creepily stare at your co-worker.
We have to hang out in the middle of the mall next to the 5 main stores in front of a gingerbread house. All day, kids go up to the throne-like chair. They have sat up in front of the gingerbread house for...
For what?
All day, kids go up to the throne-like chair they have set up in front of the gingerbread house for Bernard.
Bernard.
Okay.
The fuck is Bernard?
Who is Bernard? This arrangement seems odd until you go there and see it's full of cabinet registers and expensive toys to put around Santa if people buy out the ones already surrounding him. There's also a train that goes around the gingerbread house area, and this 20-foot tall Christmas tree, surrounded by wrapped presents they give away to random customers in raffles. Everyone asks for phones, tablets, or laptops so far, and I swear I forgot the only original gift idea I heard too. I kind of want to quit, but another guy, Donnie, who works here. I go to school with him, and our little brothers are friends apparently. He has a plan that'll help me give my family the Christmas we deserve. December 17th, 2010. I meant to write sooner, but things came up, so the plan is simple. Me and Donnie wait in the dressing rooms after hours until the mall closes and let in 2 associates of Donnie's. Let in 2 associates of Donnie's Inn. I'm assuming Donnie's Inn is another character. Or perhaps it's a location. It's a pub, Donnie's Inn. Donnie Yen has far too many spinal injuries from doing all those stunts over the years and has opened a chain of restaurants called Donnie's Inns. Proofread, otherwise you make a fool of yourself when you put your material on the internet. Donnie's...
After Paul Thomas Anderson got that woman horribly scarred and nearly killed, Donnie Yen decides to quit after The Monster Hunter.
Wait, what happened?
Fuck you, Paul Thomas Anderson, your movie's shit and you nearly killed someone.
What happened? This is
You don't
news
know
to
about
me.
this. So apparently during the new shitty Monster Hunter movie, Paul W.S. Anderson changed a stunt at the last minute and nearly got a stunt woman killed, and she's been horribly maimed.
That's... What?
Yeah. Also, have it, on a tangent, did you hear, apparently, they were banking on selling this movie to China, and there was a really shitty joke in the first 30 seconds of the film. It's a really stupid joke, and China took offense to it, and then have banned the movie within 30 seconds.
I think it is like an offensive thing. But, the problem... No, but Monster Hunter, I fucking love Monster Hunter. It's fucking one of my favourite franchises. It's going to horrible.
I honestly hope any film that's designed as Chinese pandering fucking fails.
CREEPYPASTA. Banned in China? Probably. Is there any proof that we are?
Well, if it turns out we're really famous in China...
Imagine if you were big in China.
Well, looking at my cuddly bear-like appearance, I could be the next Emperor for Life of China.
Me and Donnie wait in the dressing rooms after hours until the mall closes and let in 2 associates of Donnie's Inn when the coast is clear. After that, we disable the cameras from the manager's office, then take whatever we want. We know the security guards' schedules and how well they are guarding the mall. So, should be a piece of cake unless we have to bring extra people. December 23rd, 2010. Turns out we're going to have to bring extra people. Donnie apparently told his brother in confidence about the plan, and then his brother collaborated with Brody, and they are both coming along with their friends. I feel like collaborated is a little clumsy there. Probably should use a different word. We're going to get in so much trouble. Is everyone retarded but me? Okay, so this guy's a gamer. He's short. He stares at women. He potentially pervs on children. And he thinks everyone is retarded but him. Are we dealing with an Elliot Rodgers sort of character here?
I think so.
I hope
We're
so.
dealing with Jacob. We are dealing with official gamer.
I don't know why, but the way Toby started talking, then I thought he was going to go, what we're dealing with, Jacob, is really a miracle of evolution. All it does is eat, sleep, and play video. And that's all. Is everyone retarded but me? Shut up, cunt. I'm going to write down my progress as I go tomorrow. Even got started early and took a watch to record the time. Mum found out about the watch and tried to chastise me for stealing, but she knows I didn't really care.
Oh.
It's not like I used to be. It's not like it used to be when she yelled at us, sent us to our rooms, then tell us she was sending up dads to talk to us about it.
All right.
I don't like that talk is in inverted commas like that.
I don't like that either.
Yes, it gets creepy when you're like between the fucking pervert thing earlier and this. It's very easy to insinuate terrible things.
Being a gamer that doesn't get respect from women.
Again, it's the kind of thing where, like, depending on how you read it.
Do you think if he had decided to set it instead of being in 2010 it was 2015, he'd be doing vlogs all the time? I'm just saying, women are scientifically proven to not be as smart as men.
Yeah, I genuinely am picturing like a proper full-blown incel for this character. It's like dating game all over again. It's lovely.
It hasn't quite reached that. It's not that bad. Yet.
He's not the Burger King yet.
There was rarely any talking, however. I hope she understands that I'm doing this all for us. December 24th, 2010. 11 a.m. Told my mum I'd have to work late shift tonight. And she threw a fit. Wrong through.
Yeah.
So, and she threw a fit. So, like I don't know if he's looking at her through a fit. Or she's crawling through a fit. I don't know, learn to write. Luckily, she's mad at the mall, not me. 2 p.m. Been working 2 hours now, and I'm already excited for what's in store. Pun intended. Go fuck yourself. 5 p.m. They're serving the greatest hot chocolate I've had in my life from a big cauldron behind the gingerbread house. I'm so glad you've included this. I need to nab one of their hot cocoa makers.
That was a critical update.
It may well be. This could be Chekhov's gun. They've introduced a cauldron into the story. Now,
So is he so he said he was going to write this down. Is he whipping out a book every couple of hours and just jotting
it's
this
his diary,
down?
Yeah. This is his diary, isn't it? But
you remember all the time people just whipping out diaries and writing down in the middle of dressed as an elf in the middle of a shopping mall.
But because this is, as I say, Chekhov's cauldron, what I imagine will happen is that Donnie of Donnie's Inn a stunt will go wrong because of Paul W. Sanderson, and he will fall backwards into the cauldron and be burned alive. That's what I think will happen. 8 p.m. I am so pumped for this. If all goes well, it'll take less than an hour and a half to do the job. We're close to 10. 11 p.m. We're waiting for the others now. We're practically alone, which is crazy because sometimes we have employees at the mall here until 1, cleaning up and stuff. I would have figured they'd beef up security around this time too. Guess they don't think they'll be robbed on Christmas. I had it, the ominous laughter. Sometimes as an actor you have to make choices,
It works.
It's not always there in the text. You've got to put the flesh on it. 11:12 p.m. We just let in our partners in crime. Why was it everything else was rounded up, wasn't it? Like 11 a.m., 2 p.m., 5 p.m., 8 p.m., 11 p.m. I imagine he's not writing it dead on the hour every single time, but now it's suddenly gone to 11:12 p.m.
12 minutes later.
Our little brother.
Well, I just since I like the idea that they've they've just let their mates in and he's just standing there at the entrance while they're all come on, and he's just sorry, I just got to jot this down. I'm gonna make sure I don't lose this because we'll be in the shit if someone finds this evidence.
Our little brothers and their friends were picked up by Dylan, who was picked up our other associates.
Perfect.
Great, yeah. Just post that on the wiki, that's fine. And who else would be driving? It's fucking Holly. I can't believe it. This could be the sort of trust-building exercise great relationships are built on. You're weird.
Yes.
There's 8 of us in total.
Like a chef's kiss, that was. Fucking, what a cunt. Oh, honestly.
I'm 50% sure we're getting away with this now. All right.
Trust-building exercise. Robbery.
There's 8 of us total, and I'm only 50% sure we're getting away with this now. 11:23 p.m. The mall looks pretty nice at night. All the lights in the dark and no one around. It's pretty great. We've already started filling our carts and our pockets.
I'm mostly writing this as we go along, and these fags are already mocking me for it. Hey, got that right at least.
Yeah. Why are you jotting this down? Why are you leaving evidence of your crime?
11:37 p.m. Something really weird just happened. We passed Bernard. I hoped at least who was still in the costume.
I assume we're supposed to infer that Bernard is the guy who's dressing up as Father Christmas. Because earlier on it was like, they put a big chair up for Bernard. And it's like, but it's not made clear.
No, it's Bernard Matthews. It's like you got Santa and the guy who makes fish fingers.
We asked him what the hell he was doing, and he said he could ask the same thing. Then he said, "Who wants to be the voice of Bernard?"
Just go home now. It's not too late.
Not going to lie, I kind of want to now. That got to me. That's not the weirdest part though. He had an actual reindeer with him. What? Just sort of dragged it in on the street. Why not? Just forgot to mention it beforehand anyway. I have no clue or how or why the fuck he got it in the store, but he did. And just like that, he left. We've circled around twice now and can't find him. No one else wants to go, so I guess we're staying. 12:39 a.m. Everything has gone terribly, terribly wrong. I'm not helping, I'm just writing. I don't know
I mean, yeah.
So everything has gone terribly, terribly wrong. I'm not helping the situation at all.
If anything, I'm making it worse.
I'm weaving in between everyone while writing. Like, you're in my light, move out of the way. There's nothing like bringing the stenographer along for the heist, is it? It was the most important member of the Ocean's 11 crew, wasn't it?
We went to the tree in the centre mall by the stairs to help ourselves to the presents. There were all sorts of different decorated wrappings and boxes. Someone left some of their own there. There were some presents that said, "From Krampus," instead of Santa. I don't know what that is, but they're so dead if I find them. Okay. We started to grab some of the boxes and we're gonna open up one each at once. Isaac, Donnie's little brother, opened one early anyways and stuck his hand in the box to grab his prize. We heard a loud crack and a snap, followed by loud screaming. Inside the gift box he opened was an open bear trap. Isaac wailed and squirmed, despite us telling him he needed to stay calm.
Hang on, let's have a look. Wait, hold up. It's an open bear trap. Is that what it says? Yeah, the gift box he opened was an open bear trap, so he's unharmed.
Yeah, it's true. What
the fuck's he screaming about? What a pussy.
It turns out that he's actually the kid's actually scared of bear traps, so it's more traumatizing than physically painful.
It took me, Donnie, and Holly to pry it open and get his arm out. What a great dating exercise this is for him. Like, I think this is working out amazingly well.
Yeah. No, that's a real trust-building exercise. You fall backwards and someone catches you. This one, they do the same thing, but other people pry a bear trap off your arm.
Meanwhile, all the other presents around us started shaking and a couple burst open. I heard what I think was high-pitched laughter, like from a toy, but we ran before whatever bombs or anything inside the boxes could go off. Then we wrapped Isaac's wounds as tightly as possible. I hope that helps. No, you fuck. Dude, you're the most selfish prick. That is the most unbelievable thing you've just said in this story. I hope that helps. You're the most selfish prick in this story. You've already made it known that you only care about yourself. I wonder if Bernard did this, and he was the only other person we saw there here. We are almost...
Clearly it was a reindeer.
You could be right. We are almost on the other side of the mall now, but the exit is blocked by a steel cage door, and no one can get any cell service, so we're going to have to go back. I swear I keep hearing little footsteps behind us. 12:42 a.m.
Every 10 minutes he's just fucking jotting stuff down.
Just keep writing.
Literally. 12:42 a.m. So far, every entrance we've passed is blocked. Even the one we just passed. Someone's playing old Christmas music on the intercom now. Holly keeps saying we're all going to die. I'm practically pissing my pants.
I'm glad one of us is, because to me this is not frightening.
No.
And again, the suspension of disbelief isn't there because you're just grabbing your diary and scribbling down in it, and it's that old cliche, isn't it? Just like, and I can hear the monster scraping at the door. Like, as I write this, it's breaking in. It just feels silly. There's no urgency to it. 12:52 a.m. I'm useless. I can't do anything but nervously write.
You can just judge it. You can write down the obvious.
All the entrances are locked and everyone is panicking. I'm panicking so much I can sit here and write in my diary. We have yet to find any security guards and the glass is too thick to break. We're going to have to find a way out or survive until morning. I don't know how long Isaac can go on for. Which one's Isaac? I don't care. 1:17 a.m. Killer toys. Next sentence. Someone made killer toys. Dylan thinks it's magic or something stupid.
What?
I think, because I'm an intellectual, it obviously has to
Clearly,
be...
it's psychic powers, not magic.
I think it obviously has to be robots or something. All right, you're not sure. You said or something, but it's obvious. Okay, go fuck yourself. But debating it doesn't change what we saw. We all passed an old porcelain Christmas doll, making its slow movements like it was building toys when it used its hammer to smack Erica on the head.
Who's Erica?
Erica! You can't be here. This place is full of children. She immediately began bleeding, and I kicked the things away. Then it scurried off. What things? There's the porcelain doll. What else did you kick away? There's movement all around us. We are in Santa's village area trying to think what to do. We could stay here in one of the small houses, but no one wants to stay. We could go to the gingerbread house and hold up there, but I don't know about the toys there either. We could and should go to the tool shop for weapons and just break out of here, but they don't want to pass the tree area at all.
This reads like somebody's subconscious, like as if someone talks in their sleep and that's just the shit they're coming out with to their partner.
Yeah.
It's like, we could go to the gingerbread house and hold up there.
This feels to me, when someone's telling you a story but you really don't give a shit?
Yeah.
I imagine that's probably how the people listening feel right now. But when someone's telling you, I ran into Bill, and you don't know who the fuck Bill is, but you don't want to tell the person you don't know that because it'll cause a fight. It's in this scenario, it's your partner, right? Someone's like, I ran into Billy Bob Jimsonson, and you're like, I think I'd remember if I knew someone with that name. I feel like you're making this up as you go along, Gemma. But then they go, I ran into Billy Bob Jimsonson, right? And then you tune out for a bit, and they go, with the jelly feet, and you think, fuck, I missed a lot of this story, and now I've got to pretend I understand it. Otherwise, I'm sleeping on the couch. Do you know what I mean? So that's
The fuck? Where the fuck did you get jelly feet from? That's
the point is, because I feel before everyone just stops watching, I should clarify what the point I'm trying to make is.
What really the point is Gemma is an idiot.
The point that I'm making is, this story feels like, even though I have been paying attention, this story feels like I've missed loads of stuff. Because they keep mentioning people and places and things that I don't recognize or understand. So it feels like one of those stories that you're not fully listening to. Okay, we could go to the escalators and hang out on the second floor for a fuller view of the mall and see if there's a way out through the roof. I think I've seen... Actually, I should read this sentence as it's written. We should go to the escalators and hang out on the second floor for a fuller view of the mall and see if there's a way around through the roof. I think I've seen people cleaning the skylight before, so there might be a ladder down the side of the building or something in case of emergency. Everyone agrees with the latest plan. It's good I had the journal brainstorm.
What?
Not quite certain what that means, and I'm past caring. 1:35 a.m. We talk about Christianity. That's a very Christian kind of thing to say, isn't it?
Yes.
I did a double take flirt. There's some animals on the roof. You can see them through the skylight. They look like oxen and reindeer. Same person who put the presents under the tree had to do that. Is Bernard some sick holiday killer?
He's up to something.
But why? Bernard is no mad dog killer. He is after something. Is Bernard some sick holiday killer? Is he Krampus or whatever the hell? What a weird name. Anyways, we can't go up there with those things there too. I haven't seen any more toys or anything, but the second floor is pitch black just about, barring some of the light from the first floor displays. The mall should look beautiful from this vantage point at this time of night, but now it all looks quite creepy and ominous. Isaac is going to bleed to death soon if he doesn't get proper help soon, too. I'm convinced this can only be half real, and my sanity is slipping. I realize I should have chosen the green artifact at the beginning of the game, and not the red. 2:02 a.m. We just met Krampus. He's not Bernard at all.
Cope's on the bed.
And that's the game. That's the game, set, and match. That is it. Whoa, what a sentence.
Merry Christmas, everyone!
He's not Bernard at all.
Not Bernard at all.
I've just seen the poster. Coming this December. He's tall, he's frightening, and he's not Bernard at all. As I say Bernard in America.
Are you going to read
It's
it?
time to bung down your dungus. Saul Spooderman stars as Krampus. 12 long, bony fingers came over the railing, and they pulled up a lanky monstrosity, the demon from my nightmare, but I could make out much more detail this time. The creature was wearing some sort of happy holiday creepy clown mask. That's all I can describe it as, because I lack imagination. It has twisted goat legs. It has a red and green Christmas jacket with a hood. Although I don't know how or why it wears that, because it has only 2 long candy cane-like horns jetting forward. He's not written forward. He's written forward, as in what goes at the beginning of a book. Which is ironic, because I don't think that's something he's read. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Jokes.
If you want to make your Christmas monster intimidating, giving him candy cane horns isn't really going to cut it.
And 2 smaller black inner ones going back.
What does black inner ones going back mean?
Who the fuck even cares? It has a large saddle-like basket full of body parts and sticks. I think. So it's body parts and sticks, I think, on its back. It's also in bells and chains. How the hell couldn't we hear him coming? That's not me criticizing, that's actually written in the story. I don't know why we didn't just run immediately. Maybe curiosity, but we really should have. It moved slowly, deliberately. It methodically grabbed Isaac by his free arm and pulled him onto its knee.
Oh my god, you know what's going to happen now? He's going to shake him.
Fucking Krampus. What does this have to do with Krampus 1, by the way?
I was just thinking that.
But yeah, Krampus 1, it was like he shakes children. Terrifying. And pulled him onto his knees. And tossed him in a big cauldron. No, pulled him onto his knee. Also, pulled him onto its knee, because it's the wrong it.
What?
As it crouched down and got out a large bundle of switches.
What?
Didn't we have this issue in the first one? This might be just me like manufacturing a memory because it's been a long time since we read it, but I swear this switches thing wasn't, and we were like, what the fuck does the author mean by switch?
It switches like a cane sort of thing, but like flexible sort of. It's like smacking a kid with a switch.
I'm kind of disturbed that you know that, Matt, but thanks for sharing. Today I learned something. Not only about the word switch, but I learned something about Matt. It pulled down Isaac's pants and spanked him 4 or 5 times.
Right.
Each swing whistled through the air and made Isaac produce a large yelp. He was hit so hard he began bleeding after the first. We just stood and watched out of shock and confusion. After it was finished, he let Isaac go and said, "Go now before it gets much worse." He's northern. In that voice that paralyzes you with fear.
Oh no, it's taking me to Manchester.
It's the fear you have. It's like when your child introduces you to their boyfriend or girlfriend. I want you to come home and meet the parents, and it's that voice we all dread hearing. "Hello, pleased to meet you." Oh God, God, he's northern. Like secretly blessing their water under the table, putting garlic on their food, wondering why it's not working. It's like, never invite a northerner into your house. It renders you powerless. Northerners are vampires is the joke.
Have you heard that song, I Bet That You Look Good on the Dance Floor, by the Arctic Monkeys?
The Arctic Monkeys, best bloody song that was ever... let me tell you something, alright?
Oh my god.
Let me tell you something about Arctic Monkeys. 10 out of 10, best band that ever. I used to... And the thing is, everyone in the North fucking knows famous people from the North, right? You never meet a guy from the North who's just from the North. They're always like, yeah, I used to go to a pub with him, with his dad. We used to be on same pool team. You fucking liar! Like, every Northern person you've ever met knows every famous person from the North. Me and Jon Snow. Jon Snow's not even real! That's a fictional character! He used to come in here with all his leathers on and his black cloak and that. He used to come in the pub. And every day he only used to have half a shandy. He was a real lightweight. You're making this up!
You're adding the half a shandy to throw me off.
Fucking Northerners, man. These people are crazy.
Always give him a wine and say, I don't want it.
I don't want it. Daenerys. Oh, bloody hell. One of your dragons has crawled right up my urethra. I don't remember the last season of Game of Thrones all that well. I think he got a dragon stuck in his urethra.
So the Krampus decides to punish... Okay, so all these kids have broken in and he's going to punish them. So he, brutally canes, the one person who's already dying of blood loss.
Donnie walked right up to the still crouching creature and yanked its mask right off. His face is like a frostbitten Santa Claus. His beard is black. There's soot in his sack and his nose is tickly too.
I was gonna go, is it not Old Man Winkles? The creepy janitor?
I pulled the mask off. Bernard! But moments ago we said it wasn't Bernard at all!
Old man Bernard from the opened mall?
Yes, I'm here to sabotage the mall because my bait and tackle shop has gone out of business. Isn't it great how in in Scooby-Doo, small businesses are always the villain and huge, corporations are the good guys?
Yeah.
Gotta instill those messages in children young.
Oh my god, you're fucking right. Jesus. I never even thought about it that way. What the fuck? You have just ruined Scooby-Doo. What the fuck?
Really?
Jacob?
I've ruined Scooby-Doo, not the pages and pages of Scooby-Doo Rule 34. I ruined Scooby-Doo for you. When Santa got stuck up the chimney, get to shut. Oh, fuck, that shit's stuck in my head now because of the beard is black line.
Yeah, you've done it.
Yeah.
It's in my head now.
That's another thing that makes me think of northern kids, not regular kids, northern kids, tuneless little goblins. It's and here come the children. When Santa got stuck up the chimney, brilliant. And the mustache is far more distinct. Its eyes were visible now. They were piercing, like the eyes of shell-shocked victims we saw photos of in school. Definitely appropriate for your Christmas horror story. But they glowed red when he heaved and gleamed green when he swayed. Whatever. His face seemed serious for a second. Then an aggressive and eerie smile spread across its face. And its eyes popped excitedly.
What are you doing in my swamp?
I like that he used both its there, its face and its eyes, and one of them's correct and one isn't, because he was like, well, 50-50. I'll get one of them right. Dumbass. It began to giggle like it was trying really hard through it. Also, what pronouns are we going for with this monster? Are we going for he or are we going for it? Because it's constantly changing between the two. His face seemed serious for a second, then an aggressive and eerie smile spread across its face. It began to giggle like it was really trying hard to repress a laugh. It slowly stuck out its long tongue and licked Donnie's face. Then it swiftly reached out its twisted arm, grabbing him by the throat, and quickly rose to its feet. See, I don't mind the tense changes because I'm like, whatever, it's a diary, Hold on, so 2:02 a.m., right? The next diary entry is 2:19 a.m. So all of this happens in the space of 17 minutes. All this happens and he sits down and describes it all. He looked so scared. The Krampus threw Donnie clear over the railing into a giant snow globe display. That's only funny if you've seen the Krampus movie. That shattered on impact. A lot of blood immediately pooled around him. I've never seen anything like that before. Everyone began running after the moment sank in. Yeah, that's fine. Right like that. I didn't budge it. I'm not even mad anymore. I didn't budge at first. He was still moving, struggling to put himself up. Holly grabbed my arm and pulled me until I followed. She was just twitching, but I don't know. I just don't know anymore. It chased us into a nearby outlet store. It moved so unnaturally, like a puppet from those Christmas specials. We're held up in a jewellery shop, getting our bearings. It hasn't been long since the ordeal. Writing is all that can calm my nerves.
Yeah, and everyone else thinks you're a giant twat.
It's like, can you help us come up with a plan? Are you writing plans? Is that what you're doing in that book? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but none of them are really ready to share with you guys, so don't even worry about it.
I need to workshop these for a couple of weeks.
2:19 a.m. It's right outside the store. We're making a run for it. 2:26 a.m. We ran into a trap. The monster herded us like cattle into an ambush. Disfigured toys holding strings of Christmas lights, making to a makeshift net, were in wait of our arrival. Erica ran face first into it and they were wrapping her up immediately. It's petrifying, this, isn't it? Absolutely terrifying. The petrifying gingerbread men, nutcrackers and toy maker dolls descended on her, violently hitting, gnawing and stabbing. The putrid looking figures began to surround us. We didn't wait or even try to help. We just ran for our lives. She's still screaming. 2:53 a.m. Everything is quiet now, aside from Brody's sobbing. It occurs to me we're all going to die, and I don't even know everyone here. Brody never introduced his friends he brought. Erica introduced herself when we met.
Oh, so there's you introducing
3:14
Erica.
a.m. We're on the first floor train, going through them all. It's too dark on the upper levels to fend for ourselves, and I lost a shoe in the chaos. Ditched in the...
Terrifying.
the biggest tragedy of the story.
It's truly the greatest casualty. My foot's now a bit colder.
Ditched the other one because it hindered my running. 3:18 a.m.
Billy with the jelly feet.
Don't. Oh, that killed me earlier. 3:18 a.m. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's a bunch of smaller creatures climbing onto the back of the train. They're getting closer.
Put the
We're
fucking
going to
diary
have to
away.
jump soon.
He's still writing this down.
We're going to try to fend them off while we wait until we're near the gingerbread house.
It's just so unthreatening, isn't
Will
it?
you put down the fucking pen and help us, you twat?
Like, let's really break this down, like how unthreatening this is. Aside from the fact he's writing in a diary when he should be fighting for his life, we've got a bunch of smaller creatures climbing onto the back of a train. They're getting closer, but we'll try to fend them off and wait until we're near the gingerbread house. Like, what is frightening in that sentence?
It also doesn't help that he's not described, basically outside of like stock things like, oh, gingerbread men, it's like, oh yeah, and smaller creatures. Is it leprechauns? Have we crossed over with St. Patrick's Day? Like, what the fuck are you... Waffle men are attacking. It's the Care Bears. Oh shit, the Care Bears are coming to kick your ass.
If waffle men attack, we'll just unleash the Toby. Bunch of
Fucking
waffle people being like, there's this 6'4" man out there, bad fella. This cockney, swallow your whole.
Jacob, at the end of... Does he throw a bottle of lemonade into Toby's mouth?
Toby trying to eat this waffle man running through, I don't know, a model ship, I guess. Just hoofs a bottle of lemonade into his mouth.
Okay. 3:39 a.m. They just left. Something else is coming. So we jumped off the train and got into the house. There's chairs and a couple of tables in there. So we flipped the main table and used it as a makeshift shield. The horde came pouring in, and many collided hard against the table. Several of them jumped over and grabbed at us, clawing and scratching. They scratched our faces and tore some of the clothes off our backs. Some of them looked like little horned demons, some like gnomes. Many wore various horned and witch-like masks. They're like evil elves. What's the actual hell is happening?
I don't know.
Again, that's not Toby criticising the story, that's just what's on the page.
We're about to leave. They think we fought them all off, but they seemed to just leave too easily.
4:17 a.m.
Well, it's 4::17 a.m.
Ah, I see. I don't know why. Why would they go towards the noise? What possessed us to do such a stupid thing? The second we were out of the door, we snuck around the side towards the back. Then we heard bubbling. As we got closer, the smell became more pungent as well. It was like burning paper and almonds? Almonds, almost.
We're staying in.
Oh. It's come back. The cauldron.
Yes! We have come full circle. Alright, they didn't actually mention it for no reason. Alright, I'm actually quite happy.
Although it's spelt wrong, cauldron. The cauldron had a fire under it, and it was full of boiling ink.
What?
I grabbed Brody and started backing away, but Holly and Stephen, who's Stephen, moved closer to inspect. Dylan kept still.
I have no idea who's still in the party, in quotation marks, and who's not.
The Krampus sprang from the shadows and speared Stephen right through the head with a trident. It went through the back of his right cheek and out his eye. The others screaming is how I learned his name finally. He lived through the impalement. He was screaming the whole time. He kicked and flailed around violently at first. Krampus looked giddy at the sight. He delicately moved the trident over the cauldron and dunked Stephen in. His body sizzled loudly upon contact with the ink.
Okay, I don't know much about Krampus lore, and I feel like I probably shouldn't need to, because these stories should explain. What's with the ink?
I don't get it.
Is he going to write with his corpse?
Is that how he writes his naughty list? The beast raised out his now almost entirely limp body. He dangled like a fish on a hook. He was entirely black, and the foul-smelling liquid dripped off his body. I began to back up, psyching myself up to run, when it turned its attention to us. Its face grew more twisted and monstrous. We just ran again. It's still coming, but we have a short time to rest. We're by the entrance now. We're going to smash through a window with the hammers and make our way to Holly's car. 5 a.m. Looking out the window, the parking lot no longer existed. In its place was the vast evergreen forest.
Spelled correctly this time.
Yes. We began hammering and hammering at the glass. It started to crack, but didn't seem like it would shatter soon. We heard something behind us, and I handed my hammer to Brody and told Holly to take him and run the second...
Brody an enormous bottle of lemonade.
And told Holly to take him and run the second the glass broke. The bulbs of each Christmas light string began to burst around us, popping like fireworks. Small and colourful flames lit in their place down the row, one by one, casting an eerie glow around us. It also illuminated our incoming attacker. Its hooves cracked like thunder on the floor as it came closer to us. I climbed a small North Pole display as the beast came into full view. I'll read that again. I climbed a small North Pole display as the beast came into full view. Right, that wasn't just me. The glass gave way behind me. I ran across the roof, leaped at the demon, and caught it by one of the horns as I fell, yanking it down and knocking over a Christmas tree. Decorations flew off and rolls on the floor. Spelt R-O-L-E-S. The Krampus kept its footing and swatted me off of it. I got up as it began to trot my way, menacingly. I don't think you can ever trot menacingly. It's coming towards you.
Yeah, like a trot is the least intimidating. Like any form of it's one of those like forms of locomotion that has no way of being intimidating. It's like he skipped menacingly, he pranced, he minced.
It giggled ominously and its eyes bulged. Its expression was that of crazed, amazed excitement. I slowly paced backwards, trying not to make any sudden moves. In an instant, I heard a loud bust and felt a stabbing pain shoot up my leg. I had stepped on an ornament that instantly collapsed.
What does a loud bust sound like?
I don't know. Like,
just this is what's that sound? Can't you hear that in the distance? Enormous breasts. Get it? Because bust also means breasts. Do you get my joke, Gemma?
I get it. I get it.
She doesn't get it. Fish territory.
I had stepped on an ornament that instantly collapsed, sending shards of colourful glass into my foot. I jumped up, grabbing my left foot and balancing myself on my right leg. The Krampus grabbed my ankle and yanked me onto the floor. Is anyone seeing this as an incredibly funny image, or is that just me? You know, like in the show Tom and Jerry, right?
Yes, I'm familiar with the extremely popular cartoon, yeah.
And like if Tom accidentally like stepped on something sharp and he goes, oh, and he jumps.
I don't think he goes, oh, I think it's usually a lot more dramatic than that.
Yeah, I didn't want to...
Part of the thing about Tom is the very loud screaming. Thank you, Toby.
And just have like his, and then I can imagine him doing that, and then the Krampus just grabbing him and dragging him to the floor. It was very funny. I started to crawl away, but it kept its grip on me and tightened it. Then he threw Then he threw me over his shoulder and into the ground. I hit face first and very hard. My head is still pounding. I wiggled and writhed from its grip, just barely, and used the time to make a run from it. I sprawled to my feet and started to dash towards the broken window. God, this is a long chapter. The pain was terrible. Each step pushed the jagged ceramic fragments deeper into my foot, and then the snow came. I stepped on a little broken glass too, so cold it was unnoticeable almost.
Guys, you know how earlier on I said it's kind of like one of those stories where you're not listening, except I am listening? Like I am paying attention, but it's still not... I have stopped paying attention, and I feel in the interest of honesty I should share that with all of you.
The pain from the cold. I followed the footprints near the edge of the newly formed yet fully grown evergreen forest. Upon closer inspection, it was more of a maze. I ran in and began to follow the narrow pathways formed by the trees. The pain on my feet really began to set in, but adrenaline kept me going. The snow and fog was thick, but I could still make out most of my surroundings. I walked for a bit, but seemed to lose track of the prints. I started panicking and moved quicker through choosing random twisting paths as I went, only surrounded by bushy trees. Eventually I came to notice that some of the trees around me had decorations. Not just typical Christmas ornaments either, but weird carved stones and wooden figures. I grew more and more anxious as I continued on the path. I felt like I was being watched and that the demon was stalking me. I repeatedly looked around frantically. I started feeling like I was going in circles. I was nervous. I began passing trees with more elaborate decor and small bones. Terror was gripping me at this point, but I continued. I saw and still see a bright, large light ahead. I stopped by a nearby tree to take a short rest and write this before I go on. I hope it's my friends.
5:52 a.m. I just found Holly and Brody. She said she knows where the parking lot is, and I saw her car, so we're on our way out. 5:33 a.m. I was half right. I just found Dylan. I wasn't ready to see him like that. I don't know anyone who could be. His palms were impaled on long spikes in front of him, in a way that seemed like he had to rest on them. He was frozen stiff in a way that expressed clear agony. His back was cut open. His ribcage spread open wide. His lungs were removed from the wound and placed on his shoulders, and combined with the rest of his iced over form, if made him appear somewhat angelic. He was adorned with a halo of Christmas lights on his head, which had cut into him. The pillars were also wrapped in lights, as wooden constructs around him was covered in bright embellishments. At first, and then that's the whole paragraph for me? Is that for you as well? Or? 5:52 a.m. I just found Holly and Brody. She said she saw... I just found Holly and Brody. She said she knows where the parking lot is, and I saw her car, so we're on our way now. So we're on our way out. 6:07 a.m. The paths were becoming less narrow, and there is more spacing between most of the trees now. But I'm not sure that's good now. We've started noticing various snowmen around us, off the trail, but surrounding it.
Is Matt still here?
They have 2 carrots. One for their nose.
Don't go there. 6:49 a.m. One of them moved. They started shifting around. We didn't notice until it was too late. We came near a small pond with a thin layer of ice over it, and saw the parking lot. Salvation in our range of vision, not very far away. I think Holly saw it first, but right then, a chilling, eerie snowman grabbed Brody by the arm. He struggled to get away. As it pulled him closer, I began yanking on my brother's sleeve to free him. He managed to slide from his jacket, and where he had been grabbed by the skin had blackened and bruised. Worst frostbite I've ever seen. We got ready to fight them off, but they crumbled away as stomping drew near us. We didn't have a chance to run. The Krampus leaped forth from the fog and bounded at us, his body covered in fur and long tail whipping about. His face was more monstrous, and he now had more pronounced snout. His eyes still horrifying. He seized me by the throat and threw down onto the hard sheet of ice, bursting it open. Busting it open. I didn't read that properly. I started to pick myself up when I felt the demon's large hand on my head. It pushed my face into the freezing water and held me there. I tried to hold my body up.
Is he still writing this? Is he writing this as it's happening?
Right now. Why he's under
his
there?
face is in the water, but he's like got his arms above his head and he's trying to scribble it on his page.
I held my breath for a while, but could feel myself slipping, my lungs beginning to demand more air. I didn't hold it longer than 30 seconds before I involuntarily opened my mouth to suck in air. Instead, my mouth and throat filled with murky ice water. I felt the pain as cold ice water made its way down my windpipe and into my lungs. The pain and suffocation were too much to bear, and I began to drift away. I was suddenly pulled from the water as the beast was pushed off me by Holly, who had quite a running start. The Krampus picked her up with one hand and lifted her to his face. I coughed up water. The creature licked her and then stuck its abnormally long tongue down Holly's throat. I got up and grabbed Brody by the hand. It dropped Holly and then took the basket from its back. Holly began to cry for help. We backed up. Chains wrapped around and dug into her, pulling her into the dark abyss that lie within the basket. L-Y-E is how they spell the basket. Lie.
Oh, lie, as in like bleach.
Yeah. I ran up to help. As she drew near the top of the basket, several hands grabbed a hold of her and began pulling her in. I held on for a while, then grabbed her keys and let her go.
Pretty good team building exercise so far.
Yeah. I don't know whose expression was more haunting, hers or Brody's. We made a mad dash for the parking lot. We made it to the car and got in. We agreed Brody would drive as my foot left me in no condition to, and I could steer.
The wrong two as well. It's my foot left me in no condition as well.
Yeah.
Proofread your stories. Dun dun dun. Proofread your shit before you put it on the internet.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, we're almost done. That's good. We tried calling from the parking lot, but still got nothing. He tried to start the car, but it wouldn't go at first. He turns the key, the engine revved up, but nothing happened. He did it again and again. Before the fourth attempt, the Krampus burst through the passenger window and grabbed me by the head. It started shaking me hard when the car started. Brody slammed on the gas, and the speed of us peeling out broke its grip. We began the ride home. Safe at last. Haven't seen a single car on the road yet, though. Brody BL aims... BL and in space aims me for not helping enough. But we're alive, damn it.
Because you're writing the fucking diary the whole time.
So, 7:02 a.m. We're just now getting home. We both agreed we're not telling Mum the truth. That's no need for that diary entry. 7:19 a.m. We came in expecting Mum to have been waiting up all night for us, but instead she seemed more occupied entertaining company. She seemed to be in some trance. The guest she had over was our father. She noticed us and told us to come into the living room. Your dad's dead, isn't he?
Yeah.
Isn't that the punchline? Oh, it's a ghost. They were worried all night. We came in and blurted bits of the truth out anyway. I turned and saw my father's reflection was the demon's shape, just like in my dream. confirming what I already knew. I told her not to trust that was Dad, but she wouldn't listen. She grabbed us and started marching us upstairs. She locked us up in each of our respected rooms. I think you mean respective, but I guess you can respect a room. She told me through the door she was sending up Father to talk with us. This will be my last entry. Sorry. It's the fact talk is in inverted commas, man. If you find...
It secretly means for anyone who's sodomites.
If you find this, please take this advice. Keep the Christmas spirit and be good for God's sake. Just because the holidays are usually a time of joy doesn't mean they always will be. Not all children have a Merry Christmas, ... We're going to make this a weird, thinly veiled thing about child abuse. For some reason. But it doesn't really go anywhere or factor into the other stuff that happens in the story. Because I'm a bad writer. Yeah, that wasn't very good.
No.
Catchphrase of the week.
But would you is this better or worse than the first one?
Worse? Went on for fucking longer than the first one. That's bad.
As a story that's, it's poorly written, the main character is sort of unlikable, and I just don't like the Krampus as a concept, as a horror, slightly different, but the Krampus is like, oh, Father Christmas will give you presents if you're good, and either nothing or coal if you're bad, but if you're particularly naughty, a horrible monster will come out and beat and or murder you, so it's a good thing we have this thing around to, these people stole some shit from a mall. Oh no, they need to die. Couldn't this supernatural creature, target, I don't know, murderers, rapists, nope, a bunch of jackass teenagers who robbed a mall that probably wouldn't notice the things that were missing.
Yeah, this is awful. There was a lot of stuff at the beginning where you just absolutely despise the person who you're supposed to be rooting for, I guess. Is there anyone you're supposed to be rooting for in this story? No. It's all just awful.
I guess you can root for the Krampus.
Should have been rooting for the Krampus.
No, but the Krampus is clearly some sort of he's a sexual predator. He spanked a child or a teenager in public, and then he tongued a girl and then took her off to his sex cabin. I'm guessing.
One of the things that makes me, one of the things that upset me about this story is that it's really in poor taste. So you've got there's the flippant reference to shell shock and those horrible war photographs. And then there's all the kind of undertones or overtones, really, of child sex abuse in the story. Mm-hmm. In your Christmas monster story. It just doesn't feel earned. It doesn't feel sincere. And I don't like it.
Oh, Merry Christmas as well. Christmas. That's also a thing. That's a Christmas. Be merry. And
Merry Christmas.
Don't fucking forget it. Don't see your fucking family though, for the love of God.
Yeah, be good, and even if you're like, oh man, I feel really down this Christmas for many possible reasons, you better have the fucking Christmas spirit, or the Krampus will brutally murder you. So force yourself to be merry, because that's the message of the Krampus.
And remember,
you better fucking smile and tell Christmas, cracker jokes.
Fuck you, Christmas.
Or else you will die horribly.
Remember to sing Mariah Carey Christmas songs and eat lots and lots of candy canes, because otherwise Krampus will resurrect your abusive dead father, and he'll come home and abuse you some more. Merry Christmas, everyone. Welcome to Bad Creepypasta. Today we are reading Born of Science, The Birth of Jane the Killer. This was submitted to us by Bioman, so thank you for the submission.
The title says, I was dissatisfied with the magical beginning of Jane the Killer. We need some good hard science to prove it.
I'm glad we're going to be getting into a more grounded, realistic take on Jane the Killer, I expect from this. So let's go. 2002 was never a good year for Jane Richardson.
Resident Evil came out and it wasn't very good.
Yeah, but Resident Evil the game on GameCube came out and it was.
That was very good.
Losing both of her parents to Jeff the Killer. Great. Just fucking perfect way to start it. Just straight away. It just reminds you. It's like a slap in the face going, oh yeah, this is going to be garbage. Mm-hmm. Like, there's no escape immediately. Second sentence in. Tackling a job. I love how
the lead.
These two things are comparable, right? Losing both of her parents to Jeff the Killer.
tackling a job at IHOP as a waitress.
I don't know if I've never worked at IHOP. It might be that bad.
Yeah, which one's worse, you know? Oof.
I don't think we have the, was it International House of Pancakes or whatever it's called.
Oh, is that what it stands for?
It is.
They call it international.
But it's
fucking here, is it?
Yeah.
so
not that
where's our
international.
international house of
I don't know how
pancakes?
international it
You mean
is.
international in America?
Perhaps it's not just in America. Perhaps it's in every single country in the civilized world, but here as a statement. It's like, no, perhaps they tried to sell it here, and the sort of English restaurateurs or whatever. Well, I don't get it. People only eat pancakes.
They got run out the country by the people at Beano's.
People only eat pancakes once a year. Why would we? Why would we have a restaurant that's only open on Pancake Day? And the Americans like, the fuck is Pancake Day?
You know, we have pancakes, those little lemons. They're not real lemons, they're lemon juice. It looks like a lemon.
Jif Lemon, isn't that a cleaning product? No, we changed that. That's now Sif Lemon. That sounds like a sexually transmitted disease. Oh yeah, Sif is actually slang for syphilis. So yeah, you're quite right. Oh, you're leaving my office. That's I'm not saying that definitely happened, but I feel like that's a possibility. With barely enough money to get by on, and being both mother and father to her little sister Jessie, who was 13 years old at the time, Jane's aunt Samantha Engel graciously helped out her nieces as far as money was concerned. So it wasn't a total loss for Jane. After all...
Losing her parents, not at all
Yeah.
loss.
No, not a write-off.
I mean, on the one hand, you lost your parents. On the other hand, inheritance. Yeah. I mean,
Silver
they
lining.
just so happened to take out I insisted they take out a big insurance before Jeff came round. I'm not saying anything.
Before, I was just thinking, picturing air quotes before Jeff came to visit.
After all, Samantha was Paula's sister.
I know where we are. Don't rush me. After all, Samantha was Paula's sister, and after her death, Samantha felt it was right to take care of her sister's daughters. We call those nieces.
Stop taking the piss out of me. Just because I mentioned my mum's brothers earlier, because of blood AIDS that we call it. Apparently that's what diabetes is called now, by the way, guys.
Sugar AIDS. Okay, first of all, Toby, no one said shit about you. We were all thinking it, but we were gonna let it. I don't know about Jacob. I was gonna fucking leave it.
I was going to leave it. This is a repeat. This is a repeat of the imaginary friend incident. We were
Yeah,
all going to
so
let it lie and just think it and keep it in our private sort of mental space. And you,
I can hear you sniggering. I know what you're sniggering at.
You dodged a bullet, and then you jumped in front of it, Toby.
yeah, it was just like all of a sudden we were just having a good time, and Toby's like, I for one enjoyed cuties. It's like, why offer yourself up like that? One day, while Jane was working at her usual shift at IHOP, and on her break, she came across an ad in the newspaper, sponsored by her local blood bank. In the ad, it was said that the person would be paid $150 for their distribution, but they had to be a really healthy blood...
What?
They had to be a really healthy blood... I'd like to remind people that this story is called Born of Science, and it contains the phrase, they had to be a really healthy blood type in order to qualify.
It's like, oh, well, we can take in all the positives, but all the
Yeah.
rhesus negatives can go and get
I don't want any of that negative blood. I don't want it dragging me down. I need positive vibes only from my blood.
Gonna take you to the bank,
Who's
send it to Trent.
who's running this bank? Just like a really grumpy vampire. That doesn't really narrow it down with vampires. It's like, $150 just for giving blood? Was this too good to be true?
Yes.
Space. Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, it's like, was this too good to be true? And then the author was so excited they hit enter like 4 times before writing the next paragraph. Jane thought it would be good to take that money and pay off her month's rent. So why not? After all, she did have clean blood. Well, she exfoliates.
I was gonna go the complete opposite. Does Jane have some sort of radical ideas about blood purity? I was 100% white.
It's just something that never came up in the first story. Just like, yeah, Jane. It's like, this is Jane the killer. You know, she lost. She works at IHOP and she lost her parents, and she's notoriously racist.
Well, to be fair, the first story was written by a Nazi fetishist.
I just picturing she's like movie Bob. She's like, my blood was clean because I was not Republican. My beautiful arteries full of McDonald's.
It is completely amazing that, because it's considering she works at the International House of Pancakes, that her blood isn't maple syrup at this point.
Or maybe she doesn't. Maybe she doesn't eat the pancakes.
No, but she works there. It would have emanated. If this is the way science works in this fucking story.
Well, that's a project. Like that's just conjecture, isn't it? There's no evidence in the story thus far that in the world that this story takes place,
like you can absorb syrup through your hands. It's true. I heard it on the internet. Eventually, when this comes out,
guys, I need to talk about the actual fandom wiki that we're looking at right now, because if you look at popular pages on the side, and I'm going to print screen to make sure they're still here, you've got things that are actually creepypastas, right? You've got Amazing World of Gumball, The Grieving, The Dollmaker, Steve Wilco's Show, Lost Episode, Pol Pot.
Pol fucking Pot. Oh
and normal porn for normal people. Like, what the fuck? What is this website?
Seriously? It is literally just a Wikipedia page on Creepypasta Land of Pol Pot. What the fuck? Why is that the most popular page? What a disgusting human being. I can't even call him that. It's disgusting. Ugh.
So,
recent
I don't know,
wiki
fandom's just
activity
shit.
as well. Pol Pot, the page has been recently edited by McChicken Pol Potist.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
You might notice that Hitalia, the Beautiful World dropped finale was recently edited by Skater Sonic Girl 123 because apparently it's 2009.
What fucking... Have we ever been here before? Creepypasta Land? What the hell is this?
Yeah, I think it's just some new Creepypasta wiki.
Well, let's read this and get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, let's leave and never come back. Without hesitation, Jane wrote the address of the local blood bank down, plus the phone number, finished off her orange juice and went back to work. There's a lot of shitty run-on sentences, shitty sentence structure, just awful. Another waitress, Alexis, who was covering for Jane, noticed her mood was more optimistic and appeared more pleasant as usual. So, was more pleasant as usual. Okay.
I'm thinking than usual.
Refilling other customers' drinks. Now we need a female voice, so Toby.
Wow, someone is really happy today.
Alexis said. Why wouldn't I be? I found an easy way to pay off my month's rent, Jane replied, pouring a fresh cup of coffee for a random man. Also, I think...
Okay, one thing I would say, so, is she paying off her entire rent of $150? Like, is her rent $150? Is that all she's paying for rent?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Like, what time period does this take place in where $150 can pay off your month's rent?
2002, apparently. Like, it's what it said at the beginning, but...
Thanks!
It's too similar to the voice I'm doing.
Thanks!
That's the same voice. That was the same voice, but louder.
Thanks!
The man said.
Oh, yeah? What?
Alexis said. The blood bank is offering 150 big ones for anyone giving blood. You have to have healthy blood, it said. Jane said.
Wow. I've never heard of that, JD. Usually they pay you $25.
Alexis replied, refilling a customer's soda. Somehow they must have made a few changes, Jane said, chuckling.
You gonna swing by?
Alexis asked. After I leave here tonight, Jane replied. Jane and her friend worked on through the night until the atmosphere of this IHOP was calm, laid back, and less rushed.
All the stoned customers in.
The lights of the shopping centre where the restaurant was shined through the windows. Random cars on the highway passed by in the distance. Motorists who were looking for a bite to eat, getting off work, or going home sat the mood for this. I think you mean set the mood, but that's fine. Particularly lazy California night. KTLA News 5 was giving a report of the LAPD still pursuing Jeffrey Woods, aka Jeff the Killer. If you're going to give Jane a better surname, maybe you could do one for him as well. The one responsible for the murder of Jane's parents. Well, so Jane wants you to think. The police commissioner said that they were having a hard time catching this suspect and had to enlist the aid of the FBI, CIA, and the Department of Justice. I feel bad that the Department of Justice don't get it like a little acronym. It would make Jane feel better to not only have Jeff captured, but wiped off the face of the earth entirely. One of the customers at IHOP that Jane noticed was a man in his late 40s, with short brown hair, a goatee, sunglasses, and let's not judge him too harshly, it is 2002, and wearing a black three-piece suit and tie. Crisply presented. He looked like Walter White with hair. Of course, she didn't know who Walter White was, because it was 2002.
I was just thinking that.
Also, I did like. Also, well, as well as her being a massive racist, which was never stated, she could also see TV shows in the future. It's just another power she has.
Well, I told you science worked differently here.
It's part of her clean blood type.
Yeah.
My blood type is so clean it gives me future vision because my perception of time isn't muddy and murky. It's nice and clear because of my clear blood type. So I can watch TV shows that won't be out for another 6 years.
It's like what?
Like all her people at work hate her because she either A, she think that she's crazy because she brings up these shows that don't exist, or B, she spoils them. Also, little side note: when I see the goat E, I misread it for a second. I thought it said goat C. So I thought she sort of bent over and stretched his arsehole out at her, which is like an odd thing to do in a restaurant.
So the word goatsy to me still brings up memories of the little goat character from Spill.com.
I know, that's always so funny. They just made that character up and they go, a goat, yeah, it's called goatsy. And it's like, you do know, that's like they didn't know.
Another distinguishing feature about this man was a Bluetooth earpiece hanging on his left earlobe.
Did Bluetooth exist in 2000?
I think so, yes. He browsed through the menu and surveyed the employees. He paid close attention to Jane, almost as if she was a famous person. "Hello, sir, what can I get you tonight?" Jane asked, smiling.
T-bone steak and eggs.
This picture of him with like a Bluetooth headset in, who kind of got like a Walter White thing going on, but he talks like fucking Gordon Cole. "How do you want your steak?"
Well done. Eggs over easy.
You crack an egg on it. Put on some salted anchovies. "Well done, over easy. Oh, I just wanted to let you know that we have a new pomegranate pancake syrup, something I made," Jane replied, taking the man's order.
Wow, that sounds like a winner. You made the syrup.
These lines fit that voice so perfectly. "I'm going to write an epic poem about this syrup." The man asked. "Sure did," Jane said cheerfully.
You got a lot of talent.
"You got a lot of talent, kid. You're going to go far." The man replied. Jane went back. "Can you don't?" Jane went back into the kitchen to get the man's food prepared. While he was waiting, he fumbled with a button on his earpiece.
"We found the perfect woman, sir."
It's one of Chris Chat's agents he sends out of the world to find his girlfriend.
The perfect woman doesn't exist. It's like, the perfect woman doesn't exist. "I made cranberry syrup," the man said, speaking at a low volume. This man was actually an FBI agent. Agent Marcus East was still hunting down Jeff the Killer. Despite the LAPD's futile efforts and Agent East's determination, he was going to stop at nothing until Jeff was captured. So despite his determination, he was going to stop at nothing. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Learn to write. "Excellent. Gather the other agents for next week. We know a way to go after Jeffrey Woods."
Understood.
Jane brought out East's meal and a fresh cup of coffee.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Agent East.
We were making fun of it, but what if Jeff's weakness is syrup?
Absolutely right. We mentioned it earlier, didn't we?
They just put Suka Soakers full of syrup and just squirt Jeff. This is kind of like the ending of fucking Ghostbusters 2. Giant protein lace packs just spraying down with syrup, and then they set them on fire again.
The way that I'm imagining these super soakers with the syrup is that they do it really, really fucking slowly, and it just sort of pours out the end. Just like, here.
Does anyone remember those they took it off the market very quickly because it looked like cum, but they made these super soakers that was it shot quote unquote ooze.
Yes, I remember those.
I fucking remember seeing that. I was around your place when you showed me that like this. It's just like these cum spurting super soakers just jizzing on.
It's like Netflix presents.
Was that as soon as basically Matt walked through the door, Jacob was like, "Matt, get over here!"
Super soaker. He hadn't even taken his coat off. I was like, "Matt, Super Soaker made a gun that looks like it shoots semen."
It's like, "Why didn't you call me here sooner?" There's he rang me up and it's like, "Matt, I've got a video to show you. It's about Super Soaker," and then suddenly I just burst through the door when I could I just spontaneously appeared in his house.
He didn't just spontaneously appear in the house. He came smashing through the wall like fucking Nanny from Duckula. "Yeah, you thought I was going to say the Kool-Aid Man, didn't you?" but I didn't.
I'll get it.
Subscribe. You're certainly welcome, sir, Jane replied. An hour later, Jane clocked out and left for the night. I'll see you tomorrow, Alexis, Jane said.
See ya, Janie! Ooh.
Alexis replied. After 30 minutes of being on the road, Jane came across the blood bank. She expected the building to be closed for the night, but oddly, it was open. This must have been...
Why did you go there?
This must have been a 24-hour deal. The outside of the building looked like total shit, but the interior was very pristine and sterile, similar to a doctor's office. Jane approached the receptionist at the desk and announced she was there to give blood.
Good evening, ma'am. How can I help you?
The receptionist asked in a warm, friendly tone, smiling. I came across your ad saying you would pay anyone $150 for simply giving blood.
Wonderful. What's your name, dear?
The receptionist asked. Jane Richardson.
Okay, Miss Richardson. You go down the hall, second door on your right.
The receptionist said. Do I have to sign any papers or anything?
No.
Oh, thank God, Jane replied, laughing heartily.
This doesn't seem sketchy at
No.
all.
At that point, when someone says no, you don't have to sign any papers. That's just alarm bells ringing everywhere. It's like, okay, I don't need this 100 quid.
This seems suspicious, but I, as an orphan of parents killed by a serial killer, have learned to ignore red flags.
Yes, absolutely. Stick with your gut, Jane. You're getting that money. Honestly.
I'll have your cash ready for you when you get done, honey.
I don't have the best memory, but like, was $150 a shitload back in 2002? I don't think it was, but...
Not really. The receptionist said, smiling. Jane did indeed have healthy, clean blood. O negative was her blood type, which we've now established is a very clean type. After what seemed like hours...
For anyone, all those, like, your blood is fucking... Anyone who doesn't have O negative, your blood is fucking filthy. You should be disgusted. You should try and get out your body as quickly as possible. Get some of that good, clean blood in there, not that filthy fucking pond water you got running through your veins.
I'm happy to be run-of-the-mill O positive, thank you.
But only a few... After what seemed like hours, but only a few minutes, the doctor... who was extracting Jane's blood put up... Oh, the doctor doesn't get any dialogue? Fuck you! Go straight back to the receptionist. I don't get to do stupid fat doctor voice.
You might.
There's small pleasures in life and you just fucking rip them away from me. You give me a Jane the Killer story with science in the title about giving blood. I know there'll be doctors in it. I'm fucking sat here revving up the old Dr. Looney Tunes fucking voice. And you're going to tell me that he doesn't get any dialogue? Fuck you, eat a dick.
Yeah, so we've got no lines for Dr. Cuckoo Raving, but fucking Nurse Joy over here's got some lines.
What the fuck?
Lines.
Out front, the receptionist was going through files on her computer when she saw Jane. Man, that needle hurt like hell, Jane said, chuckling.
Your arm is going to feel sore for a day or two.
The receptionist said. Tell me about it.
Okay, here's your cash, Miss Richardson, $150.
I mean, tell me about the side effects. I wasn't being figurative. Please explain. I probably should have asked the doctor.
No, honey.
This will take care of my month's rent, Jane replied.
Behind on your rent, huh?
That's none of your fucking business. The receptionist asked. A lot of stuff that's been going... Why is she still talking? Go home. It's the middle of the night. You're probably knackered. You're extra tired because you just had blood fucking taken out of you. Although apparently not tired enough to, sit and have a rest and get a slice of orange or some shit. A cookie, a cup of water, whatever. They're just like, no, all right, we'll take several pints of your clean blood. Off on your way.
I can't give blood anymore. Goddamn Crohn's.
A lot of stuff that's been going on.
Well, your blood's not clean, apparently.
Me losing both my parents and all, Jane said.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's just me and my little sister. I have to be both mom and dad to her.
Like, is the nurse like, I wasn't actually, I want to lock up, shut the fuck up and go away. I was just being polite. Go away.
Just like, I'm a receptionist. Perhaps you could speak to a therapist who's qualified. I'm not paid enough to deal with you and your problems. Fuck off now.
So you're making more than I do and I've done a 10-hour shift. Well, my condolences go out to you and your sister, Jane.
No, my sister's not also called Jane. The receptionist said. I don't know why I've decided that Jane is really stupid in this world, but I don't know, it's kind of working. The receptionist said sympathetically. Thanks, that means a lot.
You have a wonderful night, sweetie. Stay safe.
You too. The following morning, Jane was able to pay her month's rent and wouldn't have to worry about it until next month.
That's
While
how rent
working...
works.
While working the day shift at IHOP, Jane got a call from the blood bank she visited the other night. What could it be? Thank you for calling IHOP. Now serving pomegranate pancake syrup and our new stuffed French toast. This is Jane Richardson. How may I help you?
Miss Richardson?
This is she. Miss Richardson, customer. Jade Richardson speaking. Miss Richardson? Yeah, you dumb fucking broad.
Also, how didn't she not write anything down? How did they know to call her at her work?
Doctor.
You know what? I might not get another chance, so I'm taking it.
Yeah.
My name is Beth Williams. One of the doctors at the Biomedics Blood Bank. We were wondering if you could come by next week to give another sample of your blood.
Okay.
We will pay you $10,000.
Right. The thing for any writer, if you put the dollar symbol, you don't have to write the word dollars afterwards. You just don't. It's not necessary.
Pay you $10,000 double dollars.
Yeah, so what's that, $20,000? Jane went silent for a few seconds. 10 grand for another sample of her blood? Was this for real?
Miss Richardson, are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. You said 10,000, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll see you next week.
Thank you so much, Miss Richardson. We will see you soon. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hangs up. It just says hangs up phone. There's a fucking screenplay now, apparently.
Okay, so does she turn to her roommates, the Arctic Monkeys? Oh boy, we're eating food tonight.
1 week later, I'm amazed I didn't write title card. 1 week later. It was the start of a beautiful day in the City of Angels. Jane returned to the Biomedics blood bank to distribute her blood and score an easy 10 grand. She wouldn't have to worry about money troubles ever again. But why was Biomedics going to pay Jane $10,000? She couldn't figure it out herself. But if it meant to put that money... Let me try this again. She couldn't figure it out herself, but if it meant to put that money into an account and making sure her and her sister were financially secure, then why not?
Why not indeed?
Why not proofread? Jane saw the same receptionist from last time and still remembered her. And the doctor who drew her blood was there as well.
Instead of actually just taking the blood, he just drew a picture of it.
Writes like this.
And the receptionist was there, and the doctor was also there as well.
And then Bruce Willis was there. When it was all over, Jane claimed her cash, stuffed it into her wallet, and was on her way. She was just like, Jane, away! And tried to, obviously, they'd taken $10,000 worth of blood out of her, so she immediately collapsed when she tried to run.
I was just saying, it's 10 grand stuffed into a wallet. How the fuck are you shoving £10,000 dollars
I imagine
into your wallet?
I imagine it was a check. Like,
oh, okay. That is cold card cash.
What's America's heist denomination again? Is it like $100 bill? Is there like?
No, I think that.
I can't remember if they had like $200 or $500, but like.
No, that's
like,
just the Monopoly board.
Like, do they like give her? But also, like, pay. Here's $10,000 in cash. Like, did you make like clearly your blood is like super cocaine at that point? You were it's some sort of.
Yeah, if someone was offering me 10 grand for my blood, I'd shop around for other buyers.
Yeah.
I'd be like, if these guys are undercutting me, like, it's quite a rink. It's quite a
the
rinky.
greatest narcotic ever, or this the cure to AIDS or immortality or something.
Just as she was about to get into her car, a couple of well-dressed women approached her. One of them flashed her CIA badge and announced, Toby,
Jane Richardson.
Yeah?
Agent Tanya Margolis, CIA.
What's going on? Jane asked, very puzzled.
You didn't do anything wrong, Miss Richardson. Don't worry. But I was wondering if you would come with us.
Where at, exactly? I can't remember how to talk properly because I just had 10 grand's worth of blood pulled out of me.
You will see. Oh, the second agent said.
You will see. Come with us.
The second agent said.
Willy Wonka, apparently. Come with me, and you will see the inside of interrogation room.
Without hesitation.
Willy Wonka on the CI black site. Also, I want to go back to the point. Like, they paid a $10,000. Like, do you think like like the receptionist was like, okay, so she was super happy about the 150, and if we want to call it back, how much do you think we should pay her this time? $10,000. Like, are you sure we can just give her $200? Like she doesn't know what you're using it for. You could probably pay way under cost.
Without hesitation, Jane got into the limo with the other agents.
Without hesitation, Jane got into the limo with the other agents. Where were they taking her? Why did they choose Jane? Why am I reading this? Was there any significance? The two...
Dora the Explorer all of a sudden.
Can you help us find Jane? The two women were taking Jane to the CIA headquarters in Los Angeles, and they were going to explain everything to her as soon as they arrived. 90 minutes later, the limo arrived outside of the headquarters. Jane noticed that there was also a US Marshals and FBI van parked outside. What was this all about? Jane couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. No matter how many times she asked the agents, it was always the same. That information is classified. Jane wanted answers. She wanted to know what was going on. Once inside, Jane was greeted by a refreshing cold breeze that seemed to be coming from the central air units. It was the hottest day ever. Jane was led to a room that looked like a police interrogation area. There inside was another male agent. Jane sat.
Welcome, Jane. We've been expecting you.
The agent said.
You mind telling me what the hell is going on?
Jane asked, very suspiciously.
Not at all. First off, I just want to say I'm sorry for the loss of your parents.
I'm sorry.
I know how much you loved them. I take it you heard that the LAPD have been having a difficult time pursuing your parents' assailant, Jeffrey Woods.
Jeff the killer?
Exactly. We also got in touch with FBI, US Department of Justice and the US Marshals, and they're all going to see to it that Jeff is stopped once and for all.
But what does this have to do with me, aside from the obvious connection?
After receiving word of your blood transferal at Biomedics, it is apparent that you are the perfect blood time. And maybe the key to stopping Jeffrey Woods.
We're in the perfect blood timeline, guys.
Yeah, like that's why. Yeah, we talked about this before. That's why, because you can see watch Breaking Bad before it comes out, because blood time.
Bullet time.
No, bullet time is clockwork.
I see.
So let me get this straight.
Jane said, trying to piece together what the agent said.
After I give my blood, you and those other agency guys want to use me to stop that son of a bitch, Jeff?
Yes, ma'am. All you have to do is meet with our doctors.
I don't think... Wait, she's right, though. How did she infer that just from your blood might be the key to stopping Jeffrey Woods? It's like, so you want me to stop him? I'm like, no, just your blood.
Just meet up with doctors?
Jane asked.
Yes, ma'am.
The agent replied.
And then I'm free to go?
In due time, I promise you.
Well, okay.
After she was led into a room, one doctor did an eye scan of her ice blue eye after giving her a vision test, reading an eye chart, etc. The scan of her pretty blue eye was stored in her computer. The next doctor to examine her was a cardiologist. Following a few brief questions such as her date of birth, weight, height, that sort of thing, Jane had her blood pressure checked, which was 120/80, the normal blood pressure for a healthy young lady.
Very good.
The cardiologist said. He checked her heartbeat and asked her to breath when using his stethoscope. The cardiologist wrote down everything. Next, a general practitioner was to examine Jane, scanning her eyes, ears, throats, testing her reflexes, you name it. Jane passed with flying colours. Jane thought she was going to leave this building with no problem and be on her way. When she was led down a hallway by two guards, she noticed one of the rooms, stretchers lined with blankets covering the bodies. A total of 25 people. All young women, dead. If there were blankets covering the bodies, how do you know there were women? Oh wait, I've just realised. What was going on here? She started to get freaked out at the sight of the lifeless women who haven't been disposed of, and anxiously asked the guards where they were taking her. They refused to answer. So, out of instinct, she began to assault the guards, incapacitating one of them.
It's because she fucking did. Of course, the girl who works at IHOP could take on like guards who work at a fucking CAI black site.
Dude, they should have seen this coming, right? They tested her reflexes earlier, so you know when they did the hammer that gave on the knee, what she did, she actually fucking deflected it.
Yeah, she flash kicked the doctor. That's what.
Her fighting skills she learned from Mary's father, Sheriff Nick, really paid off.
Well, she did learn from a sheriff, and as we all know, sheriffs are the ultimate paragons of like toughness. So there's no way someone who is trained by the CIA could possibly fight someone trained by a town sheriff.
And has all the training of a waitress at IHOP.
Wow, it's almost like this is stupid.
Yeah, but no, Jacob, it makes logical sense, because how many times have you seen a sheriff in the movie kill a bunch of people, and how many times have you seen a CIA agent? They're always the ones who get killed, and sheriffs always win, so therefore movie logic.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't think you're seeing chefs.
That women better!
Chef Nick!
Well, she did make a syrup, so she's got both sheriff and chef training.
Yeah, so like she reaches into her handbag, pulls out a frying pan, squirts the first gun in the face with the syrup she always has on her. It's like in the gun holster, but it's a bottle of syrup.
In the midst of the brutal melee, Jane was tackled and sedated by one of the doctors. Her world began to blur and fade.
Not even when the guards got her, it was a doctor.
I know. Black.
And then it says Jane groaning, because apparently we're back in screenplay land. Where am I? Jane asked, coming to. She was strapped to a chair, similar to what you'd see in a dentist's office. Around her, the room looked like an operating theatre, bathed in a bright white light which gave the room a clean appearance. Jane couldn't see anybody because all that was in the room with her, facing towards her, was a two-way mirror. She felt something on her forehead that was similar to a headband, but saw electrodes and wires running away from her. Her hands and feet were secured in place. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. A few seconds later, she heard an unknown female voice on the intercom. It must have been that of an agent, researcher, or scientist. Toby?
Miss Richardson, can you hear me?
The voice asked, almost sympathetically. Who's there?
It's me, Dr. Beth Williams from Biomedics. I didn't want to have you find out the hard way, but some of these agents and government officials tell me you have a very healthy blood type. And from what I could gather, they were correct. If you are wondering...
Wait, you the doctor? I just said I was a doctor. The CIA agents were better doctors than me.
If you are wondering, it was me who sedated you. It was me all along. I did not strike you into the room which you are in, dear, I can assure you. I will be standing by to monitor your vitals, though, through this process.
Dr. Williams said. What are you talking about?
Jane!
Agent Margolis said.
We brought you here because you are the perfect blood type. You are like Cell at this point. And also the candidate for the following experiment that's been funded by the US government, totaling in at $6.9 million. We have received word from the LAPD that they have had trouble in capturing the suspect responsible for the death of your parents, Bruce and Paula.
I don't know why. There was something about Toby going, and Paula.
Sound like Smash characters. Bruce and Paula! And we, along with the FBI, Department of Justice, and the US Marshals, agreed to help in the capture of Jeffrey Woods. If you haven't noticed, there is an intravenous needle in your arm. One of the scientists will be bringing in the serum to replace with your blood.
An intravenous needle?
Also, bringing in the serum to replace with your blood. So, do you mean... So, I assume you mean to replace my blood, because otherwise you're going to bring in a serum which you don't need anymore because you've got my blood, if you say replace with. But also, how's that going to work? You take all my blood away and just put serum in there.
Okay, I want to try. Okay, so I think we've all figured out what the plot is, but I want. Okay, so what I think is the plot is they're having such trouble with like the FBI, CIA, Marshals Department, and Department of Justice are all having trouble capturing a single 13-year-old boy that they've spent nearly $7 million and killed at least 25 women in order to create a super soldier to catch this one boy. I think that's the plot.
It's a bit stupid, isn't it?
This serum is classified, but it will ultimately help you in getting revenge on the ones who took your parents' lives.
Or we could just use the highly trained personnel we have. One department to arrest the 13-year-old.
This is awful.
Mm-hmm. Just then, a scientist and doctor came into the room, prepping Jane. The scientist came in with liquid hate.
What?
Liquid.
The scientist came in with the liquid hate. No, it's not Gemma. It's written there on the screen.
I'm pretty sure liquid hate's like it's a Japanese sort of brandy. Ah, liquid hate.
That's just fucking golf clap time, guys. That is fucking... They've done it. They've officially made this one of the fucking worst again, haven't they? What? Liquid hate? Seriously. The fucking best name you could have come up with.
I like that liquid hate is the official name. It's not even like the author is describing the serum. Liquid hate is capitalized, meaning it's the official name of the serum.
The container was 1.25 gallons with a biohazard with a biohazard symbol on it. The light from overhead casted in the liquid, giving off a pretty glowing purple. The doctor who came in was there to make sure everything was ready and to monitor Jane's safety. He assured her she had nothing to be afraid of and that she was going to be okay afterwards.
The glowing purple drank that's got a biohazard sign on it.
Oh dear, this isn't very good. This made Jane feel somewhat better.
She's so fucking stupid.
A part of her was scared to death, but the other half of her showed no fear and she was ready. The doctor put the intravenous tube in Jane's arm. The one tube ran into a container that would collect Jane's blood and shipped to the American Red Cross for patients who had the same blood type as Jane and to receive a healthy blood transfusion. Where is this going? The other tube was attached to the container holding the liquid hate. So in a way, this was just like an embalming fluid prep setup, but with an experimental liquid.
No, it wasn't.
Despite being reassured by medical personnel that she had nothing to be scared of, a single tear ran down her face.
The process began. The voices that Jane heard, the scientists, the government officials, FBI, CIA, US Marshals, researchers, began to sound distant. If something were to happen to her, she would see her deceased parents.
What?
On the other side...
All these people in the room at the same time. Did you need all 4 departments?
On the other side of the two-way mirror, doctors were monitoring Jane's vitals, her heart and brainwaves, etc. Her heart was beating at a steady pace, showing the EKG beeping, the readings of the EEG showing normal brain activity. Jane saw her blood being drained slowly. This didn't bother her at first, but as it began to increase, she felt very weak and drowsy, almost like she was being smothered by an unknown person with an ether-soaked rag. And in the next few minutes, Jane's surroundings began to disappear. First into a state of unconsciousness and weakness from loss of blood in her body, then dead. The heart monitor in the other room flatlined. The EEG went flat. For that moment, Jane was clinically dead. God, I don't care.
Jane felt a gentle familiar hand on her face, caressing her. It was her mother. Paula! She opened her eyes, and despite being deceased for over a few minutes, she was still in the room. Her father, Bruce, was there as well.
Mom!
Don't be afraid, Janie. Mummy's here. Paula cooed sweetly. She saw Jane's eyes welling up with tears and held her daughter in her arms tightly, comforting her.
Daddy!
Bruce gave Jane a kiss on her head as he joined in to hold his child as well. Jane was weeping as she was glad to see her parents.
You're gonna be okay, kiddo. You're gonna be just fine.
Oh, so her dad was the guy who looks like Walter White from the Pancake Place.
I wanted to do the voice again.
Understandable.
Bruce said softly, calming his daughter down. He was in full military dress, his medals shining in the light of the room Jane was in. His uniform was crisply pressed, his short hair shiny and brushed back, almost as if he was going to attend a military ball.
Mommy, what's going on?
Jane asked in a childlike tone. Well, since those doctors emptied your body, you went out like a light. But me and Daddy are going to stay here until you come alive, honey, Paula said in a soft-spoken voice, her words soothing Jane's heart.
One thing I could never stand about IV needles is when someone can't find a vein to put it in. That happened to me when I was a little kid and I suffered sepsis and I felt like frickin' Swiss cheese. That old hag couldn't put the needle in right. You should have known that having experience as a doctor and a PhD doesn't come with vision.
Bruce said, smiling, laughing. This made Jane smile and giggle as she laughed with her daddy. She knew for the longest time.
Sense of humour.
Yeah, she knew for the longest time that her daddy was still, oh god, very silly, and made her laugh without even trying, and was still a goofball in the afterlife. That was also what Paula loved about
Born
her.
of science.
Born of science indeed. Jane's parents stayed until the liquid hate was
Fucking
administered.
hell. It doesn't stop being funny.
My eyes just keep scrolling over to the pool pot and like, could maybe just read up on pool pot a little bit. Maybe that'd be a bit more interesting.
It's just there. His fucking smug cuntish face is just there, staring at me. Your father couldn't stand needles being poked at him at all, honey. But
he was a big fan of pool pot, though.
But getting like an allergy shot or a vaccine, that didn't bother him. It was an intravenous needle that got on his nerves. Even when he was little, he fainted at the sight of a big noodle. Paula
Big
said,
noodle! You all heard it, right? You all heard noodle.
Oh, fuck, I said needle. Fuck! No! I have not done it again! Fuck!
Hey, that thing was big!
Bruce replied comically.
I know I'm gonna feel sore and stiff when I get up.
Considering the chair you're in, I wouldn't be surprised, honey, Paula replied.
Gemma's left the room, so,
Good on her?
I think tonight you should take a nice hot bath with some Epsom salts.
Bruce said from World War I, caressing Jane's hair.
Good idea,
Jane replied. You just remember one thing, my little Janie baby. If you ever need me or Daddy, we will be right here, Paula said, pointing to Jane's heart. Don't do that fucking E.T. shit to me.
And we will come live in your dreams, sweetheart.
We're so proud of you. Jessie's lucky to have such a sweet sister. We will always be watching over you, love, Paula said sweetly.
We love you, Jane.
Bruce said, oh, the purple stuff is about finished.
Wait, so in the old Sunny Delight commercial, was it liquid hate in the fridge?
Yeah, they made a mistake of drinking Sunny D instead of liquid hate.
Paula said, pointing to the liquid hate that was halfway empty. I'm not going to go over it.
I love you, Mommy. I love you, Daddy.
Jane said, giving her parents a hug before they returned to heaven.
Born of
science, yes, born of science, returns to heaven, born of science.
I think the only scientific thing that's ever happened in this entire story so far is the syrup.
We love you too, Janie, Paula replied, giving her daughter one final kiss goodbye.
Jane slowly regained consciousness and came to. The EKG and EEG roared back to life, showing heart and brain activity. Brain activity is not something this author really ought to be writing about. Her vitals appearing normal. As her vision adjusted, she saw she was still in the operating theatre. When she looked down, she noticed her hands were now ivory white. She was pale like a corpse. She screamed over the loss of her natural skin pigmentation.
I thought she'd be super happy to be that white.
Oh yeah, because I forgot we made her racist, didn't we? And saw that her once bright platinum blonde hair was now coal black. She tried to break free from the restraints, thinking that she would fail, but somehow, with now increased strength, ripped both of the restraints off and jerked the wires off her head. She tore the leg restraints away and got up out of the chair. She looked towards the two-way mirror, now in a violent, angry, homicidal rage. Hollered,
what the hell did you do to me?
She's going to experience violent episodes and homicidal tendencies for the first 90 seconds.
They're just like, she's had a lot of painkillers. One of the scientists said to the group.
You are now full of liquid hate, Mitch Richardson.
Liquid hate. Agent Margot said, I look like fucking powder.
That's because your natural skin color went away, Jane.
Jane picked up a chair that was in the room and threw it against the two-way mirror, shattering the glass. She grabbed a hold of one of the doctors who were monitoring her vitals by the collar, slamming him against the wall with incredible strength, causing a huge dent. One of the scientists sounded an alarm for armed guards and medical personnel to restrain Jane.
Yeah, but we already know that the armed guards here are shit because she's trained by a sheriff.
One pulled out a syringe, trying to aim for Jane's neck, but Jane took the needle and stabbed the doctor between the eyes and injected an air bubble into him. Two guards with automatic weapons tried to fire at Jane, but she grabbed both of their arms, causing them to fire at each other. Terrifying. I'm so glad this scene isn't a horror story. One agent fired at Jane, but the bullet didn't faze her a bit. The wound automatically and quickly healed up. I remember... Who can forget this part of the Jane the Killer lore? Her T-1000-like healing abilities. She approached the agent, who was still firing multiple shots at Jane, and snapped his wrist into. I know what you mean into, but you've written the word into. So I feel like there should be snapped his wrist into pieces, but no, just into. Showing fractured bones and blood spurting everywhere. An orderly standing in at 6'5" and 300 pounds tackled Jane, attempting to subdue her. It was Vince 12. But Jane had the upper hand, flipped him over on his side, and snapped him neck into.
So more proof that she's racist. She just killed Vince 12.
It's just the same problems just coming up over and over again.
But like, snapped him neck into.
Snapped him neck into.
Again, I mean, it's an easy joke, but it's an easy joke, but you're talking about brain activity and you're writing things like that. Just as carnage continued, Jane took the now empty liquid hate container, it's no longer capitalized, broke it against the ground, took a sharp glass shard, and stabbed to death one of the agents. Her clothes now stained with blood, amidst the dead, broken, mutilated, bullet-riddled bodies of those who were out cold. Jane, that's not what out cold means. Jane looked at the group who was in the room, that now had no mirror, and said in an ominous tone, "Thank you for saving me. Thank you for making me what I am. I now know what I must do. I must kill Jeffrey Woods and end his reign of terror forever. If he is not killed, more lives will be lost. I am much stronger now. I am unstoppable, unkillable. Weapons are useless against me. Anyone who dares crosses me." No one corrected her on her grammar. They were too frightened. "I will be the last thing they will ever see. I will kill Jeff the Killer, and no one can stop me." We did this so you would kill Jeff the Killer. That was the CIA's plan. No one's going to try and stop you from implementing the CIA's plan.
In fact, this is all point. Like we were actually going to give you a big cake and a pat on the back and a big hat to celebrate this, but then you fucking ruined it.
The only thing that's changed is that your mission to kill Jeff the Killer no longer has government funding. That is all that's changed. After 90 seconds, Jane's homicidal tendencies ceased, and
They planned on making her a super soldier to kill Jeff the Killer, so they did no preparation for her waking up and being pissed.
After 90 seconds, Jane's homicidal tendencies ceased and she was acting normal again. The same doctors who were examining her wanted to do x-rays, MRI scans, and the final examination on her. Jane stood naked as the day she was born, as physicians didn't see any abnormal changes, no defects. She was even more beautiful, despite the fact she was pale white with black... Shut the fuck up.
Okay,
I don't think so, Gemma.
Okay, Miss Richardson. I want you to read what is on this chart right here.
An eye doctor said. EFPTOZLPEDPEDFCZ. It goes on for a while. Printed by Century City Up. It goes on for a while. The eye doctor was flabbergasted that Jane read everything down to the fine print. He took a magnifying glass and saw the address and company name at the bottom of the eye test chart.
Wow,
he said, dumbfounded. "So, Doc, are there any other tests? Or can I just walk out of here and be on my way?" Well, are you going to give me another visual test or stand there and stare at me all day?
I'm just gonna stand here and stare at you all day,
the doctor said, seeing Jane fully naked. This got fucking weird.
What the fuck is this turned into? Why?
Take that as a you are free to go. Jane took her blood-stained clothes. We're so close to it, right? Okay, last paragraph and bit of dialogue. Jane took her blood-stained clothes that were in a hospital bag and walked out fully nude, not caring that people are looking at her. On her way home, she saw clothes that were hanging out to dry on a clothesline outside a little suburban home. These clothes matched her frame. They were a pair of black sweatpants, a sleeveless black underarm shirt, a sleeveless black Under Armour shirt, and a black hoodie. They all smelled sweet as she pulled them off the clothesline and got dressed in broad daylight. The only article of clothing that weren't bloodstained were her black Skechers sneakers, the brand of shoes she was wearing, deeply important to this story.
Why is the shoes always the most important fucking thing with these fucking girl murderers?
I don't know.
Women be shopping. She slipped on her socks and shoes and called Jessie. Who the fuck's Jessie? Is that
Jessie's
the sister?
her little sister.
Is that the sister? Okay. And told her she was okay. Jessie waited back at home for her sister to return. I like that I think this person's a Breaking Bad fan, considering one of the characters is called Jessie, and they made a reference to Walter White earlier.
And Margolis.
Oh yeah, Mark Margolis is an actor on that show. Also, Mary was waiting. Jessie immediately ran into her big sister's arms, gasping emotionally, giving her a big hug. Mary hugged both Jessie and Jane, and gave her honey bunny a kiss on the lips.
Baby, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried.
Mary said, emotionally glad that Jane was all right.
I knew you would come back.
Jessie said through tears of joy. Of course I did. Jane replied, giving her little sister a hug, still emotional. Jeff has some competition. So many other criminals out there. Don't go to sleep. You won't wake up. Jane the killer is coming for you. Is that... No, she isn't? Like her mission is to kill Jeff the killer? I'm not Jeff the killer, so I'm not particularly worried.
I like how one of the categories is Mr. Angry Dog.
This is stupider than the other Jane the Killer.
Yeah, this is actually worse. Just awful. Let's have a look at some of the comments. A fandom user says, much better than Jane Arkansas's story. That story was a load of shit. Yeah, I mean, if that's the yardstick you measure quality by, some of the replies, 50 shades of shit if you ask me. And Kayla15 says,
fuck yeah, Jane Arkansas isn't even the real origin of Jane the Killer. Oh, and that goes for the Neverlasting too, in brackets, everlasting. Hashtag Jane the Killer rules.
That comment was made in 2020.
Yep.
Here's a comment from 2014, which is a more appropriate time to be making a comment about Jane the Killer. I realised the irony in me releasing a video about Jane the Killer in 2021. Scarlet66 says, I think this ... is just plain awesome. Her last name is Arkansas. This sucked. This was not a good story.
It isn't.
Predictably it was awful. They always are. That's kind of the point of this show. Sorry.
This is from JTK, so I'm assuming they're Jane the Killer, Jeff the Killer, Homicidal Liu, and Nina the Killer. No, it's not! That was the fan base! Listen to someone who's been with Creepypasta for the last 5 years.
Wow, so brave.
Been with Creepypasta as well.
Yeah. Well, they probably think that creepypastas are people,
and
they think they're in a polyamorous relationship with all the people in their username. So yeah, this sucked. Absolutely awful. Probably slightly worse than the other one, although not, as far as I'm aware, this one was not written by a neo-Nazi. So I guess it's got that going for it.
Yeah.
How somehow this is not as bad as the Anisian story, because that just seems to be going on and it just never stops. This had an ending, which is great. Grateful for that. But
it does seem a breath of fresh air, versus like the.
We can actually end the story. It's just, why did they have to establish, Jacob, her nude about 5 times at the end there? Why did it have to get weird? It was weird anyway. Gross and weird, and I'm done with it. I feel abused.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
All right. Hey guys, welcome to Drake the Hyena. We're reading a couple of short ones today. The first is Return to Hyrule. Nintendo. That is the name I grew up with. I had really cruel parents.
Yes.
I changed.
His last name was Chalmers.
I changed.
Super Nintendo.
And the first game I played was Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Me, being only 3 at the time, jumped with joy as I was taught how to play.
and was so into it.
It's been a long time since I was
Did he-
3. Do you have the comprehension to play a fucking Legend of Zelda game?
I
Absolutely
I
don't.
played Vidya as a 3-year-old, but
Same.
not like that. Do you know what
I
mean?
played
It was-
Sonic
Yeah.
and Castle of Illusion.
It was shit like Sega Mega Drive. Yeah.
Shit where you don't need to figure out the puzzle or how to play.
Yeah. It was literally like run quickly to the other side of the screen.
Yeah, not being funny, Scarlett was shit at video games when she was 3 years old, so no fucking way you teaching a kid how to play
Is she
Ocarina
still
of
shit at
Time.
video games?
She's getting better, you know.
I was gonna say, is that like
Her YouTube
is that like an
channel
apple-
was
is
rubbish.
that like an apple not falling far from the tree?
Yeah,
kind of thing?
it's
Are you a
it's,
bit on
it's
par?
hereditary, yeah. My shit gameplay just gets passed down the generations. Might miss children though. Who knows?
It goes back 17 generations. The first.
It's
the first gamer in my family.
There's a photograph of
Adolf.
my great grandfather. It's just staring
Angus McMitchell.
staring contemplatively at a chessboard that is on fire.
Ah, yes.
Like, what am I supposed to do? Move the queen into the fire.
That's not.
That's every move. It's all on fire.
That's not really panned out. It's just like, wow, wow. I put the queen in the fire and now the piece is gone.
Mitchell.
I was only supposed to know. I was just supposed to know to not
Why
light
the
the
fuck?
pieces on
Why am I
fire.
now that guy? What's his name? Darkside Phil. Why am I now him? Why is my past generations him?
I've told you for the so many times, you can move the rooks, but they're castles. You can't move a castle. Oh, for God's sake! Why do we have some priests on the board? What are they gonna do?
What's this been recording going on for like fucking 5 seconds? How? How did we derail this much?
I see the horse. Where's the knight on the horse?
So to be clear, we haven't seen each other in a while.
Yeah.
So like,
it's been built up.
Yeah, this is just all the fucking bollocks that's just been building up in the back of our heads. That I even had Alright, I was so into it that I even had my parents rush to the store to get me Master Quest for the GameCube.
There ain't no 3-year-old playing Master Quest on the fucking GameCube.
Also, I don't think you could get Master Quest in stores. Because I'm pretty sure, because I had Master Quest, and it came with like a pre-ordered version of Wind Waker. I don't think you could get it in shops, or at the very least, it was like the first release of Wind Waker.
Yeah.
So you're rushing to the store to get Wind Waker. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the bonus disc. Sure, there were plenty of other games that I played. My second favourite being Super Smash Brothers. But Loz was my game to play. I spent countless hours doing everything possible.
And I still couldn't find the Kokiri sword.
Until there was nothing left. I felt broken inside. Thankfully, it didn't last long, as the age of 7th gen console was on the rise, and my parents brought me a Wii. Then, an Xbox 360. I played with my Wii a lot.
It never stops being funny. Fuck you, Japan. You have terrible naming sense.
So we're just gonna push this one out there in case you didn't know. Wii kind of sounds like it should mean penis.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
at the very least, it often means urine.
Mm-hmm.
So you could mean I'm masturbating or I'm splashing around in perhaps a paddling pool full of urine. There you are. Let's get all the laughs out now.
A few years later, I got into scat real.
Spending hours upon hours of playing Twilight Princess, but when the Xbox 360 entered my home, I started to think that Nintendo itself was for kids and girls who don't game.
Did he play one game of Call of Duty online? Like,
At this age, how old were we at this age? Like 7.
Yeah.
So like my eyes were open to a whole new world of slurs.
Yeah.
And teabagging.
The Wii still stayed with me through my 4 years overseas, but the GameCube was broken before my first move, and the N64 was packed away.
Wait, how'd you break a GameCube? Those things are basically indestructible.
I know.
When I returned just a few months ago, I had found the N64, but most of its games were gone. To the great game vanishing event from that other Legend of Zelda story.
Oh yeah, of course.
Spreading.
And maybe it's the same
I
writer.
could see like Jacob's copy of Shadow Man just slowly fading out.
It's like Thanos Snap, but just for Nintendo 64 games. And they just left all the shite. It's like, oh yay, I'm gonna play V Rally 64.
what bits of your fucking mind you have to go through to get
Well,
to pull
so,
out
going through a mental library of all
boy.
the Nintendo 64 games. No, good.
All
Like,
the good games have been snapped away. It's like, what are you gonna? I'm gonna play the Nintendo 64. All right, it's time. It's just me and you now, Mr. Buck Bumble.
Oh, Earthworm Jim 3D.
Oh boy.
We already suspected the movers, as they had taken other things, but what's done is done. I
wanted to spin off now into be like a court case against the moving company that stole shit.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to have Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time still there, and as soon as got back from our storage unit,
Perfect.
I plugged the N64 in and popped in Legend of Zelda.
I'm so glad they didn't use plopped as a sort of verb.
Well, we've already talked about Wii, so yeah.
Yeah.
The game started normally and was running smooth. I started a new profile and named it Wyatt, my name.
I thought your name was Nintendo.
No, he's changed it now because now he's a man.
I suppose, yeah.
Like as a boy, he was known as Nintendo. Now he's named himself after a cowboy. The first cutscenes were fine. Just a few things were wrong, so they weren't fine. Like text appearing at weird intervals or missing textures. But it was fine.
Okay.
Just fine.
No, this is fine. The house is not fire.
Oh my god! What really craped me out?
Crepe.
Yeah, it's written craped. So I'm picturing him just being like flattened by a steamroller and rolled into some sort of French pancake.
So we really prank caked this up, did we?
What really craped me out was the fact that the whole world had this ominous feeling to it, as there was no background music, like there was something amiss.
So the world's craped him out. So like there's just like fruit and whipped cream in the background.
So you're just quick, get the lemon.
I eventually got to the part in which you start playing, but I was shocked to see Link's house. It had weird writing on the wall in what I thought was the wings of the fairies.
What?
It had weird writing on the wall in what I thought was the wings of the fairies.
Do you mean like
the fairy, like they plucked off the fairy wings
and spelled words out? Yeah.
There's better ways of phrasing that.
It's just written in fairy wings. It doesn't make any sense.
As opposed to with the fairies.
It seemed as if someone had taken them and ripped their wings off. So someone had taken the wings and ripped the wings off them.
I see.
Just an irritating way of writing.
Just write better.
Yeah, basically. My fear.
Well, I mean, if they wrote better, we'll be out of a job.
True.
My fear was confirmed as what seemed like a weak and helpless Navi entered the room. Her wings had holes in them. Speed holes so she could fly faster. And she was not her original blue, rather black with a red outline. How do you know it was Navi then? The sequence in which Link wakes up is also messed up. Instead of being the funny and obnoxious wake-up call, it was replaced by Navi saying, "Wake up! Wake up, you idiot! Great Deku is not pleased with your absence." Link then jumped up and started rolling around on his own.
And to speed us out. It's one of those, like, the cartridge, you do it and you can just get constantly rolling.
Oh, cartridge toy, I love that shit.
I noticed a pot and decided to break it. What came out was a group of fairies, just lying there. And when I tried to go near them, a message would appear saying,
"Fuck off!"
You know what? That's the message that's going to be now. Why did you do this? Why did you let him win?
I ran outside and was greeted by a sad-looking Saria, who didn't say anything, but stared at me before walking away. I then jumped down from the house and dashed to the Deku Tree. When I got there, Mido wasn't there to block me. I proceeded without sword and shield. When I got to the Deku Tree, I noticed his appearance had changed. His mouth was open already, and his bark was the same colour it turns after he dies. The ground then shook and the music that plays at the end of a boss queued up. The tree said nothing for about 5 minutes.
I just stood
and
there.
I didn't just reset the game.
We'll just talk. Toby, you weren't here for that one. We'll just talk about the other one where like the person's just running up a staircase for 2 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Then he spoke, saying,
"Wyatt, your absence is insolent. Why did you leave? For what? For who? Whom?"
The screen then went white and I was ported back into my home.
From this distance, it looks like porked.
Also,
a very, very different story.
but also ported doesn't make sense.
Teleported, but
I was ported
I mean,
back
like,
into my home.
why not say teleported?
Yeah.
Like, what? Are you in a hurry? Are you Jacob and like shortening words?
So
What?
he was playing the N64 version, then he suddenly was playing the GameCube version.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Put through the same thing. Only this time, instead of going to the tree, I dashed out of the forest. When I left, like going to the great Deku tree, no one was there to stop me. But I was asked a question before leaving.
Was it that fucking owl?
Why leave? Do you have to go now? Why leave before you say goodbye? The great Dooku tree, he needs you. Get me now, Wyatt. Noticing there were words in all caps. It didn't take long before it telling me to figure out. Oh, that bit is that? No, that is the end quotation. I was reading the fucking your stage direction there.
Yeah,
I don't. It ends in "Get out, Wyatt." That's where it ends.
Okay.
Although, is there parentheses until that part?
Yeah. Look.
Right. Okay.
So, Jacob, two things. Keep in all this.
Yeah.
Second of all,
True.
edit in the great Dooku tree. So he's got a big white beard and a lightsaber with a little crook at the end.
I'm almost certainly not going to do that, but I probably will put the word Duke. I'll probably just write Dooku tree across the screen.
If I would
Fuck you.
the great Dooku tree.
Oh!
Wait. What, wait. Does he get killed?
Again!
Yes, the great Dooku.
So, Wyatt, get me now, Wyatt. Noticing how there were words in all caps, it didn't take me long before it was telling me to leave now before he get Wyatt.
Before he get Wyatt?
And that was the end of parentheses,
Yeah.
so yeah.
I think it's
it
hilarious,
should've-
the fucking speech marks just continue. Like it goes, Wyatt, it should be end fucking quotations, but it's not end quotations, it's just noticing that just double check your work. It's not hard to just read through it again.
Jacob, that is the hardest thing to do. You expect me to rewrite this story and then read it as well? Fuck off, mate. All creepypasta writers ever.
I ran out and the cutscene played where Saria gives you the fairy ocarina. Instead, the only thing she gave me was
the clap.
Also, I've been announcing Deku Dooku since a kid, so this is news.
That's amazing.
Fuck you all.
Alright, Duke.
The great Dookie tree.
Now I see, because fucking Count Dooku. Oh my god, what an idiot.
Who looks at D-E-K and goes Duke?
My brain does this sometimes. It sees words and it's like, yeah, that's the pronunciation.
It's called
just fucking go
stupidity.
for it. Full force, just do it, boys.
I call that not reading.
I'm the dyslexic one.
Shut the fuck up.
It's a real shame that, after you beat the boss in the tree, and you talk to good, and then
Yes, but the game doesn't have voice
Ganondorf's
acting.
there, and he's like, do it.
My fucking rebuttal to all of this is the game doesn't have fucking voice acting. There's nowhere in the game it tells
Yeah, but it has the English language written in it.
I know it doesn't have an O in it.
Therefore you have
I
to read.
know it doesn't have an O in it.
So, the fact that
I don't know.
The fact
What am I going to say?
The fact there's no voice acting is even less of an excuse because it's written in fucking plain words. D-E-K-U.
Motherfucker, I was like, I love you guys.
Dookie.
I love this show.
Dookie.
Really brings out the best in me. All my best qualities, all on.
So what's Green Day's album called? Right. Da-da-da-da.
Do you just want to fight?
The wrong Final Fantasy.
That's the wrong franchise.
I know.
That's usually Toby's gimmick.
Can you sing a bit of Mario for me? Okay, yeah, sure.
What's great is I don't even know what that is. He's doing.
Chemical plant song, you prick.
What?
Oh, fuck off. Go back and listen to that.
I'm gonna subvert everyone's expectations. Here I go.
Fuck you all. Oh my god. That sounded like chemical plant song. I don't fucking care. Oh, fuck. Why would I do this to myself? Yeah.
Instead, the only thing she gave me was a blank and almost terrifying stare. The rest of the animation played.
Wait, almost terrifying stare. No, that's actually fine. No.
It's like when you're watching a horror movie or like ghost sighting videos and you see something that's not the spooky ghost. So for a moment, it's almost terrifying. It's like, oh shit, there's someone in the corridor. Actually, though, that's just a bad piece of staging where there's something hanging up in the background they didn't move for the shot.
And then they're like, was this a real haunting or was this all an elaborate hoax?
Okay, before we continue with the story, we need to talk about Nuke's top 5 and their use of the word elaborate.
Because every video there'll be like an obvious piece of string, like opening a cupboard, like something you could easily do that would take 5 seconds. Like, is this a real ghost caught on camera, or just an elaborate hoax?
And then
you decide. And I'm like, what do you think elaborate means?
the rest of the animation played, and I was outside the forest. Thinking this was over was a huge mistake. I walked through the Hylian fields and made it to the castle, but the drawbridge was broken.
You know, I've got to say, before we go on, this game might be super spooky and not working properly, but it does have one benefit: if you don't have to listen to that fucking owl.
I know.
Oh God, right?
Did you get? Do you want me to repeat all this? Like,
You literally intentionally
skip
every time you fucking speak to him.
Hello,
Just,
it's
like,
I, Kebara Gebara.
He was like words are different as well. I was like,
yeah.
It's like, but the drawbridge was broken, as if you were adult Link. I jumped the broken river.
The river was broken. It was flowing up.
I jumped the broken river and ran to the town.
Broken River. That's a fucking band name if I heard one.
I win.
Aye, that was the name of my debut album. Bloody good album. Bloody good
album.
I hear Bono played guitar.
Okay, Redeads, alongside Ganondorf, were attacking the townspeople. I tried to attack, but then was trampled by Ganondorf. The death screen showed with Saria facing the other way.
Why?
That was the last thing that was said by Saria before her face showed on the screen.
It's not about how many lines you have, it's about how you deliver it.
Exactly. Her eyes were black, and there was a trickle of blood coming from them.
That's 2 drinks.
I know. I was kicked by into this. What?
Huh?
I was kicked by into the save screen.
Who gives a shit at this point?
And that's when it became even more weird. That the once bright and blue sky turned to a black and ominous one. My save was replaced by one that simply read, "Hi there." But I did read that as "hit here," so...
I'm sorry, that has been done to the point of fucking death at this point, where your game boots you out and you come back in and it's a different name to what you put in the fucking...
Scared
Toby, are you surprised by the uncreativity of a creepypasta?
Guys, we're so close to the end, come on.
Yeah. Scared shitless. I decided to turn off my console, but before I could, the save started itself up. Link was in the Goron tunic.
You can still turn it off. Like, it's literally one, but I have one right in front of me here. It's
a little
one
switch.
Little switch.
And
It's not hard or heavy.
And was in a room.
Well, no, not a room.
The floor was black, and the walls and the ceiling were glass.
And they were made of skeletons.
And as I walked up to one of the walls, I could see that it was above ground.
Okay.
I missed my opportunity. I was trying to brew up a joke about the glass ceiling.
I was thinking of the same thing.
It just passed me by.
Just like the glass ceiling.
Yeah, I could have broken the grass ceiling. Well done, Jacob. Just fucking keep hitting them home runs.
Put your grasses on.
Time to Hyrule, everyone! What a humdinger this has been in.
I checked my inventory for anything to get me out of here.
Okay.
The only thing I had was the note from Zelda.
Was a gun.
So that to get me out of here.
Instead, I could read this time. Wait, instead, I could read it this time. The only thing it said was, "See." I looked out the window to see the pit that was underneath Ganondorf's castle, and what was there filled me with dread. I could see a young Zelda, Epona, Maron, and Mido. Others were in there too, but those were the only ones that had a name.
These other ones are unimportant, but Mido!
They were all doing a very real death animations.
I would love to see that on the N64 graphics.
Yeah.
I would fucking love to see a realistic death animation.
And letting out faint but very
Please.
dreadful cries. As I witnessed each and every one of them die, I began to cry.
I began to die.
Because I'm a giant pussy.
Just as I did, a text box appeared saying,
Are you weeping? What do you care? You cast us aside like we were nothing to you. I liked you, Ellipses. I thought you would never stop playing with us, Ellipses. This is exactly like fucking Pokemon Dead Channel. Well, it looks like I were wrong about that.
I continued to cry, and more text boxes appeared, with each one asking why I was crying. Finally, the last text box appeared saying,
I have had my fun with you. Watching you be miserable is the only thing I can't stand, so I will let you go. That doesn't suit Jimmy Savile at all, does it?
Then the
This is all getting cut.
Then the same eerie
Right.
faced Saria showed up and said one last thing. Goodbye!
Goodbye.
The floor to the room opened and Link died. I was kicked back to the save menu, but was unable to make a new file. I opened the cartridge to find out that the whole thing was rusted. I sat down and thought all about...
What was he expecting to find? When he, like, fucking took a drill, presumably, and, like, pulled out the screws and he took the cartridge...
He's like, my god, all the bees are dead!
No!
I ate all your bees. I sat down.
All the bees are dead.
I sat down.
Sorry, that was really fucking cool, man. That's hilarious.
How long the image is taken to get to Toby.
I sat down and thought all about my other games. I checked them and they were fine.
So what he's saying is the denizens of Hyrule really fucking overreacted.
Yeah,
like him not playing with them
so
anymore.
it turns out, like, you know, Hyruleans, needy fucks.
Yes. Well, thing
Like,
is, as well,
you can't get any space for them. They're so clingy.
I tried again a few weeks ago and was able to open a new file, or make a new file. This time Link looked sad and was in an empty room.
He took the cartridge apart.
Yeah, and he can only walk...
He replaced the piece.
Stop it! Somebody describe it!
Couple of live ones in there. It's like, you know it's a quality game when you put the cartridge next to your ear. You can hear the buzzing.
Make sure, check the honey level.
to take out the honeycomb cartridge.
Okay.
I'm just picturing, you know, when they pull honeycombs out of hives, it's just Nintendo 64 cartridges.
You know, that's why they're more
Sliding
expensive.
them out, it's like gooey fucking thing.
Fucking.
That's why.
Put that in the fucking show.
N64
Put that picture in the show.
cartridges.
Fucking some beekeeper put fucking beds.
Oh man, look, I wish so many companies have gone with discs, but for me the B method is just that is the future.
That's the fucking
All
cloud
natural,
gaming fucking
made by bees.
Hive gaming.
I opened the cart. No, wait, that's how we've done that. I tried again a few weeks ago and was able to make a new file. This time Link looked sad and was in an empty room. He could only walk around the room and that was it. I turned off my N64 and have never touched my Ocarina of Time since.
That sounds like another euphemism for penis. I've never touched my Ocarina of Time
at the
since.
very least, it sounds like he's talking about an actual Ocarina and not the game.
And I continue to have nightmares. The only thing I have learned from this is to never think it's over just because you've beaten it. You can always redo it. And you
Why
can
is that a thing
always
about masturbation
replace
right
your
at the end?
beats.
That's a fucking masturbation cry. I'm sorry.
You can always redo it. Like, what? How
does
does
that-
that relate to the message of the story? Okay, there are no comments, and that one sucked. We'll wrap up our thoughts at the end because we've got just enough time for an extremely short one called Grandma's Ashes.
Yes, because I have prior engagements.
Grandma's house used to be filled with ordinary people. People like you and me. She died a week ago, leaving behind a legacy as one of the finest mediums in all the country. So she was
a fraud.
Yeah, a charlatan. Okay.
She lived a long and happy life, tricking very sad people who wanted to know about their dead loved ones. She made so much money off the misery of others.
Yeah.
Bitch.
She even obstructed police investigations, and kids that possibly could have been rescued, they thought were just dead. So
Yeah.
she gave comfort and reassurance to all those who suffered the vulnerability of lost loved ones.
That's what she
By
asked.
lying.
Picking up the check every step of the way. Actually, by vulnerability of lost loved one.
Just the one.
Even though my parents never quite believed it, probably because they weren't stupid. As requested, Grandma was cremated, and her ashes settled in a colourful jar atop the windowsill in view of her beloved garden. Her video will, though, requested one last, unsettling thing. That her ashes be put in an oil lamp and be used as a light. Oddly enough, we were obliged to this request. Oddly enough, we obliged to the request.
We
that
all
was
hated her.
explicitly written in the will. You wouldn't think we would do it, but we did.
Yeah.
Well done. You're not cunts.
Yeah, we did like anything else in Earthfig. Like we all fought over the inheritance and just ignored her funeral. Like we say, cremated bonfire.
Yeah.
It was more like a flaming bin that you see hobos around.
It was more like what happens on the 5th of November.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
She was the most hated person in
She
town.
also wasn't dead.
Yeah.
Basically, it wasn't. It was a mob.
Yeah.
It was mob justice. And there's the one. There's the one that obstructed police investigations and got those kids killed with her fake psychic nonsense.
It's kind of like we did all the things.
It's just Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, she was just burned alive in a shed.
No, it was kind of like all the things that they kind of did to Rasputin all at once.
And that's why they when they obliged with the funeral request, she came back to haunt kids in their dreams.
Yes.
But actually haunt the parents of those of missing kids and those who've lost loved one. Oddly enough, we obliged to this request, half expecting the ashes to smother the flame and render our lamp useless.
Just like the medium.
We gathered around the kitchen table. I poured the ashes into the oil beneath. A flame quipped up.
Wait, it said something. It was part of the Avengers.
Yeah, fucking Joss Whedon ass flame. A flame quipped up.
Am I hot or what?
Quite shockingly. They fly now. I know he didn't write that. That's always the first example I could think of with shitty Hollywood writing. Her ashes burned a flame that raided the room with the grotesque faces of the undead. First tens, then thousands. Yeah, she was actually in hell.
Yeah.
This is proof she went to hell for being a charlatan and preying on the vulnerable.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed I missed
a line.
A sentence. Yeah. We took back everything we said about crazy old grandma. At that moment, her ashes burned to flame. Blah blah blah. Grotesque faces of the undead. First tens and thousands, swarming our home with their gaping mouths and their empty eyes, all surrounding, approaching the pebble of a flame dancing on the tip of the oil lamp. Weeks on, the flame still burns, and we're afraid to put it out. I feel like putting it out would probably put a stop to all those horrible monsters. And there's no comments on that one. Alright, so let's give our thoughts on the two stories that we read. The Zelda one didn't make a fucking lick of sense, which seems to be a running theme with Zelda creepypastas lately.
It was just as you said, it was just like Pokemon Dead Channel again.
Yeah, the whole thing.
And also, I think it's like, what's up with these, like, I played a game, I really enjoyed it. I did everything. I put it down. Why did you leave us? We've become so needy and self-aware. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, the only time that should happen is in an Animal Crossing where they're like, "Hey, we haven't seen you in like 5 years. We're wondering if you're all right."
Well, I imagine one of
that is literally in. I feel like that would be less scary because that's in the game's code.
Exactly.
I imagine like whatever the first one would have, like Animal Crossing was the example. Someone like spooky Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
And then Tom Nook was like, "Where were you?" And Mr. Rossetti was like, "Those fucking kids." Yeah. Well, you were gone.
The whole neighborhood's gone.
You'll never guess what those people moved in next door.
Yeah. So the Zelda one was dumb.
Long and dumb, but we got a lot of jokes out of it, and we made up for making fun of Toby the chip time.
I tell you, that really did crappy me out. That story.
With the Grandma's Ashes one, it's just mediocre. The problem with it didn't go anywhere. It's like, hey, psychics, oil, and faces. Like, I feel like you've got an idea here, but it's not complete. And you've written it as a story, even though it's not a complete idea in your head yet.
This is like a writing exercise in class.
Yeah.
Like, you know how you get those 2-sentence horror stories where, like, it's like, and there's...
Who was phone?
And, like, you know that one where it's like, you know, you're the last man on Earth and someone knocks on the door, right? Yeah. It's like they've elongated a 2-sentence, like, because you could easily just go, my grandma died, she asked us to put her ashes in the flame, she was a medium, and then at the end, all you have to do is, like, the weeks on the flame still burns, and we're all
it's like 10 lines long.
Yeah.
That's it.
You don't need any of the
That's
stuff.
all you need.
But as it is at the moment, it feels like there is a larger story that is just incomplete in their mind. Having said that, it's not irredeemable.
But it's worth making fun of just for the mediums.
It's just kind of flat and not exciting.
No.
There's some all-right imagery in there, but there's no attempt to proofread, which is always a problem. It's the same with the Zelda one. But, you know, person who wrote that, keep writing. I don't think that you're completely incompetent. You're probably capable of writing good stuff. The other story, on the other hand...
dog shit.
Yeah.
Stop.
I think maybe if you're going to write scary stories, maybe don't base them on video games, because that rarely, if ever, works. Try something new.
Even after I think about 13 to maybe 14 years since Ben Drowned was written. Ben Drowned's not scary anymore.
No, and that's the thing.
They're not built
when it becomes popular.
They're not built to stand the test of time.
No,
Well,
certainly not.
Just a bit of advice, you know, just write a good story, else you'll end up on our show.
Welcome to Bad Creepypasta. If you're a first-time viewer here, welcome. If you're returning, welcome back. That's a thing that I said. Our first story today, my phone's taken... Apparently our first story today, according to my phone, is Weatherspoons is axing 44 items from its menu.
What the fuck? No, that is a fucking
No, we were there earlier.
That from the fucking breakfast menu. The absolute arseholes.
No, it's all the healthy shit, like the risotto and everything, all the things...
We literally went there this morning and it's like, where's all the vegetarian
it's the stuff I like. It's none of the stuff you like. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry, they got their mediocre burger that's about lukewarm.
So what I do is I order a fried egg with that shit, which is like scalding hot, and it heats the thing up.
Yes.
So the story, Donkey Kong 64.
The unsold copy, Creepypasta.
So we don't get mixed up with like the true historical unsold copy.
Yeah.
They're probably
I'm sure.
I mean, it's a successful game, but you know they're never going to shift every single copy produced, are they? If anything.
Yeah, but they're not going to write a story about it.
This story was written 6 years ago, and it was written by a redditor called Chess Piece, and it was put on the subreddit Sleepy Cabin. Never heard of it myself.
Something to do with only players.
That's what we seem to think. And it was requested by Superstar Planet.
Well, I tried several times to submit it, but Creepypasta Wiki has a blacklist against any video game pastas now. Sucks. If anyone else wants to try to submit it, go ahead. Here it is.
That's brilliant. That's one of the best
Good
opening
start.
paragraphs.
Like, basically, I have failed to submit this to the wiki where I want it seen, but since I can no longer be asked, if you, a perfect stranger, would like to do it for me, that would be appreciated.
Just credit me and so give me all the accolades.
Yeah,
This is gonna kick off and launch my career.
Yeah.
Also 6 years. So it's implying that it had standards 6 years ago.
Which is completely absurd. But here we are, keeping up with trends on the 6-year-old story. It was a nice, bright, sunny day. Again, just never start your horror story like this.
Why don't we start like cliche to say a dark and stormy night, but also like going the opposite way. Just not mention the fucking weather. What are you like walking your dog and trying to build up conversation with someone?
It was a day. I think it may have been a Thursday, but it was suddenly a day. How was your day?
I feel like you said certainly, but because you're quite far away from me, I heard suddenly.
Suddenly a day!
It was suddenly a day. It was a nice and bright sunny day, and I just got my weekly allowance, and I really wanted to buy a game. My father...
What? Pardon?
I don't think this is serious!
I don't think we need to read the whole of this one, because I don't think this was written with any intent to get it on Creepypasta Wiki.
This is not the first time we've been caught out like this.
And it won't be the last. Let's move on to the alternative story.
Yeah. That was brilliant. The Chess Master.
Ice Climbers.
Ice Climbers. Simon.
You are too good at that.
I love that.
This was submitted by Anna, but with one end, so it's like Aina. It's Aina Lee. So your name's Aina Lee, basically. Yeah. Anna Lee, but it's one end, so... Your name's Aina Lee.
You have no one to blame but yourself. You could
or,
have written anything.
Yeah, perhaps your parents, if that's your real name, in which case, sorry, I guess.
But there's worse names your parents could give you.
The Chess Master by Serial. Yes. My name is William Dwight, and I am going to tell you my story.
I don't care.
William Dwight is like, it's a bit of an OC sounding name, isn't it? It doesn't sound real.
Like Dwight is I don't know, like William Dwight sounds like two names that just like crashed together and made a wrong sound.
I remember that since I was a kid, I had always wanted to be an excellent chess player. Unfortunately, the board would keep catching fire. Perhaps you should read this one out, Toby. It seems your cup of tea.
Fuck off!
Well, it says you wanted to be an excellent chess player, so...
Yeah. I'm a really bad chess player, though. I played against V the other day, and I actually...
Why the fuck? Like, what year were you in where you were like, oh, let's play chess because we have no electronics device or a deck of cards?
No, chess is fun to play. I like chess.
What is your... Hang on, before we start
what is your trauma? What is your childhood trauma?
What happened to you?
The chess set murdered my
What
parents.
chess piece touched you? But I thought it was a really good idea. So I started taking lessons and playing at 7. Then I found it was fun. I still remember my first game. I won. I was very proud of myself. Now after such a long time, I am a true teacher. Nobody can beat me. Even if it is someone who knows the game well.
Well, I mean, presumably you wouldn't. If you're really good at chess.
Over all these 8-year-olds who've never played it for the first time.
I never lose.
Undefeated. Can you feel it? Stop pelvic thrusting at me, please, sir.
So it could be said that my wish came true.
Maybe
not.
Yeah.
Space. Maybe not. Dot,
Maybe
dot,
not.
dot,
There's
dot.
about 5 dots there. I was never very sociable. I had no friends. Relatable. Well, only one. Garrett. First of all. Who?
Stayed away. We're not liking the names, are we?
Not at all. That sounds like a fucking Final Fantasy character. It does.
Yeah, you know, Garrett, I'm sure, apologies to any Garretts listening, but
I mean, you haven't roughed up already.
I'm getting that out of my system now because I'm about to rag on your name. Garrett sounds like, when you say Final Fantasy, you've hit the nail on the head, it sounds like a Japanese person coming up with an American-sounding name.
Oh my god, totally.
It's like, Garrett Storch.
Yeah.
I met him when I was 8 years old.
Houghton Lumber.
Shortly after I started playing chess, he's gonna still doing it. He did too.
Rocky Steele.
He's still gonna keep all these names.
Sorry, carry on.
Although he was younger than me.
Netzi Barbage. That's a woman, that one. Netzi Barbage.
We've got a whole cast of anime characters right now.
Barry Lando. Okay.
They've got to sound like names but not be names, like Netzi and fucking Garrett. I'm so sorry to any
we're coming up
Garretts.
with a whole cast of fucking Bleach characters.
I'm just somebody out there's going to be like, hey, my name's Netzi, alright? My name's Netzi Babbage or whatever the fuck I said.
Sorry for any thoughts out there as well. Garrett, he's 8 years old, he's younger than him, they play chess, and we realised we had an enormous resemblance between the two. Since then...
They both had the same rare blood disease, you see. But where the main character, Chess Master, will get bat powers, the other guy's going to become like super good at business, but they're both vampires.
No one's seen Morbius, Jacob. No one's gonna get that joke.
I guarantee by the time this episode comes up, we'll be sort of forgotten. Because this is, realistically, this isn't coming out till like... This isn't coming out till like
Until
July.
you get another free time, which won't be for a while.
This will be like my birthday by the time this episode comes out.
He was a bit quiet, but it didn't matter. I didn't talk much either. I just played. That brought me problems with some people who believed me to be a freak, but I didn't care.
Because of my rare blood disease.
Yeah, I had Garrett, and he had me.
But time went by. Garrett began to become more outgoing and to stop caring about chess.
Okay.
But not me. Chess was my life. We should have done him the voice of Moist Critical for this. He's like a really laid-back American guy. I couldn't imagine it without chess. I think he means his life. But the way he's worded this, chess was my life. I couldn't imagine it. The way he's written that makes it sound like the it is chess.
I couldn't imagine
chess without chess.
Yeah, so it's like, chess is my life. I couldn't imagine it without chess.
Chess is chess. It's a paradox.
Once we even fought, and he said that I was too obsessed with it. But I ignored him. I couldn't believe it, but we didn't speak to each other for 3 days.
Whoa.
In the end, we returned to normality.
I haven't spoken to Jake for like 3 weeks.
At that time, we fought a lot. I was 14 and he was 13, but everything changed later. Yes, we got older.
Yeah. Things changed as they are wont to do in linear time, yes.
Who would have thought that?
During that time, we fought a lot, but we always made up, so our friendship was not ruined. Glad that was included. I am 19 now, and we're still good friends, even though he spends more time with women while I keep playing.
Whoa, you were
this is another one. This is another Joker origin story.
I mean, have you seen the picture at the bottom? Fucking yes.
Are you having any chessy thoughts? All I have are chessy thoughts.
No pawns?
I don't know why I do it. It's just that it's too interesting for me. But Garrett says it's stupid and boring. There were times when he was really very aggressive with me. It didn't sound like he There were times when he was really very aggressive with me. It didn't sound like he always did, but this time it went too far even for me.
What? I don't believe
Yeah,
that.
meaningless.
Yep.
Just gibberish.
Let's ignore it and move on.
Toby.
Hey, Garrett, you have any plans for tonight? I thought we could get a game after school. Do you like it?
That's not the voice of someone who plays chess.
But he doesn't play chess as much, does he, this guy?
Hey, Garrett, do you have plans for tonight? I thought we could play a game after school. Do you like it?
That's good. That's a good voice. Garrett was in the hallway talking to a girl at the time. Will, are you an idiot or what? You know, anything can happen in Tinseltown. So that's the new character I'm trying, fake Hollywood guy. Whatever happens to those guys, you know?
Yeah.
Like the Oscars are like, everybody's turned out tonight, and my favorite movie, I hope, is the one that wins. What was your favorite movie? That was mine, too. I don't have independent thoughts.
Norm Macdonald was the king of that. Rest in peace, that guy.
Outside of the Oscars, they just put me in cryo sleep. You know the exact kind of person I'm talking about, right?
know, right?
They like always have
I know
like
that
perfect.
exact
They have
guy.
perfect teeth and like perfect hair, but somehow they look gross.
Yeah.
They're probably some sort of like flesh robot.
Yeah, it's like an early, like it's originally designed as a sex robot, but nobody wanted to fuck it, so they just put it in a tuxedo and said, "You report on the Oscars. That's what you're gonna do."
Oh my god.
If there's one thing celebrities need, it's more attention and accolades.
This Oscars seems like it's going to be a very, not very interesting this year. Nothing controversial is going to happen.
It's all gonna be smooth sailing tonight at the Oscars. That's right.
With your host, Chris Rock.
I am fake Hollywood guy.
I've also slept with Will Smith.
I too have slept with Will Smith's wife.
Alright, let's cards on the table, let's be honest. Raise your hands if you haven't slept with That also counts to you listeners. Don't fucking lie, Toby.
Sorry.
Toby, if anyone in this room had fucked Will Smith's wife, it'd be
Oh
you.
wait, it's raising hand you hadn't. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. Instructions unclear.
Will, are you an idiot or what? Who the hell cares about your stupid chess? I stopped playing it a long time ago, and you still can't believe it. Fuck you, freak. That's way too passionate for fake Hollywood guy who we've declared doesn't have any emotions.
Fuck you, freak.
My favorite movie was all of the movies this year.
Not
I
a bad
hope
one in the bunch.
I hope everyone wins. After he threw my books away, he and the girl made fun and looked at me maliciously. So not made fun of, made fun.
Made fun.
So made fun and looked at. So made fun at me maliciously, basically. I picked up my books and walked slowly away. I also heard, I don't know who actually is shouting
Who's
this.
saying this? I also heard, so that means that maybe it's not Will.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably not Will's. It's not Garrett saying this.
Okay.
It's Will Smith. Yeah.
I'm not.
It's rewind time. Yeah, rewind on that shitty marriage.
I think. Oh yeah, that's hot. That's hot.
Yeah.
He's watching stream
Rewind
videos.
back to when you didn't think you needed a fucking annulment. The mighty William Dwight. Ha 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 ha.
Okay. A tear appeared in the corner of my eye as I ran.
I ran so far away.
It was at that moment where our friendship was ruined forever. Yes, forever.
Thank you for adding that for dramatic effect. Now I'm really invested.
I wasn't sure about the first forever, but the second one.
Yeah.
I'm super invested in the drama now.
Crying! I ran home. I was completely wet from the weather. It was raining outside.
Then how did you know you were crying?
I sneaked in and slammed my bedroom door. I was sure my father had heard him. He was not so deaf after all. But at the time,
He was pretty deaf.
I did not care.
I love how like more theatrical the readings always get. I've noticed this lately. Is like we get more and more bored by the story, so the voice just gets. So you start reading the story, it's just like, "Welcome to Bad CREEPYPASTA," and you're like, and there down the dark stairs. By then you're like, and he was standing at the edge of the hall.
Trying to give it like your best
Yeah.
performance because it's like, it's so shit. I'm giving it the performance of a lifetime here.
Her breasts swinging boobily in the moonlight.
and I could see everything.
Enormous breasts!
Crying! I sat on the bed. Why was this happening to me? Was it because of chess? The door to my room opened. Who wants to be the father?
Probably wasn't because of chess. I'm just gonna float that out there. I didn't think your life was falling apart because of chess.
I think there's two things in this equation. You and chess. We've eliminated chess as one of them.
Well,
you're like an old prospect. Well, my boy, I look for gold in their mountains.
My father came up to me. Are you okay? Is something wrong? Leave me alone. I don't need anything. He sat next to me. You know, you can tell me, just like your mom.
He did it again. I know it's not his fault. My mother died when I was 14 years old. She was driving when a truck carrying iron bars over...
Is this fucking Final Destination
Yeah.
2?
Driving on a truck carrying iron brew overturned. And she was drowned. She drowned in the foul-tasting, sugary sludge water.
It was the worst death known to man. No torture. It's been thought up by the devil or man.
No bodies recovered. All just fucking dissolved in the iron brew.
It was like, have you seen, like, you know that?
Have you seen The Blob?
No, I was going to say, so,
What a film.
yeah,
What a
if
film.
you remember the end of RoboCop 1.
Since then, I only have my father. Just learn to write properly. The sentence structure is so awful. He forgets that just mentioning her hurts me, but it's not his fault. He gave up and... Well, you say it's not his fault, but this is when we find out he was the one driving the truck. He gave up and closed the door. I was left alone. I didn't want to be. I was scared. I went to bed and thought about trying to fix things with Garrett. I decided to do it at school. The next day I waited outside his classroom. Then I gave up and went straight home. Upon arrival, I was surprised to hear the ringtone of my cell phone. Hold up. Hey. Just imagine what kind of ringtone a chess master would have.
Hold up. That's how he answers the phone, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Will.
Garrett. I thought about cutting off the call, but he started talking.
I'm sorry for what happened. I was with a girl. I needed to earn the respect of others. It won't happen again, I promise.
Did he really think?
But anything can happen right here in Tinseltown. It really is magic. That's all for tonight,
fucking
folks.
Guy. I know the fucking cunt face this guy has got as well.
He's been like the perfect row of like obnoxiously white teeth that like hurt your eyes when you look at them.
Fuck me, I know the guy.
Have some like white and
Yeah, like bleach, like Ross on Friends when he gets his teeth bleached. Also, fuck Friends. That show is not good.
Let's bring that show. Yeah, let's call that show out. That fucking 20-year-old show.
Well, you know, we've already put the world to rights with Fallout 4 on the show. Since I'm feeling brave, I'm gonna really take on.
Call out Friends. Fucking, I hate the show as well.
Shit, isn't it?
Just watch Seinfeld. Much better. So
there's a weird episode of Seinfeld where he turns into a bee. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I haven't. That's the fucking bee. Of course.
What's the neighbour's name? The wacky one.
Oh, Kramer.
Yeah, have you seen that episode where Kramer goes on stage?
Fuck off.
Yeah, he did that, and still no one slapped him. I'm just saying. I'm not saying he was right to do it, but it's interesting that nobody slapped him in the face when he pulled that.
Did he really think he was going to forgive him?
Lame.
What?
Just proofread. That's such a familiar phrase on this show. Just proofread. We could probably make a just proofread shirt at this point. Yeah, or a supercut every time we've said it. Yeah, and we'd probably miss some.
Yeah.
Or just mug it off on someone else. Would be like the guy who wrote that Donkey Kong story, who was like, "Hey, someone else put this on the Creepypasta wiki for me. Hey, somebody else make a supercut of us saying just proofread." Will, you are my best friend.
That last line.
Come see me in the park at 8. I want to apologize in person.
He hung up. I was paralysed. We were still friends. I looked at my watch. It was so close to 8, so I hurried to go and meet him. The park looked very desolate. At that time, all the families had left. Nervous, I sat down to wait for my friends to arrive. I saw him approach.
Hello.
My smile disappeared when I saw 6 guys from our institute appear behind him. There were some girls among them, with whom Garrett had been talking.
It doesn't explain who says it. Maybe one of the girls? But just someone goes...
I just like someone just walking past.
But we'll put this up on screen. Does not know, question mark.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean?
If Gemma was here, she'd be doing her Russian accent.
Everyone laughed. Best time to say that. Before I could leave, they knocked me down. A shower of blows fell on me. But then I saw it. Garrett came up to me and hit me too. What? Why?
Why?
Did you really think we were friends? Like I'm going to hang around with someone like you? Fuck you, freak.
I couldn't.
This is really extreme for someone who likes chess.
Yeah, just like,
I know, like,
sorry, you're a big chess fan, just beats him to within an inch of his life.
I know, I don't know if it's just because like the stereotype seems to have moved on. And, like, geeky stuff's more accepted, but like you fucking you like chess. It's not like I was a big furry growing up.
Yeah, it's like something super weird. Yeah. It's like I was constantly watching hentai. You know, it's not like a weird teenage thing. It's just like, yeah, I like.
I always
chess.
like stealing girls' used panties. Like, and my friend as well was like, no, it's not something like creepy or weird. He plays a game.
Yeah, and also an extremely popular game too. Like that has lasted literally centuries.
It's like, oh, you like the popular game chess? Ugh. I mean, I was playing with you for like years and years and years, so clearly I don't like chess. But, you know, you like chess. Ugh. Maybe it's because he lost. It's like over the years he never won. That's a better backstory. You fucking bastard. You never let me win once, not even on my birthday.
Also, I'm just saying, you know, you look through like for chess, like, you could literally replace this with anything so far, like drafts, Monopoly, Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, because it doesn't have any.
Yeah.
Right, shit.
What's frustrating about it, and I think you've hit the nail on the head there, is it doesn't really feel like it's about chess. But we'll talk more about that at the end when we surmise our thoughts.
I couldn't take much longer. I saw from afar how everyone looked at Garrett with pride and made fun of me. I couldn't take it. My eyes were shed, so I lost consciousness.
My tears were shed, so I lost consciousness. No, I don't know about you guys. Whenever I cry, it just knocks me right out.
Serious medical condition.
Yeah.
Just waiting on the guy while he's fucking.
Yeah.
That's what
you just throw some pepper in his eyes and he pass out.
Yeah.
We'll wake up. Wake up.
Day-o.
The darkness surrounded me. That voice seemed to come from everywhere. Was dead? Question mark?
Was dead.
That just reminds me of just like, you know, one of them old fucking really old NES games with like a really bad Japanese translated end screen.
Yeah.
Was dead?
You are not Will.
I could see. I'm sorry, I couldn't see what he was talking about. That made me feel insecure.
What is happening? Why has this suddenly gone really Google Translate-y?
Who are you?
It doesn't say that. Look at the line.
Oh my god, he doesn't say that!
Your brain is fixing the line.
Yeah,
this is how shitty creepypastas. People either fix for you or your brain does it for you.
I was like ready to scrap. Like, he does fucking say. No, it doesn't. What the fuck? Who you are?
That doesn't matter, does it, Will?
Then
Slenderman.
Well, to be honest, it's like it's a mysterious figure, so I'm just defaulting to Slenderman.
What? And what does it matter then?
The revenge
of the Sith. I didn't understand what he was saying. My mind was clouded by the previous memories.
You don't need friends.
No.
Just got this like weird accent now. It started as Irish. I don't know what it's become. You don't need friends.
No.
You got chess.
It wasn't true.
It's like I've got loads of friends. I've got the king, the queen, the bishop, the knight.
2 bishops.
No one's friends.
I've got all these
No one's friends with the fucking rooks, right? They're just weirdos, right? I don't know why I dress up like that. No one wants that shit.
Dressing up like a fucking castle,
Nah, the
like
bishop.
perverts.
He's got the drip.
See, if he was walking around, that's what they didn't tell you is that Will has been dressed as a rook the entire time, just looking like a
looking like a fucking battlement, just strolling into school. You freak!
Was it all the other, like, all the other guys beat up? Were they all the other, like, the pawns, the bishops, the king, the queen?
You lunatic! They were normal. That's why they were beating him up. Just like, why are you dressed like a chess piece? Remember to mention that you're dressed like a chess piece in any anecdote describing this beating. Make sure you do. And he's like, I'll get revenge on you. I'll never mention that I was dressed as a chess piece.
That's the thing, like, that's you know, like, how he doesn't mention chess enough, because it's so ingrained. Like, he comes to school, and every single thing he says is like a chess pun. And it got so annoying. Actually, I'm tired of you.
You have to stop. The fucking next line is genius. Your next line is amazing.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, is this checkmate for me? Like, shut
the
up!
fuck up, Maya! No, it wasn't true. He didn't need. He couldn't. He didn't want to be alone. Please, Jacob.
You are not alone. You have chess with you.
Oh. Was he just gonna keep all the pieces in like one of his top pockets, and then he's never alone? If he's feeling really adventurous, he's gonna shove the pawn right. Anyway.
You are not alone. You have chess with you.
It was true. It was the only thing I understood. I wanted to be part of him. That's a bit much. Hang on a second. What?
I want to fulfill your wish.
Okay, so you know, like at the bottom of the film, it's got his like super fucking anime looking ass. Like, this is the chest. I want the original version where it's like a tracksuit, but it's just glued the chest pieces on like his shoulders and like the back of his hands. I'm the chess master.
Fuck me. That'd be brilliant.
He's just super glued.
It's like some fucking nerd. It's like a D&D night, but it's just.
It's like in a biker latex suit. Just chest pieces are glued on.
Let's go.
And what do you want in return?
You will see that in the future in another game. You just focus on this one.
I agree.
I think it has something to do with Spider-Man.
Maybe.
Perhaps you and I should form some kind of team. Intriguing. That's the actual post-credit sequence to Morbius.
How did he rebuild his? How did the Vulture rebuild his suit?
He didn't. See, this is the Amazing Spider-Man universe, right? And he broke into Oscorp because somehow he knew there was a Vulture suit in the basement, like in Amazing Spider-Man 2, and he stole that one.
Why was there a Vulture suit? How would he know how to use one when the other one was built by his mate?
Wait, who used the Vulture suit?
So, okay, spoilers. Credit. The Vulture from the Spider-Man No Way Home version.
What? Right.
Falls through a fucking portal into prison, and it's like, oh, this must be Spider-Man's fault. He's like, well, we gotta let him go. And then he flies off and he meets Morbius and goes, I've got my Vulture suit back. Let's be friends and have butt sex
and
or whatever.
It's very clear that they didn't know they were going to do that in the post-credits because his face is covered. So it's just Michael Keaton ADRing it, and he sounds like he's on his fucking phone, right? And it cuts to Jared Leto saying the word intriguing. With it's clearly a shot that they had no context for them. Just say the word intriguing, say this, and this, and we'll use something.
God.
It's so bad.
Great. 10 out of 10.
Haven't seen the movie, but I've seen that bit.
More billion.
Because, everyone's seen the fucking post-credits.
A light and a shadow surrounded me. I began to feel different. It was great. Something was taking over my mind. Everything was black and white squares. Black and white.
Oh, no.
My father's body fell
Please,
heavily to the ground. The hole in his chest had been caused by my sword.
My sword? Okay.
He had died before falling. There were already 2 people I had killed. I sheathed my sword and left my house.
Just very much taking on the Mega Man band Proto Men story.
Yeah.
Suddenly just like, oh, I killed my whole family by this point.
Oh, yes.
Wait, what?
Who the fuck is Emily?
Yeah.
Was that one problem?
Yes, that was that one.
What a wonderful night full of death and blood. It was a pity that he was already tired of being a pawn and he wanted to be more. I do not regret the deal I made.
This guy is the worst Batman
my
villain.
appearance is different. I consider it perfect. I can't help but laugh when I see people. Seeing you, I laugh at their ignorance, their conformity, the lethargy they have. They do not realise I am one step ahead of you.
I'm just
because
looking at
I have been playing while you were sitting there getting the girls. I've been playing the chess.
Yeah, so like, so he's one step ahead of you, so like he goes first and gets the first move.
Because he's white.
Yeah.
Just like, well, it's just like, well,
it's a racial. It's actually.
While you were having casual sex, I was studying the Scotch Open.
No, but also the way Toby said that.
Chest
like,
joke. I'm
you
sorry.
Know, like, not an easy, lame OC chess master themed creepypasta guy.
Is gross.
He's also racist because he's the whites and he always fights the. It's like, oh wow, this.
So you were going to say he always fights the blacks?
Yes.
God.
It's like, oh wow, this this creepypasta. He's the worst one. Why? Because it's racially motivated. It's really weird.
The world is a chessboard and you are the pawns. I don't aspire to be peace. I want to be the player. Teacher. But first, I remember that Garrett's house is near here. I think I'll give him a visit. Until then, checkmate.
I love the ends of the word
Alright,
checkmate.
so
and some garbage artwork.
Okay, so I just want to say...
dreadful.
It is pretty dreadful, but on the last thing where he says checkmate, I fucking hate that in anything where the guy's like, you know, I'm a master strategist and I'm using a chess metaphor. Haha, I'm about to win. Checkmate. No, you don't say checkmate before you win. You say that at the end of the fucking game.
Yeah,
You've won. That means it's game over. You've already won. You don't say before you win.
I get what you're
Yeah,
saying.
you say
You
that
put them
when
in
like
check.
when like the world government has transferred you the money to stop you from nuking all of like the major cities. That's when you say checkmate, not before you press the button. It's a weird thing in movies and it's bad. Okay, so there's two comments. One of them is a link to a YouTube video. I don't care about that, and the other one is just when I thought it couldn't get creepier. Okay, cool.
Great.
By creepy,
Do you know what morons about the whole checkmate thing? It's like if there was a creepypasta about a Monopoly killer, and right at the end, like right at the end, it's just like
Don't pass go.
Do not pass go. You know, it's just like this. Why do they fucking do that? Why does it have to include something from the fucking board game?
No, Mum. I think tonight I will be the car, and you can be the little Scotty dog.
I'm buying all the rail.
Consider your property remortgaged.
I'm gonna put down a hotel.
Honestly, the Monopoly killer would be way more interesting because there's a lot more to play with there.
There is.
It looks like I.
That's it. My original OC.
Yeah.
No one steal my original.
It looks just like I just came in second in the beauty pageant.
That's his motivation. That's what drives him to become the Monopoly killer. He comes second in the beauty pageant.
He didn't get first. He didn't get a million. The second fucking prize was like it's a massive fall off. The first prize was $1 million.
So this short man with a big mustache enters the beauty pageant, and the first prize is $1 million, and the second prize is acid to the face.
Why have we just come up with like a better creepypasta?
Okay, so basically, it's not really worth summarizing our thoughts because we kind of said them throughout. But just because it's a thing we do on the show, it's dumb. It doesn't really reflect chess in any meaningful way.
It's also one of the weakest
Is that supposed to be a fucking sword? I'm looking at this shitty piece of artwork. That's not a sword.
It's also
It's better than I could draw, but I don't like it.
It's also one of the weakest excuse. Like, I play chess. My friend was like, chess is for nerds. Fuck you. Wait, I want to be friends again. No, I'm going to beat you up a bunch of people. And then a voice is like, no, now you become evil. And then I murdered my dad and everyone.
And almost Garrett, I guess, but we'll wait for the sequel.
That's like the weak... Other than, like, I just woke up and I had a chainsaw and fucking... Well, that was it. Fucking panda hoodie one.
Fuck no.
This is probably one of the weakest reasons I turned into a monster.
I do not remember the fucking name of the panda hoodie one, and I'm very glad I don't, because it's a shit.
Some of them, like that one, are very, very lazy, but this is amongst the laziest. Yeah. It's very difficult for me to think of a lazier OC that we've read. There probably is one, but...
Off the top of the head cut.
I can't think one off the top of my head.
Also,
they've usually got quite a lengthy story that's a little bit samey and everything, but this one... You're absolutely right. The motivation just wasn't there. I feel like they had the idea for the picture. Now, again, the artwork is not my cup of tea at all. I think it's really cringy, but it's much, much better than I could draw. So kudos to the artist for drawing it. If it is the author of the story, it's like what happened with Bloody Painter. They had an idea for a bunch of drawings and they wrote a story around it. They couldn't speak English very well, and we all know how that went. But with
with this one, yeah, it feels like they had an idea for a drawing and not for a real character. A lot of these people on sort of DeviantArt or even like on Instagram and things, they have ideas for OCs, but they use the word character quite liberally because they don't have any personality. They are drawings that they think look cool, but they don't have much of a personality. They don't have any motivations. This is one of those kind of things here. They go, oh, wouldn't it be cool? I've got a character called the Chess Master. Well, what's the Chess Master like? I'm like, well, and they just knock this together in about a half hour.
Or like, you think it
they
might be
didn't play any chess in the chess.
You think it'd be have some
you
sort of
think there would
strategy?
be some sort of tension story in between, like like I don't know, playing chess with the devil, but that's been done before with God, what's the fucking name of that movie?
You think of the Seventh Seal? Yeah,
Playing
it's the Grim Reaper, but yeah, I know what you
Close
mean.
enough.
Yeah, that's a good movie. That's a really early film. It's Ingmar Bergman, but it's a really early film for Max von. Is it Sydow or Sydow? I can never tell.
I've heard it both.
Yeah, but Max von Sydow anyway. It's one of his like early films.
Ming the Merciless, as he's otherwise known.
Yeah, or Father Merrin from The Exorcist. Probably his other big famous role. But he's a great actor. But yeah, like he's really good in the Seventh Seal. Oh, I'm gonna watch the Seventh Seal again this weekend.
Oh, but I will say, dude, if you're listening, I don't know if you are listening, the Chess Master creator, if you are going to make a Chess Master sequel, make sure you have a bit more chess next time.
I think, honestly, ways to improve the story, because people seem to like that. This is our new segment. What's the song goes? The song goes, ways to improve the story. Here they are. Let's drink some hot coffee. We're going to improve the story now. That's the theme. So that's the jingle for ways to improve the story.
Right, we'll totally remember that for next time.
Yes, absolutely.
Calling out right now. I'm not going to say the
It's not going to stay, is it? But ways you can improve the story would be the same one as always, proofread, because there's a ton of like weird grammatical errors in this that you could easily fix. Flesh your characters out more. I know it sounds complicated, but it's not. Just think about the characters a little bit more. It can be useful to sometimes just write a little bit down that doesn't end up going in the story, but ideas you have thinking about how did these characters meet, why did one of them grow out of chess, all this sort of stuff. And then when you're writing the dialogue, it will be informed by the character decisions you've already made as a writer. So just shit like that. More chess. I think Toby's like, I know it sounds weird, but Toby, you're right. It needs more. It needs to actually be structurally related to chess in some way and thematically related to chess and feel even like with he needs a nemesis as well. And it's got to feel like a chess game between them. It absolutely has to feel like a chess game.
I'm not being funny. It's not a bad idea for a creepypasta.
No, there's something there.
There is definitely something there.
It just sucks.
It just the execution.
Some guy called the
falls
Chess
flat.
Master. You expect to have some sort of like use strategy or something rather than I'm the Chess Master. I'm going to stab you with a sword.
Yeah, it's not very.
The well-known chess implement.
This motherfucker is literally playing 4D chess with you every time you're talking to him, like that. Like,
yeah, if you're
I
gonna,
would love that.
If he's like the. I was trying to think of I don't know if you guys have seen Zodiac.
I have
seen
it, yes.
I'm not tremendously familiar with the actual real life case upon which it's based, so I don't know how true it is. But
I just know the guy left mysteries, and I like to randomly accuse people of being the Zodiac.
Yeah,
like my dog.
Yeah, but anybody like that really is a smart person who's like a few. Yeah, you know what? Like Littlefinger from Game of Thrones.
There you go.
Somebody who's like that's the guy who's playing chess because he's thinking of. When you're good at chess, you think of the different possible outcomes and the way, and you watch how your opponent counters you and things like that. So they should be a brilliant strategist.
Yeah.
With a military.
That's
sort
always
of
the thing of writing someone smarter than you are.
Yeah, that can be a problem for a lot of writers, and I think that's why Littlefinger sucked in the later Game of Thrones seasons. They didn't know what to do with him.
Right. Get him off. Bye.
Yeah, give him the most unsatisfying death on the show, and that's impressive for Game of Thrones.
That's very.
Wow.
That's a real fucking accolade. Yeah. All right. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for calling out Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Series
Yeah. We're going after the big guys today. Friends, Game of Thrones, whatever the fuck the other one. Fallout 4.
Well, let's do a call back.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Love you all.
There is a moment in the movie Smile. Do you guys remember the Pop-Tart jump scare in Silent Hill Revelations? It was like, a Pop-Tart comes out. In Smile, they do the same thing with a can of cat food opening.
Scary.
Happy Halloween, Hello.
That'll do.
Good
Oh,
start.
fuck it, that'll do, mate.
Keep going. Do it live.
No, that'll do. We're keeping that one.
This story is Jeff the Killer versus Jane the Killer, audio play. Jeff the Killer versus Jane the Killer. Original story concept written by Lango Mausoleum. Scripted and adapted to audio by Mr. Creepypasta. Amazing.
Remember, Gemma, no more laughing. This is very serious.
Scene 1, prologue, creeper music.
Right. Is this... What?
Not moving into a Jeff theme yet. Narrator speaks. Apparently Jeff has a theme song. Presumably it's Arctic Monkeys. Like, I think that's.
I was going to say
that's
it's
a pretty
a sound
safe
of failure, but you beat me to it.
It's like, oh, the boys are slag.
This monkey's gone to heaven.
Toby cannot remember any songs.
Yeah, I was going to
This monkey's gone to the Arctic. He's in the Arctic. He's a monkey. Why do people keep buying me records?
Oh my god, I can't. Is that Arctic Monkeys or is that somewhere around the same?
Who the fuck cares?
That's Kaiser Chiefs.
Same thing.
The county morgue can be pretty grim. Yeah.
Oh shit!
It's a morgue.
I mean, it was grim, and then they brought the bouncy castle in. Really lightened the place up.
Well, it was a part of a very misjudged scheme to liven up the county morgue. They first had the coroners dressing up like clowns. The county morgue can be a pretty grim and depressing place, especially on a slow, boring day.
When nobody died.
Yeah,
God!
God!
I can't stand all these live people.
Even the simplest thing as a routine autopsy.
Yes.
No, just you can't write. Can produce results so shocking that a seasoned mortician can have their lunch jump back into their throats. Before the mortician lay an average height, lanky, pale man. So was he average height or was he lanky?
Yeah.
The skin of his face is pulled. Oh, okay. So we're doing this business of jumping around between the past and the present.
Oh, you can't
I
help.
always enjoy these in stories.
Yeah.
The skin of his face is pulled impossibly tight from scarring. His eyes stared, blankly at the ceiling, never able to close. His mouth is permanently ripped.
We got fireworks going off in the background.
You
I
know, like
apologise.
a few days before, a week before Halloween is always the perfect time to let fireworks.
Yeah, fuck it. You know, it's November 5th somewhere, right?
No.
No.
Oh.
It's maybe my birthday.
Well, I'm
somewhere.
going to drink anyway, so fuck off.
Big if true.
You were drinking, in case you weren't aware.
I think they can tell by the fact that we haven't even made it through the first paragraph.
Shut the fuck up, Matt. Stop pointing it out.
I like the spirit of camaraderie on this show.
Yeah. It's all love.
This is Jeff, also known as Jeff the Killer. And you're wondering, why is Jeff dead? I actually couldn't give two shits, but perhaps I'm not the target audience. It could be argued that his killing sprees had finally brought an end to him. The police finally closed a case of the most twisted mass murder the world has ever seen. So it didn't close the case, they closed a case of the most twisted. So they probably have several cases about the most twisted. Mass murder. So not mass murderer, but mass murder that the world has ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
So what? Jeff the Killer's not a serial killer. He just killed like 20 people all at once or something. Like what?
Or one really big guy.
He was a shooter.
Maybe the guy he just kept killing really fat people. They were mass murders.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Or maybe he was shooting people up in church.
Oh, I get mass.
Yes, I get it. Very, very witty.
Anyway, guys, if you ring the bell, you'll enable notifications, and you'll never miss an upload.
You'll never miss any of this.
Only 80%
Well,
of
I don't
you.
want to miss any of this.
Maybe Karma stepped in and sealed his fate. All are true. What?
What?
Can you read that again?
What? Yeah. Maybe Karma stepped in and sealed his
You're
fate.
wondering why. It could be argued that his killing sprees had finally brought an end to him. The police finally closed a case of the most twisted mass murder that the world has ever seen. Maybe Karma stepped in and sealed his fate. All are true.
Maybe both.
Oh no, that's meaningless. Okay, cool.
Homicide, plain and simple. Cause of death, severe blood loss due to disembowelment.
And my character is called Coroner 2.
No man can die in a burning building and not get burned alive, Frank.
And we're still calling the coroner.
I mean,
coroner
they
instead of
can.
Frank.
Even though we know his name's Frank, yeah.
Okay, so
Look at the guy's face, Ellie. Does he look like a man anymore to you?
Music!
Fade out of piano music, fade up to sweet dreams.
Oh, so do you know
made
what?
of me. Who am
So,
I?
I figured-
Sweet dreams. Yeah, sweet dreams. Is that the song? Is that?
So I figured it out. So the
It's
person
the 80s, and we're scared of the robots.
feed up to
It's sound EKG, so it's like a bip, bip. You know when you were
Yeah,
fighting
yeah.
Maui?
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh, you said when I was fucking Maui. That's not what happened.
You're fucking Maui.
I think the pizza might be here, boys.
No, it's not. It's just people walking past being bastards and making me think that the pizza's here.
Patient. Hey. Hey, man. Are you awake?
Yeah, I am.
Hey, you're finally awake.
What?
Can't sleep. I never could in a hospital bed like this.
That's what it says.
Yeah, I know.
That's the sound of it when I wipe my
It
ass.
just sounds like fucking
Yeah.
SpongeBob.
Yeah, sorry. Well, hey, what happened to you anyway? I mean, why the bandages all over your face?
Because I'm invisible.
He is the mummy.
I was burned.
Jesus, man. That has to fucking suck. How?
It'd be great if you went with fire. There was, I was in a fire.
It was actually ice. It was really weird.
Doesn't matter anymore, you know. What about?
Because I don't want to explain the bleach thing.
Oh,
What about
man.
you?
Oh, man. I don't have any burns, but you probably can't see that, huh? I had a bit of a car wreck.
It affected the speech sensors of my brain.
Yes, I took an injury to my
I
head.
had a bit of a car wreck. No, that's not right. Stroke. It was a stroke.
It was a stronk.
Got my leg caught and broke it, so I'm wired up to this bed. I say I'm fine, but the doctors want to keep me in. Oh.
So you can't move at all?
What? No, I'm kind of stuck to the lifting thing and the heart monitor. Why?
Good.
What are you doing? Should you be getting up? You're a burn victim, man.
What was the thing where we read where a woman? No, remember when like a 40-year-old housewife kicked Jeff in the dick?
Yeah.
We were reading like it's like Lou's book or something, was it?
You're ringing something in my mind.
Homicidal Liu.
It's like Homicidal Liu because it was the book. It's like it had to do a book report. Remember that?
Have you ever seen a burn wound before on someone's face?
Holy fuck, what are you doing? Nurse! Nurse!
Why does everyone scream at me face? Doesn't anyone find it beautiful anymore?
Are you crazy? You can't do that to an IV. You're gonna kill me. You'll kill me.
A perfect IV Pokemon? No, you can't do that to me.
Did you ever have that little feeling that you know you really shouldn't do something, but you really just can't help yourself?
Blowing.
No! No! Help!
Go to sleep. Sound the dying muffled moan of a male patient.
Okay,
Oh,
so
that was a male patient.
Yeah, so it didn't actually say what he did. So I like to imagine that Jeff the Killer, whose body is his body is mostly burnt except for his gigantic fat ass. So he just sat on his face and smothered him with his colossal fat cheeks and killed him that way.
I bet I could find that picture like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do not disagree with you.
Doctors and nurses found the patient with a piece of duct tape over his mouth to prevent him from screaming or calling for help. The poor man's stomach had been ripped open by what the coroner's report would later reflect: someone's bare hands. Finger painted above his bed in red. This should be in quotations, I think. I'll be waiting, go to sleep. Sound fading out, sweet dreams. Alright, can somebody else be the narrator for a bit just while I rest my throat?
Chobi.
Chobi! Jeff walked down the empty streets on the outskirts of this town that he had not visited in years. His hometown. Memories began to conflict with the feeling that constantly dominated his mind. Jeff had come to love the feeling. It was a subtle pulling now. A small tugging at the back of his mind reminding him that he had something to focus on.
A moped.
That soon he would need to spill more blood. He walked along the sidewalk past the bus stop. This was the same bus stop that he had a fragmented memory of. A sound of wheels on concrete, a bully, knives. The feeling was growing stronger.
The feeling was pizza.
The feeling was pizza, it was good pizza. But the fragmented memories were coming together.
Jeff remembered Randy.
Randy!
More accurately, Jeff remembered the hatreds that he had for the boy. Randy had destroyed Randy had destroyed his family, his face. Randy had broken him. Randy was to blame. Randy was to blame. Jeff would have killed him again if it were possible. Jeff stopped. He was home. He noticed a condemned sign posted by the city on the door. The house looked vacant and derelict from the outside, but Jeff picked up the key they had always kept under the rug, which was now covered in a blanket of dust, and, well, dirt and dust. Jeff entered the house. If Jeff was the first one to get home before his parents or brother did, he always let himself in with the spare house keys his folks got for him, which came in handy for him. Thank you for paying for him twice there. He looked around the house. Everything seemed preserved, as if he had just left the house the day before. Not a single thing had been moved or taken down.
No, it was actually not a single thing had been moved or taken.
I'm just trying to make
We've
this
done
story
this
better,
before. Your
yeah.
brain's auto-correcting the shitty
Yeah.
spelling. It's good to know, oh hey, this house is... No one's come here and repossessed anything, moved,
Fight or flight response, this is. Jeff fought back the urge to call out to his parents.
Oh wait, I killed them! Oh, silly me.
He knew that he would not be getting a response. He saw to that all those many years ago.
Do you think someone's done spin-off? Like you did Luke, there's Jay and the Killer and Luke, Homicidal Liu. Do you think there's ones for his mum and dad as well?
Probably not. The moonlight from outside beamed in through Jeff's kitchen and faintly illuminated the counter and living room. The TV and furniture remained undisturbed. Even the plastic plants, which added a civilized touch to the museum that was Jeff's past life. Jeff expected the power to be out in the entire house, but to his astonishment, the digital alarm clock in Liu's old bedroom glowed an eerie blue, showing the correct time and current date.
How convenient.
Yeah, it doesn't say how long. I don't think it said how long he's been away, but he's been away to the point where he's apparently the most infamous serial killer on the entire planet, and they haven't shut off the fucking electricity in his old house.
To be fair, the alarm clock could run on batteries.
This is some fucking good batteries.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never owned a digital clock. I have owned a Sega Game Gear.
It lasted 3 hours.
Flashback with Echo. Just go to sleep, 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 sleep.
You sound like you're about to nod off.
Was what Jeff heard in his mind echoing, becoming faint as he remembered everything that happened? A part of him just wanted to cry over the loss of his brother, but another part of him, feeling, felt no remorse. As Jeff was about to explore the rest of the house, he came across his dad's liquor cabinet and pulled out a bottle of whiskey. A stubby glass, and began drinking. Who would go through all this trouble to not have the power shut off? Doesn't the city order a house which is condemned to have its power cut off and its water
Stop pointing out the
discontinued?
plot holes, Jeff.
Jeff thought. Jeff's mind could register that something didn't seem right, but twitching and shaking to put the pieces together. The feeling held any deep cognition at bay. Already it was 3:50 a.m.
It is 3:50 a.m. right now.
We are in Jeff's house.
I'm in Jeff's house. Oh, if I spin this, then you subscribe to me.
As Jeff sat in the dark, in total silence.
Jeffrey! Is that you, honey?
Jeff recognised that voice. It was soothing and gentle.
Yeah, it was absolutely soothing and gentle.
All too familiar. The glass shattered to the ground. In a flash, Jeff had his knife withdrawn from his pocket, pointing it at the woman who was the first person to startle him since he was a teenager. His gaze remained fixed on her face. He knew what he was seeing was impossible. He remembered, albeit in pieces, what had happened 11 years ago. He remembered murdering his parents, and yet this woman's warm and smiling face beamed back at him. It was Jeff's mum, Margaret.
Thatcher.
Mummy!
Jeff spoke, as though he were a frightened child who just got out of a nightmare.
I mean, if Jeff was in any sense intimidating, him saying "mummy,"
I know.
Oh, but he's not, because we've seen like a middle-aged housewife kick him in the dick. Like he was sending mixed messages.
Jeff spoke as though he were a frightened child who just got out of a nightmare and sought comfort from his mother.
Yes, baby, it's me.
So soothing.
Mummy, step on me, Mummy.
Her words burrowed. His penis burrowed. Her words burrowed through Jeff's black heart. He seemed to remember.
I thought you were. You.
It's okay, my sweetie. You were just having a bad dream. Mummy's just fine, see?
Now crying. I didn't mean to do anything to you or Dad. I'm sorry, Mummy. I'm sorry.
Oh, hi, Margaret. Jeff, your father and I know you too well. Your father and I know you too well. We know you would never do anything to hurt us. The only thing you've ever killed us with is your kindness.
Kindness is the name of his knife.
Say kindness, that and sharp weapons.
We survived the edged weapons. Jeff, tears falling from his eyes, which had long remained dry and near lifeless, looked over his mother's face.
Really?
Really?
No!
I'm gonna go check on your brother and I'll come tuck you in. You just finish your drink and go have a lay down on the couch, son. You had a long night.
It's like you're doing a shitty Marge Simpson's impression.
Marge.
Jeffy!
Call me Marge Simpson because I'm in love with my homies.
I should slap Toby for that one.
Why slap fucking me?
You're closer.
Fuck you. Go to sleep!
Margaret kissed her son's forehead. She gently covered Jeff with a quilt as he watched her intently.
Wait, what did you say?
She smiled once more at him, one last time before vanishing just as quickly as had appeared, leaving Jeff with that last loving image and so many questions. Was it some kind of ghost?
Probably not.
A dream?
A dream?
Was it some kind of ghost?
Spook?
A dream? Was it the feeling playing? Was it the feeling playing trick with his mind?
Yeah, are you saying that this story is a piece of cowabunga shit?
I was gonna say.
Can we please have the yard rate gamer just walk in there?
Was it some kind of ghost? A dream? Was it the feeling playing trick with his mind?
Mama was playing trick on me.
Jeff didn't move.
I can't remember what Peter. I guess his father.
Peter Griffin. Hey, son. Marge Simpson and Peter Griffin are his parents.
Why not?
Well, Jeff, you could have been worse than the time I had to drive a Winnebago to Spain.
Oh
no! Go to sleep.
Peter!
I'm an atheist. Hey, Brian, what are you doing? Hey, Peter, I'm an atheist.
Giggly, I've got one joke. I'm black.
Hey, Peter, that's a pretty nice cock.
Peter, why did you throw me down the stairs again?
Peter, you gotta let me out. No, Lois, I shut you in the walls 5 years ago. You're not still alive in there, Lois. You're playing tricks on me. Peter, you gotta let me out of the walls now, Peter. What's going on in here, Peter? I'm an atheist. Peter, let me out of the walls. I want to see our children, Peter.
His father, Peter, came in, brandishing a large metal pipe, his guts still dangling out where his son had disemboweled him. Sound, wet crack. Jeff woke up screaming, gasping. He was all right, but he was still in the house, and everything was still in place. He rolled off the couch, wiped the sweat from his face. Sound, silence.
The sound is silence.
Wait, no, you've only done half of it. Silence.
And the sound of night.
What does that sound like? Beep, beep.
So just the sound of night then.
Yes.
Ruff. I'm having an affair.
It was obvious that Jeff was going insane. since he was hearing the sound of silence.
Now he's gone crazy. A bold new step for Jeff and his legacy.
As he was about to head out at the crack of dawn, the phone rang.
Sound phone ring.
The caller ID displayed the name.
Liu.
Sound. Receiver click from the phone being picked up.
Hello? Hello? Liu?
Sound. Click dial tone. Sound.
You don't say sound every time.
The phone is hung back up. Another ring of the phone.
Wait, Gemma, I don't know what that was. Was it a smell?
Receiver.
Possibly.
Receiver click from being picked up. Pause.
Pog.
Hello?
Poggers.
I'm coming for you, Jeff.
Oh God, is that the?
No, is it? I'm coming for you.
No,
Jeff.
it's Jane.
No, that's Jane.
Oh.
Jane's the.
Oh, that's
Jane
right.
Lebowski.
Hang on, all right, boys. Let me just work my voice acting magic.
God, your poor voice, your lungs.
Who the fuck?
Click and change to busy tone. Fade music out with fading busy signal. Scene 3, Tuesday.
Okay, I'll take it from here. Fade in with bar noise and music. Jeff sat in the darkest corner of a dimly lit biker bar.
Looking for a letter.
Biker bar from Mars.
I didn't even think of that. And that'd be the great spin-off. They get nothing done except get drunk.
Lots of arm wrestling. I don't know much about biker bars. I imagine there's a lot of arm wrestling.
And glory hole action.
Yeah. Hood over his head. He scans again. He sat, but he scans. So, is this the past or the present? He scans the small crowd that has gathered over the night. The bartender makes note of the night being slower than usual to one of the patrons of the bar. He throws a glance towards Jeff. Jeff, lost in his thoughts, continues to survey the crowd. The larger man goes over to where Jeff is sitting.
What can I get you, son?
A pitcher of bass. Could be bass or bass, I don't know. Pitcher
He wants
of
a
bass.
fish.
I want a fish. Are you a fucking bear? Shit, he's rumbled me. He wrecks the entire place running out of there.
No,
Jeff the bear.
Jake, well, first of all, don't disperse poor bears. Second of all, if he's in a biker bar and you ask him if he's a bear...
Oh my God.
No,
yeah.
I'm a twink!
Okay, you can do this. Just Jeff the bear going up to the McDonald's drive-thru. Now, there's no cameras. They can't see you're a bear. Just order your food. Welcome to McDonald's. Can I take your order, please? Yeah, can I just get a fucking ton of salmon, please?
Can I get a...
So are you a bear? And a pitcher of bass and a bottle of Jim Beam, please. Two pair of shoes and a key.
On the rocks or just with a shot glass?
He doesn't answer.
He doesn't answer at all. Just as glass hitting the table.
He doesn't actually reply.
Alright, I'm going to put it in this little dainty girly cup.
Just hit inner thoughts, so I assume this is meant to be with like an echo or something. Focus. All of them. Not a single one of the spit they're drinking.
What?
Let me try that again. Focus, all of them. Not a single one of the spit they're drinking. It's so simple. It would be so quick, meaningless. Jeff's fingers ran across the edge of knife in the pocket of his hoodie.
Perfect, nothing wrong with that.
I'm on the edge.
The edge of knife. A thin cut formed on his finger, the blood reminding him of his lust for the sweet sight. Phone ring.
Ring. Uh-huh. Who? Hold on, I'll see if he's in.
I feel like, just with the next line of dialogue, this should be Mo.
Who? Hold on, I'll see if he's in.
Amanda,
hug and kiss.
I'm looking for
Come
Amanda
on,
hug and
just want
kiss.
Amanda hug and kiss.
Phone call for Jeff. I'm looking for a Jeff.
Huge ass.
Here, don't take forever. We need this phone.
Well, who is it? Here. Hello. Hello.
Hello, is it me you're looking for?
No response. However,
Hello.
Jeff did find out who was calling him. The far end of the building, a beautiful woman who was wearing a blind man's sunglasses. So, sunglasses.
Or just wearing that she stole, or just saying that she's stolen them
blind
from a
man's
blind man.
sunglasses.
And dressed in all black, looked over at Jeff, grinning maliciously, taunting him, her iPhone glowing in her hand. She waved at him with a that's how you know she's evil. Waved at him with a teasing smirk across her face. She left a few dollar bills on the bar counter and walked off with her phone. By the end of the evening, Jeff was in no shape to go back to his hellish home, so he stumbled out of the tavern.
Drinking fish all night.
Can I be Jane, prostitute?
See, is this Jane disguised as a prostitute?
I don't know, but
Maybe
I
her
wanna be
last
the
name's
prostitute.
Prostitute.
Jane,
Let me be my beautiful fucking prostitute.
You
Don't
know-
take this away from me, Jacob.
You know how, like, you got lots of old medieval names like Smith or Smith?
Once inside, a beautiful woman in a red dress, leaving very little to the imagination, approached Jeff. I'm sorry, I just took the rest of that from you because I want to be the prostitute. Hey there, sweetie!
Why is the prostitute Sonic the Hedgehog?
I was thinking it was more like it was more like
get more job done in a night.
It was more like Sonic.
You're too slow.
I was thinking it was more like Sonic the
Oh my
Hedgehog
God,
being the
imagine
Joker.
getting a fucking hand job.
I
from
jerked
Sonic
you
the
off at
Hedgehog.
super speed, so it looked like you came at the touch of a woman. My motives are beyond your understanding, Barry. Whoa!
Hey there, sweetie. Looking for something? I think I can help you find it.
Way past cool.
That'll be 50 rings.
So we should point out the prostitute is named Jane, but it says Jane and then parentheses prostitute. So we don't know if it's a different Jane or whether this is Jane the killer disguised as a prostitute. Either way, Toby has insisted on doing the voice.
It is now Jane the Hedgehog.
Really?
Maybe I could if you have $50 on you.
Wow.
50 rings?
If you have 50, like, man, that's. I don't know what kind of neighborhood this is in, but like, if you can get anywhere for $50, like that is. That pimp is not sending out his best hose that evening, right? That is a woman where you can see the bullet holes when she gets closer.
I mean, I don't. Unlike Jacob, I haven't had a lot of interactions with prostitutes. But I imagine
And if anyone in this room shagged a prostitute, it's definitely you.
I haven't shagged a prostitute, but also if I was gonna go,
Kill
you know
her
what?
First.
Yeah. Like, if like, you know what? I'm gonna
another dead hooker in Matt Dixon's fucking living room.
Yeah, I hire the prostitutes. I don't fuck them. That's weird.
I make them
just
fight.
smell like a mice and Mars from them.
Yeah. I just dismember them and look for diamonds.
This is I've bought you 2 women for the evening. Now the agency has told me that you'll do anything. So fight to the death. I'm sorry, what? Did I stutter? Just place a hammer in the middle of the room?
Did I fucking stutter? Just like him with 2 fucking Klingon swords?
Jeff withdrew his hands from his hoodie like a
bank
weapon.
card. He drew the cash from his hands.
Which
I don't know what I'm talking about anymore.
which had been using to keep
No more booze for Toby.
Jeff.
Just finish that.
I've just got a fucking headache. I'm so done.
Jeff withdrew his hands from his hoodie, which had been using to keep them warm.
Okay, I like to think he said, presumably he's drew them from his pockets. I like to imagine he just had them back in his hood. He's just been walking around like this with his pits showing.
Perhaps he just withdrew his hands and removed them from the wrist.
Which had been using to keep them warm from the chilled night air. That doesn't make any sense. He placed his finger in his mouth. Kinky.
Big if true.
His teeth pulling the cut he had made earlier wide open. The blood on his tongue reminded him that the previous dark-haired woman had distracted him from choosing a target at the bar, reminding him that blood of this woman might just do for revenge. What? Jeff tossed the hooker a Benjamin, and they both went to his room.
It's a wrestling move. He just tossed her in a Benjamin.
He was like,
Let's go on the Benjamin.
I know it's just supposed to be $50.
door closing with slight moan noise from free sound.
I like slight.
Oh,
just slight,
Fade-
just like.
Fade out music.
Like the Krampus hearing the Chris Chan sigh.
Fade out music.
Not as good as my mother.
Fade out music to close of sequence.
That's dated.
3 a.m.
Oh, we're back at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
It's the only time Jeff can walk out is at 3 of the fucking morning.
Okay, so is this so I can't remember. Is this a different night? Of course, or did he just have the quickest sex ever?
It's
I was
still
right.
with
The prostitute is Jane the killer. Yeah.
The noise from the late night.
Spoilers.
Oh, you ruined it.
You ruined it, yeah. The noise from
No, now we'll have to stop.
the The noise from the late-night drivers zooming past in their cars masked the final sounds of empty passion from Jeff's hotel room.
He has a hotel. Where the fuck is this prick getting money from? You don't
Also,
get
like,
you don't
who
get
rents
money
a
for
room
killing
to that
people.
guy? Wasn't he?
He referred to as the most notorious serial killer in the world.
You don't get royalties for that. You get fucking prison time.
That's not a guy that can hide. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Well, I mean, like,
in terms of you put a wanted poster up of Jeff the Killer.
Yeah.
You're
Like,
not
he's,
gonna run
he's
into a
no,
case of
once again,
mistaken identity.
worldwide
No.
notorious. For one, okay, so even if the most boring person in the world, and he was, like, you know, like, this is the most wanted person in the world, people are going to notice him. So he has a very distinctive look.
Although, to the Joker, that is a normal face.
The woman moved herself to the edge of the bed to stand and get dressed. Jeff sat up as well, watching her from behind her back. His hoodie lay open on the covers beside him. Jeff eyed the knife, and the pale skin of the woman as she retrieved her clothing formed the floor.
Ew, the man had sex.
His mind went from
Gross.
fantasy
That's-
to...
I'm gonna be real. That's pretty cringe.
That's pretty cringe.
Sex.
Well-
that's pretty cringe,
Yeah,
boys.
especially with a woman.
man.
His mind went from fantasy to fantasy. The knife could easily slice her throat, and he could watch her fearfully choke to death on her own blood. Or perhaps he could simply slide the knife between the ribs in her back and watch as her breathing slowed to death from her own internal
I'm
bleeding.
surprised that the sexual, the post-coitally, the desire to kill is still there. Because normally after sex, you just want them to get the fuck out, right? Like,
Yes, I am.
killing is quite an intimate
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
It's sort of like kissing, right? You don't want to kiss after sex. You have sex with somebody, you're like, please get out. Is that just me? Is that not normal?
No, post-nut clarity is a very real thing. Though.
Yeah, it would be it would actually be a rather interesting turn. It's like, I can, you know, I thought about killing her, but the magical's gone, and I just told her to fucking leave.
Well, you must remember, he did just fuck Sonic the Hedgehog. So...
There Jeff was, laying in the wet patch, considering his life mistakes. He's just had sex with Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, I don't know what I'd do if I just shagged Sonic. Like, I don't know how horny you'd have to be to fuck Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't know that I've ever been horny enough to fuck Sonic the Hedgehog.
Judging by the internet, you're in the minority, Jacob.
Yeah, that's
So what I'd do is I'd turn around and look at him and go ask him if he... Oh God, you know...
Why is he
have you
doing you
seen
from the back? Why is that part of it? Why did you have to be specific that in order to look at him you had to turn around?
So he's doing you from behind. And then when he's done, he'll be like, can you spin dash the fuck out of it?
Chili dogs!
What I was going to say was... I was like looking at him, he was like, hey, so have you watched Biker Mice from Mars?
That's the third time Biker Mice from Mars. Matt, you've ruined this fucking...
Yeah.
You've ruined this.
Yeah,
you put fucking Biker Mice from Mars in this about 3 hours ago, right? And it's still here. It's still in all of our fucking brains. That stupid shit you said about fucking bringing women over and just fucking talking about Biker Mice from Mars.
What's my line? Is it go to sleep, baby?
Yes, it is.
Go to sleep.
What?
The woman turned, about to match eyes with the killer. They looked intently at one another, neither breaking the lock on each other's
Again,
eyes.
they've just had sex. Why would they look each other in the eye?
Yeah, this is
They
really
just,
unrealistic.
They just had sex, right? This is after sex. Does that
Look
make
at me,
sense?
we just fucked. Matt.
I don't think that's what he's
Don't
trying to
look
say.
at me! He won't look at
I
me.
don't want to look at you.
He won't look at me.
Go to...
Something was wrong. Jeff was... distracted.
Yes, lover! Go to sleep!
I'm so tired. Oh, that was an intense 3 minutes. Yeah.
The woman, pulling on the last of her clothing, laid a kiss on Jeff's scared mouth.
I think it's supposed to say scarred, but definitely just scared.
Jeff's world began to swim, and the things began to fade.
Thanks.
Black.
Just the narrator says the word black. I think it's supposed
Fade
to
to black?
fade black, but then no.
Scene 4. Wednesday morning. Music choice. Promise.
No,
Reprise.
don't you fucking dare be using Silent Hill music, you cunt. Go. Sorry. Go to sleep, huh?
Jeff sat up with a start. He grabbed at his jacket till he realised that it was no longer on the covers next to him. He was also no longer on the covers. Jeff glanced about in all directions.
Wait, the prostitute wasn't Jane, it was Lou.
That's some deep fucking deep cover gecko operation you've got going on right there. What the fuck?
He was again fully clothed,
but in the kitchen of his old home.
Revenge is a powerful thing. You know, if you're not willing to be sat in the bathroom of a hotel farting out your older brother's cum, what? Can you really say you're motivated by revenge?
Why do I picture that?
I want to know. One thing I want to know is, Jacob, tomorrow when you sober up a bit, are you keeping that in?
Almost certainly not.
Oh, thank fuck for that.
But fuck sober Jacob. That guy's such a buzzkill.
Oh, here we go.
Just keep drinking.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Jeff?
give me more booze.
He was again.
Do you want gin or Fireball?
I'm gonna drink more Fireball, bro. I fucking love this stuff.
From as far as Jeff could gather, he must have been brought here again. Or the feeling was really getting to him. Was all of the other day a dream? Was he really in this house the whole time? Jeff searched for the voice that had spoken to him, exacting to see his mother again, or his decomposing father. But the voice came from a younger man, bottle in hand and covered in rags. The young man glanced up at Jeff.
Like if we had our ears up here, that'd be good.
Well, she was Mickey Mouse.
Liu?
Sorry, what was that, Gemma? We'll take that again. No!
The young man glanced up at Jeff. It was Liu?
You know what? Fuck it. I'm not asking for a third take. You just have to embarrass
Toby,
yourself.
now you know how we feel. Lou! I can't believe it.
I don't believe it.
Believe it, bro. Man, my side still hurts like a motherfucker after you stabbed me. But there is one thing you forgot. If you were to go in to stab anyone,
You should stab Mr. Hirohito so he doesn't make Silent Hill 2.
let alone your own flesh and blood, do it in a vital area. It's non-vital, dumbass.
Jeff was almost at a loss for words at
Yeah.
particular
I mean, you can stab someone in an unvital area and they can still die.
This was impossible. Of everyone that Jeff had killed over the years, he could remember Leo. Leo looked at him in the eyes when he died. Jeff remembered sliding the knife between Leo's ribs. He remembered the blood on the walls from his hands as he ran out of the house. Leo didn't scream or cry. Leo just watched Jeff as he died, as if he was expecting this to happen. Jeff remembered the feeling left him completely for the last time at that point. He remembered the feeling of regret.
Lou! I'm sorry I tried to kill you. But how did you...
How did I stop myself from bleeding, you ask?
He got up, still staggering from the tequila he was drinking, lifted up his shirt and showed his brother the place on his side.
I thought he was drinking whiskey.
That we're drinking whiskey.
No, it was like they said he went and got like a bottle of Jim Beam, and I'm like,
No,
that's
but
not...
that's
That'll be
Jeff.
up.
Oh,
Lou, I think, is drinking tequila.
I see.
Well,
This story's fucking edgy.
Oh yeah.
while Mom and Dad were sleeping.
Sleeping.
While Mom and Dad were asleep. While Mum and Dad were asleep, I went to our kitchen, turned on one of the gas burners and cauterized it. Ah, little something you learn from watching a few episodes of ER and House.
That's actually how I got my medical degree.
And some of those other medical shows that you come across that I'm not going to mention right now for reasons unknown.
I don't want anyone to know I watched Grey's Anatomy.
I was literally about to say Grey's Anatomy as well. What the fuck?
It hurt like hell, but I'm all...
I learned everything from Scrubs.
I love the episode of Grey's Anatomy where the doctor married the ghost.
Wait, what?
That was a real thing that happened.
Cool.
I didn't Lou.
Sorry, is this Lou talking?
Okay, so I think this is meant to be Lou talking, but it's in the stage
Yeah,
direction.
keep doing it as Jeff. It makes it weirder.
Jeff, it's all right. I knew you were just fucking with me. Remember when you kicked those guys' asses for me, lad? That's when to kill, not to kill your own brother. But it was an accident. You didn't mean to stab me. Don't worry about it.
I like the idea, like, you know, Jeff's gone, like, you know, he's talking to like the ghost of Lou or something like that, but he's still exonerating himself. Like, wait, I didn't say, you know that. Yes, you did, Lou. Oh yes, I am Lou.
It's like, oh, it's okay. It's like a split personality, like me, myself, and Ivory.
So you.
Oh, you went for me, myself, and I, as opposed to you just. We were playing fucking Deadly Premonitions last night. You couldn't have gone for that.
I was thinking of something shit.
Break your fucking
Yeah,
gene.
Deadly Premonition works.
So
you mean the greatest game in the history of the world?
Brilliant
He talks to a split personality in front of people.
Yes.
They don't
Oh,
react.
is that one where he goes like,
Zach.
yeah,
Like,
Zach,
I don't want these people to think I'm crazy. Who are you talking to?
It's like,
yes, remember that film Godzilla?
Yeah, literally. So, hey, Zach, did you ever see The Blob? Everybody's seen The Blob, Francis. Just fucking solve the murder and
It's like,
shut
Zach,
up.
Zach.
You forgive me?
Dude!
I'm so fucking high right now.
Of course I do.
I've just come back from Amsterdam.
Stop worrying, for God's sake.
I was smuggling so much drugs up my ass.
I've just realised my impression's going so downhill now.
I love that it began as like Japanese and now it just sounds like Christopher Lee.
It sounds like that old Shrek. There's nothing for you to worry about. That's not even Shrek. I don't even know what the fuck this is anymore.
yeah, that's definitely not Shrek, Toby.
Oh, so that was me doing All Star.
Dude, of course I do.
Dude! Of course I do! Stop worrying, for God's sake! There is nothing in this world that will stop loving my brother. Love ya, buddy.
I love you too, Lou.
Wow! Hey, well, I've got things to do. I'll see you soon.
I like that. It's like Poochie.
I must go now.
My planet needs me.
With that, lost in what he could have said or what he could have done, Jeff stood. He met eyes with his brother again. Thoughts filled his head thousands at a time. Had his mind not broken so many years ago at Billy's party, he might have been able to make sense of them. He might have...
Just before we go any further, I guarantee that when we did the original recording, it's been a long time, but I guarantee when fucking Matt heard the word Billy, he went, Billy Mays here, a brand new product. I fucking guarantee you did that.
Can
No,
somebody,
I would have been
somebody in the comments check that out?
I
See
would
if
have
he
been
did
more
that.
like Billy because it's Commando.
Oh, well, I
Or
know you
maybe
just
Adventure Time.
No, it would have been
friends,
Commando.
Beer.
Billy Mays here
It's not
with
beer.
a brand new product.
The fuck is this
That's
stuff?
whiskey. That's whiskey.
It's whiskey,
that
you-
you're drinking, you fucking
tard.
dolt.
Why am I drinking whiskey on a Monday night?
I don't know. Why did you port it into your glass?
Port?
Yes.
Yes,
Fuck this
It
up.
actually
it's
it
the
began,
PlayStation
it,
3
it,
port.
It began on Circuit Dreamcast. It has been ported to glass.
The Google Glass.
Yes, I can't wait for my fucking 4K port of this whiskey glass.
They said they did a hasty remake,
What is
but
the remaster of this whiskey coming out? Oh no, that'll be when I throw it up into the toilet later.
it's the bonus features: bits of carrot.
60 frames a second.
Oh wait, no, it came out like they just ported the the phone version.
Oh, yeah. Let's just fucking GTA it. Fuck it. Why not? What the fuck are we talking about? Where the fuck are we?
It's sort of just gonna last a little bit.
What?
Leo, it's you.
Oh, fucking no.
But you sure as hell aren't gonna love.
We stopped the recording for one fucking line? But you sure as hell aren't going to love what's in store for you, you son of a bitch!
Scene 5, Wednesday. Brackets.
Is this... Sorry, is that all the fucking scenes? Wednesday, took Jeff for a drink on Tuesday, we were making love by...
We did it like we had a whiskey drink. We
Thursday,
had a vodka
Friday,
drink.
Saturday, and then Sunday we tried to kill each other.
Yeah. And then we wrote a long fucking stage play about it.
Did you want to stop here, Jacob?
Yeah, I'm pretty tired and I'm pretty hammered, so we'll continue next time.
Yeah.
We'll
So
get
it's
this one
part
out.
one.
We'll get because that means I've actually got time to edit this and get it out in time for.
And also,
Halloween.
we've actually made looking at how we've made a fair crack for it. Not
As dawn was approaching, Jeff made his way to a sleepy little house in a richer part of town. The neighbours were still sleeping. Those who were getting ready to work at this time of the morning barely noticed Jeff, nor did they pay any attention to him.
so no one's paying attention to Jeff the Killer, the freaky fish boy faced murderer, who's the most prolific serial killer in the whole of history, according to this story.
They thought he was just a regular visitor or random neighbour who looked like that.
Oh, it's Mr. Fishface, the milkman.
Is this going to be like an ironic, like Jeff the Killer sequel? And it's going to turn out he wasn't the real Jeff the Killer, and in order to stop being Jeff the Killer, he just needs to get buggered by guards, and then they'll be killed by the real Jeff the Killer at the end.
God. Yeah, no one goes...
Fuck Todd Phillips, man. If I were to sit and be told that I was evil for liking something you made, I'd watch iDubbbz.
Well, thing is, they wanted it like the like Joker 2 Folie à Deux type thing to be
Menage
like
a Troy.
Yeah, to be some sort of like, oh, it
His
rhymes.
name is two prison guards.
It rhymes. And it was like like everyone's just gonna call it Jeff 2 Electric Boogaloo.
He's called as Jeff 2.
Yeah.
Jeff 2.
That's staying in.
It turns out he was Jeff the Killer all along. Well, we come full circle in this fucking joke.
Yeah, why did the show go away again? Clearly the internet needed these cutting-edge jokes. Jeff hopped the fence of the house he had been laying eyes on and made his way into the basement from outside. In his neighborhood, you could expect a very low crime rate. Was he go off and do crime elsewhere, I guess? So this is where a serial killer lives. And everyone who lived there were honest. I understand how you made that mistake. Everyone who lived there was honest is correct, but well. Everyone who lived there were honest and trusted everyone. But from Jeff's point of view, this was the perfect chance to satisfy the feeling.
Can't fight this feeling anymore.
I was thinking sexual healing.
I was going with Jacobs.
322 Wilshire Boulevard. The owners of the house, a young couple, were looking for a babysitter.
I'd like to take care of your baby. Oh, well, certainly. You have an honest face.
The eyes are the window of the soul, and since yours can never be closed, they've got a very good look at you. At the last moment to watch their 4-month-old baby. Luckily enough, they did find someone at such short notice. The babysitter was a sweet 14-year-old girl, Victoria. In the spirit of mixing uppers and downers, I've got coffee and wine.
I mean, last time it was just booze, so...
Well, the bad news is the coffee isn't very good. The good news is neither is the wine.
I was going to say, like, if you can't say anything else, save it for making meat.
Yeah, that's also a good...
Because, I mean, it means the less will work for you later.
I know, but fuck
that guy.
Fuck future Jacob.
Future Jacob.
What's he ever done for me? Literally nothing.
Yeah, good point. So, future Jacob, fuck you. You have a tiny penis and I've always hated you.
Yeah, go fuck yourself, needle dick.
Future, son of a bitch, delete. Take that past me. Oh, wait. You're in a Cold War with past and future, and there's this present Jacob in the middle. It's like, oh, I can't take this.
I love current Jacob.
You got a gun and firing it forward and backwards. Younger future past gunfight with yourself. I've been shot. That future bastard.
So retarded. What would have to be wrong with you to engage in something like that? Oh, no, the thing I invited you over for, right?
Gay sex?
Gay sex?
Future Jacob, like that secretive cunt. He's always up to something we never know about.
It was like Time
This
Splitters.
joke is idiotic.
That's what makes it so fucking funny.
Time Splitters 2, Future Jacob.
Cheerful, friendly, and kind. The baby boy was sleeping like a rock. After a bath, fresh diaper change, and changed into his baby clothes, the infant's head hit the pillow immediately thereafter.
That's not
strange
safe.
use of
BAM!
Also strange use of thereafter.
I'm just thinking it's like the Iggy Shop was like, yeah, and just spikes the baby into the bed.
That's not safe.
Several minutes later, Victoria receives a call on the house phone. Wearily... Hang on, will we...
Oh my god, this is turning to fucking Scream.
Hang on, will we, Yeah, we were just in the past tense, weren't we? Yeah, a young couple...
Wait, Jacob. Are you telling me that this person who's writing CREEPYPASTA doesn't know the proper way of using tenses?
I know, it's remarkable, really, isn't it? But yeah, I wanted to check I wasn't being an idiot. It's like, yeah, we've just jumped. Victoria receives a call on the house phone. Wearily, she answers. Sound, phone ringing, receiver pick up.
Hello? Huh? Hey! When are you coming home?
This is the mother speaking here.
We'll be back around 10 tomorrow morning. I hope our son wasn't too much trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all.
He's dead now. He slammed his head into the ground.
You never told me she was such an angel.
She? We hope our son wasn't too much trouble. He never told me she was such an angel.
Like, so, is this...
What? Victoria, did something happen? Yeah. Something happened to that baby other than you... when you slammed it down onto the bed? Did something fall off? Last time I hired a Democrat babysitter. Is that staying in? We'll find out.
Future Jacob will know.
I don't fucking trust him. We've been over this.
Yeah, man, I don't trust that cunt. I can't even see him.
Yeah.
Told you, honey. You sound tired. Why don't you take a nap?
What colour's your Bugatti?
What colour's your Bugatti?
That's a good idea. I could really use one about now.
If you need us, we'll be at the Akono Lodge. You have our number.
Thanks.
Have a good night's rest, sweetheart.
Night.
I mean, she didn't sound like she did much. All she did was like choke slam the baby and then give it a sex change.
Victoria casually beeps the phone. I was just like, oh man, my rent's due. I better make another one of these videos. It's like first video back. Rape and sex changes. Victoria casually beeps the phone to end the call and tosses it onto the floor.
Just no respect for other people's property.
She rests her body on the nicely cushioned leather couch that is set in the baby's room and falls asleep.
Why would you put a leather couch in the baby's room?
Why would you allude to her body specifically?
Several hours into her peaceful slumber, Victoria is awakened by noise below in the basement. Thinking it was just an animal, possibly the couple's dog, she falls back asleep. But the noise becomes louder. Victoria gets slightly more unnerved.
So, like, do they know that this couple's cruel and just likes to shove the dog down into the basement?
She pulls her tired body from the couch and pokes. Come on.
No, she poke.
Her head out of the doorway. Silence. She returned to the couch and laid slowly back down, listening intently. I've had a few. She calmed herself down. So what tense is this? Is this happening now or in the past? I just know it's not the future.
Because we can't trust it if it's in the future. Because we know Jacob could be manipulating it.
Sound crash. Victoria retrieved the phone from the floor and dials... Come on, that's the same sentence. Come on. Christ. Victoria retrieved the phone from the floor and dials 911. Oh, it's Jane again.
911 emergencies.
Yes, hello. I think someone is in the house.
Ma'am, you're gonna have to calm down. I can't understand you.
Your accent is way too thick.
Also, like, did we ever...
What are you, Irish or something?
No, turns out she's Scottish.
Yeah, someone's in the house. Someone's broke in.
Like, did we ever find out how, like, does Jane actually work at this, the fucking, like, call center or whatever, 911, like, center? Or does she, like, using her elite hacker skills she learned from being a child or something?
I really mean this, Matt. Who gives a shit?
I do, it's very important. My immersion's broken.
Where are you at, sweetheart?
I'm at 322 Wilshire Boulevard. I'm babysitting tonight. I don't know.
I didn't ask for your life story, honey.
We're sending police up there immediately. Now here's what I want you to do. Are you listening?
Aye.
Cover yourself in bacon.
Tears silently falling down her face.
Why? Is that the narrator?
I assume he means Victoria.
Go and find a place in the house, like the closet or pantry. Grab yourself something to protect and defend yourself with.
Are we, like, I swear we've read this before. Is this... Did this happen before? This sounds really familiar.
Victoria, trembling in fear, crept from the baby's room and down the stairs of the house. So far there was no one that she could see, but the noise had come from the basement, hadn't it? She made her way into the kitchen and pulled out the largest knife she could find from the drawer. Sound, door getting kicked in. Victoria, in a panic, ran to the pantry and closed the door behind her as swiftly as possible. She huddled into the farthest corner that she could physically get to.
God, I heard him. He came out of the basement. I heard the good. I heard the good. Help me, please.
Scottish expression.
I'm having a stroke. God, I'm so scared. I've got a meat cleaver. I'm in the pantry.
Don't be scared, dear. I will stay with you on the line until police arrive. In the meantime, you just hide. Who's all there with you?
The baby. Oh God, I forgot.
The wee buddy baby!
If Jeff kills the baby, like...
So, no, I'm sure this is the beginning of the story done again or something like that. Like, it's
Maybe something similar.
I think it's... I don't know. This sounds really familiar. So, like, I'm sure, like, the original story starts like this, and then it's like, you know, we start, you know, when the film starts in the middle of the shit.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember. I've been to bed since then.
Yeah.
I've had a promotion since then.
I've moved house since then.
They've got a new president since then.
Yeah.
Well, we have got a new president. We've got a shit new prime minister.
Yeah.
We've had 3 since then.
Yeah. You think your politics is shit. Ours is way worse.
Yeah.
She could sense the fear and suffering in Victoria's voice, as she was being the only source of comfort the girl needed as far as this home invasion was concerned. This would probably be the last thing the poor babysitter would hear.
Yes.
Sound.
Yes.
Footsteps.
The baby will be alright. You just stay on the line with me. Police are arriving shortly.
Jeff's scared of babies.
Oh, God.
He can't win in a fight with them.
Oh, God. I see him.
Give me a description of the assailant, dear.
I can't talk any louder. He'll hear me.
He looks
I hope
like
he
a reverse mermaid.
I hope he doesn't hurt the baby.
You'll be fine. What is the description of the assailant?
I'm too scared. I can't.
Is that where he went? Tell me, what does he look like?
He's wearing black pants and a white...
Look, tell me what he looks like. Oh, he's wearing black. Oh, I don't care about his fucking fashion choices.
He's wearing black pants and a white jacket.
Anything identifiable, something that he can't immediately change.
And a white jacket or something. I don't know. Just please help me.
That tells me nothing.
That's the worst description. He's got hair. Oh, well, at least that, you know, stops people. Like, yeah, that would have been a better description. Like, oh, well, at least we know it's not Andrew Tate.
Yeah,
It's like he's
it's
got
a-
4
not
limbs.
a bald man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got skin.
Sound, creaking door. Change music to music box.
Okay.
Jeff entered the baby. Just don't tell me what to do. Story. Jeff entered the baby's room. Toys littered the floor of the darkened room. A single beam of light crept through the slit between the curtains, cutting the room into 2.
Yeah, if I remember, he's going to be like, no, not this. I'm going to stab you later, baby.
Severing Jeff between the infant, Jeff continued into the darkness and peered into the crib. Jeff eyed the child silently. Despite have a smile permanently carved into his cheeks, he seemed to be frowning. The infant began to cry at the horrific sight of the killer that the neighbors thought was just some guy looming over him. Jeff placed the flat of his knife against the baby's face and watched as the reflection of his own grotesque features mockingly smiled back. Good. Do I have to do the fucking voice?
You don't have to.
Stupid catchphrase.
Go to sleep for now, kid. When you see a bit more of the world, I'll be back to save you from it. Jeff picked up a stuffed bear from the floor, based around the crib to pacify the the baby. The baby's hands gripped at the soft fabric as Jeff turned his back and walked out of the room.
Oh, see, he does care. He's really a good person. He just wants to murder the baby when it's, 5 years old.
At the Drury Inn in town, the married couple sat back to each other, both breathless and exhausted.
Wait, so it's sitting back to back?
Apparently so.
We don't like to go arse to arse in front of the baby, so we...
They had been fighting since the moment that the poor child's mother had put down the phone. The in-town vacation was supposed to help. It didn't. Alright, Gemma, you want to do the mother, I'll do the father.
Well, maybe we should just go home then.
At this hour? We still have the room for the rest of the night.
I want to see my baby, Marco. Or would you prefer to just sleep in the car?
The father stood. He'd heard all that he cared to. He gruffly grabbed his keys off the nightstand and opened the door to the small hotel room to wait for his wife. She stepped through the opening and out to the car without a word. It was 5:15 when they left, and they were rushing home as quickly as they could. In the house, Jeff saw an approaching police light beacon and thought that it was all over. He stepped behind the curtain of the open front window and waited for the police officer to make his move.
100% stealth.
Oh, yeah. The best serial killer of all time.
Oh no, the police! I'm done for!
A knock at the door. Gemma, can you be the police officer?
Police, can you open the door, please?
Easily stabbed police! I have a very long neck and very tender jugular.
Yeah.
Here's a list of all my fears, starting with pointy objects going into me.
Jeff inched through.
Can you please let me know where you are? I was looking directly into the sun all day, so I have very bad vision at the moment.
Just the policeman wandering in, just like, hang on, I can't see very well. Let me just put down my gun next to this picture of my beautiful wife and children.
Hey, anyone who's interested, I'm 2 days away from retirement. We're gonna get a yacht and sell the seas.
As soon as we nail Mendoza.
I've recently just started a sourdough starter. I'm gonna open up my own bakery.
Hey, if anyone's listening, please don't tell them I've been drinking on duty as well. Also, I went to the pirate shop and I got this nice eye patch, so my left side's completely unable to see anything. Also, I've been taking up a new hobby, and I hope you don't mind, but I brought my roller skates with me.
It's like, hello, it's me, Harry the Blind Policeman.
It's like, little did you know that Jeff had been eating bananas in the kitchen and didn't care to discard the skins in the bin. Okay.
I'm Officer Jeffrey Stabbed. Also, have you ever heard of a thing called non-determinism?
Jeff inched through the shadows, closer and closer to the door. Another knock at the door. I forgot the voice that I did. Hello! Is anyone home?
Is that not me?
Oh yeah, you're the cop, excuse me.
Hello? Is anyone home? If I don't get a response, I'll have to break the door down. Hello?
With my bad leg! Jeff's fingers went back to the sharpened edge of his knife. Finally, it had been far too long since he'd been able to take
I know
a life.
what to do.
Oh, not the policeman. I thought he was going to live. Far too long since he was able to taste blood.
Unfortunately for Jeff, because this since I'm sorry to say, audience, but this story has actually been updated since last time we read it. So the policeman outside the door, heard an acorn fall behind him, and he just shot through the door and killed Jeff. Shots fired! Shots fired!
I'm just coming in. I've switched my body cam off.
Gemma, don't be ridiculous. He never had it on to begin with.
Alright, what's your sin?
A creak from the closet door upstairs as the babysitter watched the scene unfold in front of her. Her trembling body drew cold as the realization that she would not be saved from this by police like she so hoped.
Oh God, the police are here. I think they're gonna be killed.
Why would you ever come to that conclusion?
Hello? Ahoy the house. Do you have any bullets? Because I've all ran out of mine in my gun.
Yeah, like, how the fuck has Jeff got the drop on the policeman? The cops know there's a guy with a knife in there, right? Surely there'd be more than one police officer, and they'd also be armed.
Can I have some hand? I accidentally, when I was reloading my gun, I put chewing gum in the chamber.
It's about budget cuts. This is actually propaganda about what will happen if they defund the police, as people have been chanting. Sound. Telephone click to busy signal.
Hello? Are you still there? Oh God, no. This is your last warning.
Sound pause.
Help me, I'm in here.
Sound door crash. Jeff heard the scream, but the blood of the police officers was calling him. He had to satisfy the feeling. There's more than one officer? The first officer's weapon entered through the door to sweep the room. A bullet to the head or a tackle to the ground, a short drive to the prison and the gas chamber. But Jeff had been doing this for years since he carved his mark into his family. Jeff slid his knife into the wrist of the first officer and used the tool to pull him into the house. The officer's hands twitched and spasmed, forcing the gun to fire off 2 shots. The noises waking the baby upstairs and turning the babysitter's hysterical cries into screams of pure terror. Jeff stepped into the doorway, withdrawing his blade from the officer's wrists and pushing it into his neck. Just impossible for him to win that. That's all.
So Jeff the killer, who we all know is super strong and has the world's sharpest knife, that was apparently able to slice through bone.
So, okay, so what I'm getting here is that his partner is also there, but he's also called the officer.
So, Officer dies first and Officer Bob Brady.
His partner's wild, panicked eyes could only see the black rings around Jeff and the gurgling choking of dying friend. That's his name, of Officer Dying Friend. The officer, horrified by the sight and now the blurred vision, fired his gun directly in front of him.
Why did you take his pants off, Sharon?
Missing their mark, the rounds only succeeded in putting his partner out of his pain. Jeff dropped the dead body and with a quick motion of his left hand, grabbed the side of the officer's pistol, pushing off aim. Jesus Christ. I mean, this is like a Marvel movie.
Yeah, it's fucking like for some reason he's John Wick. Also, the thing is, I'm kind of two minds of this scene because on the one hand, the officer wildly opened fired and hit nothing that he was aiming for. On the other hand, he did describe as seeing Jeff. The only thing he saw was Jeff's black eyes. So he is a policeman who just saw something that was black and he wasn't able to shoot it.
The officer still pulled the trigger as many times as he was able. It didn't matter. The burns from the discharge.
Yeah, that's a funny word. Sounds a bit rude.
It came with burns. The burns from the discharge. Yeah, just get that one out of our system. Against Jeff's hand only fueled his crazed frenzy. The knife found its mark in the middle of the officer's chest and sliced its way up to his chin. What? This is not only the sharpest knife in the world, but Jeff is impossibly strong.
Yeah, so straight to the chest where all the bones are.
He fucking Jason Voorhees?
I was thinking.
No, he can beat him in the fight. Remember?
Or a more current reference is he Art the Clown.
Jeff, deep breath. Too long. Sound. Screams from the Victoria. It's a nearby pub. Baby crying.
He's moved up. He started off by killing his family, and then he's going around stabbing buildings. Take this, you pub! Next, I'm moving on to the hospitals.
World's drunkest man. It's like most sober northerner. It's just Jeff stabbing. Take this, you pub!
That's what you get for making me pay more than £4 for a Foster's.
No northerner drinks Foster's.
I know. It's the first
Drinks
beer.
this is some like dark brown sludge.
It's like my Newcastle Brown Ale.
I feel like having a loaf for my drink. Guinness, please.
Guinness is good though.
But it's also like eating just a stick of bread.
I'll be honest, it's like soup. Like Guinness is like soup, and I'll be honest, I love soup. Matt, you're telling me you hid some little vegetables in this water. I'm gonna find them. The first episode back, and I've already been driven mad.
I'm surprised it's taken this long.
Baby crying faded back. That's right. Sound. The sound of the closet door opening, and the screams grow louder.
Please don't hurt me, please. I won't tell no one. Just take the money or the baby, but not me.
Narrator. Jeff pulled the Victoria to her feet by her hair.
Once again, it's a pub.
The poor girl's cries grew louder as Jeff put the point of the knife between her eyes and pressed in slowly. Just go to sleep. Sound, squirts of blood, crushing of bone, until the one final crunch her screams stop. The baby cries. Jeff getting further away, so I'm just going to quiet down, little guy, or am I going to have to make you quiet?
Jeff, who are you talking? It's a baby. It can't understand you, and you're walking away from it. Yeah, prick.
Outside the house, the car pulls to a stop. The mother and father rush from the vehicle to the door, frenzied. The couple has forgotten any issues that may have arisen over the past few days between them, and all they can see now are the red and blue flashing lights and hear the cry of their baby. They rushed their way up the steps and into the baby's room. Immediately, out of maternal instinct, the mother picked the child up to comfort it and to assure herself that he was okay.
The dad, on the other hand, would have thrown it out the window because he has none of that maternal instinct stuff.
However, despite her efforts, the baby continued to cry. The family collapsed. The family collapsed to the floor together in an embrace. Sound. Sirens fade up to full volume, cut off by recorder click. Agent East.
Oh, this? No. I'm just keeping an audio log, miss.
Oh, you mean so you can turn that one in, or is it like notes?
That's the mother. Yes. It's kind of way that I take notes.
that I can type up my report later. He can't type because he can't, like, think a cohesive sentence.
Oh, that's just a bit odd. The other police officers just had a pen and pad.
Stop living in the past, old lady. The future is now.
Yeah, I'm a bit too lazy for the pen and pad. And besides, miss, I'm not the police. Agent Marcus East, FBI, remember?
Yes, so much more well-mannered than the police, too.
Yeah, I got blood all over the front door!
Well, thank you, miss. I appreciate that. But I'm afraid we need to be getting to the darker part of this conversation.
Of course.
It's slowly morphing into Morgan Freeman, which was not my intention to begin.
You're doing an Morgan Freeman MSRR?
Yeah, I was going for I was just going for like a very, very boring like governmental type, but it's slowly turning into. I'll try and pull that back a bit.
It's me, Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, the life site. I was going for like a boring like government type. You want to mute that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course!
I'll try to make this quick, but for my recording and to confirm with you, I'm just going to go over the police reports here. Sound, papers flipping. Back.
You just love making noise, don't you?
I mean, fully.
I got a fucking stomp over here.
Man, fuck Stomp. Well, yeah, I can't wait to go and watch Sub bangs a lot in this migraine orchestra for 3 hours. Break-in at 322, one word, Wilshire Boulevard. But it seems that all valuables are accounted for. No missing electronics, jewelry. Was that right?
That's right, but there was a small amount of cash taken from the drawer in our bedrooms. $80, I think.
Also a dead person. I don't want to, bury the leads. Someone's dead here.
But I really want that $80 back.
Yeah.
Right. And of course, I'm sorry to bring this up again, but I have to confirm. We have 3 victims. Homicide. 2 are officers from the local police department responding to the 911 call that was placed by the victim. Victoria Brandt, who was babysitting for you on that night.
Yes. She would babysit for us when we would go out of town on weekends or to our sessions.
Begins to sob.
Is that code for stuff? I don't want to get into your personal business or the way your husband seems to limp.
Thank you, miss. I'm so sorry. We'll move on. Your son, thankfully, completely unharmed, thank God. Was that right?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, you saw him.
He just talks like an imbecile, even without me doing the silly voice.
Yeah, your silly voice is not like, hello, I'm half asleep and I'm about to is that you're so close to the mic? I'm thinking you can do a mukbang or something. Can you step away from the mic, please?
No, because he's not going to pick it up if it's any further back.
But yes, he's fine.
And the only thing they found was a note with Miss Brandt. Jeff, if you're reading this, know that no matter how many innocent victims you claim, or how much innocent blood you shed, I'm still coming for you in the end.
Why did they leave? Okay, so that's a note written by Jeff. Why did she leave that behind on the scene of the crime that Jeff has left?
Yeah.
He's never going to find that note.
I know they say the criminal always comes back to the scene of the crime, but I don't think the serial killer's going to come back because he sticks out to us. Apparently not the people on this street.
Oh my God.
All of the men and women you so I'm changing the voice up a bit just because it's putting me to sleep. I went way too boring with the voice. All of the men and women you so viciously slaughtered and disemboweled. I never did like you, you greasy-headed, grinning, smug, ignorant son of a bitch. My black eyes may look like I'm void of vision.
You sounded more like Morgan Freeman. Jeff versus Morgan Freeman.
But I'm not stupid. Just remember, the night that you creep into a poor girl's bedroom, you're gonna fall head over heels down the fucking stairs, with your guts caught on the broken glass of the window that I smashed you into.
What?
Jeff was sent to prison. He tried to fight off the sisters, but he was brutally buggered like the Joker.
And then he stopped being Jeff the Killer and everything was fine. kind of fucking message is that?
Oh my god.
The hell is wrong with that movie?
I'm just saying the same thing.
All
But
the
it's
Joker needed was a savage bumming to snap out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, if only Batman had sodomized him, it'd have saved so many people.
I mean, to be fair, Joker's asked, like, that's all Joker wants from Batman, really, if you look at it.
Yeah.
It's like, you've got me buggered, Batman.
Joker, for God's sake, Joker, put the gun down and stop wearing the assless chaps to these.
So once, like, Nathan and I were really bored watching Batman Forever. Like, we were like day drinking watching Batman Forever, and we started this because if you haven't seen Batman Forever, basically there is a subplot where Nicole Kidman is like in love with the sort of fetishistic side of Batman and like the rubber muscles and everything. And we were like, this is getting really weird. So we just got into this idea of Batman just being a pervert. You're like, hey, doctor, how about you lay down and I like fuck you with my foot? Just like, what? Batman is, oh, no, was that not, we were here not, no, it doesn't matter. It was stupid.
Unless.
Smoke bomb.
Yes.
What was his plan again? It was going to, like, make them watch Super TV and it would take over the world or something? What was it again?
No, it was to, for the Illuminati, kill a bunch of people. And he got a film career. Oh, no, sorry, the character.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, one of my favourite lines from the movie, though, is just where the guy in the most brilliant voice possible at the beginning is like, "Oh, it's boiling acid."
Oh, like, so Two-Face, did you deposit the boiling acid and then still, or does this bank just have boiling acid in the safe deposit box?
It's a bank in London.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tonight, when I reach you, evil will battle evil. Winner kills all, and the only one who will not get out alive is you. That's great tough talk, honestly. This is. I mean, Muhammad Ali, eat your fucking heart out.
Yeah.
This is tough guy talk.
Also,
I'm
once
coming
again,
for you.
like, this is the note left behind after he's been here.
Yeah.
Yeah, float like a butterfly. My dog stepped on a bee.
I'm coming for you. Signed, Jane, the killer. Miss, do you know Jeff? Is that a friend? Someone you've seen around the neighborhood? A name from somewhere in this town? Miss Brandt's boyfriend, perhaps? I, the FBI agent, haven't pieced together that the prolific serial killer, Jeff the Killer, is being referenced in a note at a murder scene that is signed by someone who also has the killer in their name.
Yep.
I work at the FBI.
It might not be the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It might be something else entirely.
Oh, the Federal Biscuit Inspector.
Yeah.
Not at all. I don't know a Jane either.
Of course. But I'm sure that the previous officers... See, the thing is, because it's a play, all the names are written in capitals, even when in dialogue. So it's just funny. Got any information about Jane? I'm going to stop yelling there, about Jane. Have you seen anyone that might have been Jeff leaving the house? Heard from a neighbor where the man might be headed. It's now turning into American Michael Caine. It's a really unusual voice. I have no control.
I had the obvious clue, and I just threw it away.
It's like the voice is now in control. Like I don't have control of it anymore.
I like once again. It's like everyone in this neighborhood just like did you notice anyone? Like, no, we got here after the murder.
I know.
Did you spot anyone? No. We weren't here for the murder.
I didn't see anyone fleeing the scene, no. If that's,
No. Agent East, shouldn't you be more concerned with who wrote the note than who it was for?
Not really. No. At this point, I think finding the murderer should be priority number one.
Rather than, like, someone came along and then left it afterwards. Like, that seems, like, not his fucking pen pal.
It says in parentheses small now, so... Right you are. Right. You see, we've been tracking a son of a bitch named Jeff. Almost had him, too. But like an idiot, I thought to let him wander a bit too far. And then
what the fuck does that mean?
Like this happens. If there wasn't anything else, miss, maybe I should
Agent East, please.
Thanks for jumping straight in there, Gemma, to interrupt me.
Agent East, please. You have to find these people. This person, this murderer. 3 people died in my home, and God knows what he did to my baby.
Sound baby crying.
he's just Jeff the Killer. He's not the guy from the fucking
Lost Prophets.
Yeah.
I just jumped straight in there, as I already knew. This is what he's done to my baby. I was just like, we were all thinking it.
Also, you can totally edit me jumping in there really quickly in post.
Not good. I'm leaving in the pause. Ma'am, please. I assure you I've been following Jeff for a while now. I'm going to find the son of a bitch.
I'm sorry. He's been crying so often since last night.
Okay, from context, I assume you mean the baby, but it sounded like you meant Jeff. May I?
Thank you for letting me know where he is. He's the baby in the basement.
Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. Voice drifts back and forth between Jane and Agent East.
What?
If that mockingbird won't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring.
Humming.
What? How did you sound like two people?
The baby quiets down. That should be everything I need, miss. And don't go to sleep.
Again.
You might not wake up.
Oh, so
What the fuck is happening?
So was Agent East Jane the whole
Yeah,
time?
is she gonna rip? Is it like a Mission Impossible mask or some shit like that? Like, okay, so this is supposed to be like a screenplay or some shit, isn't it?
It's an audio play. Yeah.
Audio play. So, in addition to it being dog shit, it's also confusing.
Mm-hmm. Scene 6, Thursday. Wind. Narrator. A light rain began to fall as the night time was quickly approaching. The wind and splashing from passing cars helped to clean off the now once again stained hoodie. The caked blood leaked off his clothing with the rain as it grew heavier and formed a small river of red behind him.
Not conspicuous at all.
Just blends right in, this guy. He could be anywhere. The feeling that had begun so long ago was gone for now, but he knew it would be back soon. He could only think clearly for a short while. Long enough for the pieces to start falling into place. This woman from the bar that knew his name, the hooker from the hotel that knocked him out, wasn't that his brother?
Yeah.
The odd note that he found in the baby's room. Who could be following him? And if they really hated him so much, you really hate me that bad? If they really hated him so much, why didn't they kill him already?
Okay, so we assumed that Jane came by and left the note there, but Jane somehow knew that Jeff was going to go into this one household and leave a note, so she's also superpowers.
I can't resist it any longer, guys. It's calling to me like the Green Goblin mask.
Don't do it.
So Jeff speaks here, guys, and...
Don't do it.
Do it!
Don't do it.
Do it!
Don't do it. We're the angel and the devil on the shoulders.
Do it!
No, I get it. I understand the bit.
You see, Jacob, in some fictional accounts, the conscience is represented.
I know. Hey, where's the other guy? Fuck. Who the fuck is Jane?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
I can do this. I can get through the rest of the story. The feeling was inching back into his mind.
Jacob, the flat cap.
The flat cap on
flat cap.
It's the kestrel calling to me from outside. Like the raven.
Jacob, think of Lenore down the pub.
I was thinking it's just the raven, it's the kestrel.
You know, Lenore, the one with the big jobblies down the pub.
You know, it's, instead of a volume of ancient lore, I'm just perusing the lyric booklet in my Arctic Monkeys CDs. Just fucking open up some walnut whips, man. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. Don't mind me.
Just sit there and eat 2 quiches.
them.
The feeling was inching back into his mind. More violence.
Inch.
More blood. He wouldn't be able to think soon. His hands returned to his pockets, the edge of the knife that he had already cleaned and sharpened to a razor's edge. The feeling will be too much soon. Okay, present tense, future tense, whatever. He needed, past tense, help, and maybe now there was finally someone who could help him. Jeff needed to return back home. The light rain had picked up to a thunderstorm by the time Jeff reached his old house at the edge of town. A crack of thunder and a shatter of glass. Jeff was in the house.
It's time to party!
Jeff was in the house.
Look, Party Rock cannot find the house. Will you guide him? And now on the screen, what we need is one of those like little maze things they put on the back of cereal boxes for
Yes.
kids. And one of them has a house at the end, and the others just have like scary spiders. And you've got to guide Party Rock to the house. If I remember to do that, that's going to be really funny.
Yes.
The sound of rain outside echoed through the broken window and into the house.
Do you think the super competent FBI maybe set up a watch or something in places and locations that Jeff has been known to frequent, like his old house?
Okay, so we've reached a point now with Lou in the story. Now, I'm not sure what to do about the Lou voice.
Hey, Jeff! Ha! I should have known you'd come back if I waited. I almost thought you'd stop caring.
That's how Lou sounded, right?
Yeah, that's the new Lou.
Yeah, fuck it. Jeff turned around, and before he could say anything, Lou took a trophy off the shelf, and a wet crack rang through Jeff's ears.
Sound, wet crack.
And then now Lou speaking, you go to sleep. Jeff's world went black. Jeff woke up in a living room full of industrial tools and assorted drills, knives, and hammers.
Oh my.
The room seemed to have been built like a class for anyone who wanted to go into carpentry.
Okay.
I gotta fight it. All right. Jeff. Where the hell am I?
I've been waiting for a long time for this, Jeff.
I like how Jane has evolved into Mike.
Michael.
Mike Harmon-Trout.
Walter, you didn't hand in your paperwork, Walter. Put your dick away, Wazowski.
My favourite line from Monsters Inc.
Walter.
Mike, Wazowski, put your dick away. You always come to work with it out. It's how I scare the children. The original pitch for Monsters Inc. It's just they show up in the kids' wardrobe with their dick out, then they scream.
Anyway, Mike Wazowski eventually did have to leave the Mr. Beast channel. That's staying in.
Yep.
Fuck Mr. Beast.
Lou responded, but it wasn't in his male voice. It was a female voice. Yeah, I know, I just did the thing. Jeff saw as Lou's features evaporated from his face, peeling off of him in a thick cloud of smoke. The young male's skinny frame transformed into the luscious curves of a woman.
I'm right with one hand now.
Yeah, not keen on this. The luscious curves of a woman in a tight black dress with oddly only solid black orbs for eyes. Pouted lips smirked at him with a familiar teasing smile.
It's me, Lou. I had a sex change. I feel more pretty this way. Oh, God, even Jeff, the killer's gone woke these days. I may be a versus killer, but I respect people's pronouns. I think you're taking the wrong message away from... You know what? Fuck it, I don't care anymore.
Now Jeff, shouting, "You're the bitch from the bar!" Narrator. Jane turned on a utility light, gripped it, and turned it towards herself. Her skin was pale like a corpse and contrasted by the curled raven hair that fell into her mid-back. It was just... this is just simping. In a way, she was a beautiful woman.
Simping, don't give up Luffy. Simping, don't give up Zolo.
But the air around her seemed to be as ugly and dark as the aura that surrounded Jeff.
You know what'd be really funny if he does, like, if it turns out that, who are you? Like, oh, it's me, Jane. Like, I've never met you before. Like,
I told you I'd be coming for you in the end. Oh, and did I mention your brother fit me like a glove?
Gross. So did. And then Margaret's voice, you're mother. And Peter's voice, you are father. Jane's voice again,
the paper boy. But your features. I'll be glad to peel the skin off your face, Jeffrey. Finally bring your little rampage to an end,
you
evil
fucking
chuckle.
skinwalker. What?
Evil chuckle.
Finally bring your rampage to an end, evil chuckle.
She's like...
Which chuckle brother is he talking about?
No, the boom mic's in shot.
Really, now? And why would you...
Why? Sorry, you said why? I'll tell you why, you little... Tell me why! I'm stuck here as a virgin with rage.
Tell me why.
I so need a cute girl my age.
Tell me why.
I never want to hear you say, I have a boyfriend.
I still remember the first time I ever heard that. I thought it was a parody song.
Well, I mean, I guess it was in a way.
Why? I'll tell you why, you little piece of shit. A little town called Bellevue, Illinois. Remember it? Oh, right, you're a psychotic fuck! I guess you don't. So let me remind you, 11 years. I've been searching for you for 11 fucking years.
Wait, Jeff's been at large for 11 years. One, he hasn't died of his wounds, and two, he's not been caught.
I thought you said
We've been over this like it's the FBI.
I thought you said he was that large. So I was like...
Jeff's been that large for... It's just...
Well, you never mentioned also Jeff the Killer, most prolific obese serial killer.
Yeah, see,
He gets away with his little rascal.
Every murder, he rewards himself one calzone.
Since I was 10. Since you told my parents to go to sleep. Since you overlooked my room. Since I mopped up the fucking blood.
Jeff, laughing.
Sick, psychotic fuck.
You're right. I don't remember a single second of it. You see, when Jeff the Killer graced your house, it was the most important day of your life. But to him, it was Wednesday.
So bad that, Raj Ulis is dead. He could have played him in the film.
Yeah.
When this clearly goes to the top.
You're gonna regret everything you've done to me.
Sound, knife cut.
It's
Sound,
really-
knife cut, knife cut. Jeff continues
Knife cut,
to
knife
laugh.
cut.
You missed my throat. My face has plenty of holes in it, as is.
That's called nose hole, mouth.
Poor Jane, the murderer. Her parents are dead, and she's still going to bitch and whine with her little knife. Fuck you. Where do you get off calling me a... Please.
I get off all the time. I've got an erection. Look at it.
That little smoke and mirrors trick. You don't... do what I do without seeing some shit, lady. Demons. Monsters. Tall motherfuckers in the woods.
Oh my god, is it?
It's all canon, apparently.
It comes with the territory. Pathetic little teenager.
Yes, I'm sure many serial killers have run into the fucking Slender Man.
Makes a deal with the devil. And that kind of deal doesn't come cheap. You need blood. A lot of blood.
The blood leaking out of Jeff's mouth dripped onto his chest and arms, granting him just enough wiggle room to split his hands out of the restraints and vaulted his foot into Jane's stomach.
Okay.
He did it so quickly he went back in time.
So, like, you've cut my face, and you've cut my face, and I've got a little bit of blood on my chest. This is giving me wiggle room to unlatch my hat.
Yeah.
What series of events happened? Like, if she stabbed him in the shoulder or something, maybe.
Who cares? Honestly, Matt, who gives a shit? We're close to
But
the
this
end
isn't
now.
a very good story, Jacob.
No, oddly enough, no, it
It's
isn't.
weird.
No, it's really, really bad. Like,
Before she could move to pick herself up, Jeff continued the brutal assault by throwing the wooden chair itself at her. Why do you suppose I just... So, tell me, why do you suppose I just threw that fucking stool at your head?
yes.
Right. So also, he didn't. So he managed to get his arm free and kick her, and then is still tied to the chair. So he threw himself at her in the chair.
Him throwing the chair at me just made me think of something, Matt. It was just us interviewing for a fourth host, and they're just like, "Oh, so what's the environment like?" He was like, "Well, have you seen the movie Whiplash?" I'm like, "No." Well, this is going to all seem very new to you.
Yeah.
We were doing that bit at work the other day. It was like, well, Marcus, was your boat late or was it early? I was like, I don't know. Don't fuck with me. Throwing the wooden chair itself at her. Why do you suppose I threw that fucking chair at your head? Breaking it over her back, an act that would have crippled a lesser woman.
You mean a low-value woman.
I like your playpen, Jane.
Sound. Jane screaming and the sounds of scrambling as she's dragged.
It goes to show how I need my glasses, because I read that as the sounds of scrambled egg. Like...
Taking a fistful of Jane's hair, Jeff began dragging her to a wooden table at the edge of the room. In her daze, her only thoughts were that this didn't go as she had envisioned it for so many years. Her only thought was to panic.
Really? You could have caught me at a better time. Really, you couldn't have caught me at a better time. I've been so hungry for this and your blood since I saw you in the bar.
As he forced her arm in place, Jeff couldn't help be marvel at how he just
Couldn't help but be marvel.
A bunch of terrible fucking jokes the whole time. Like,
She's right behind me, isn't she?
they fly now. Jeff couldn't help be marvel at how her arm seemed to be made for the metal vise. It fit perfectly, almost like it was made for this from the start. Sound, crunch of bones and a scream. The sound of snapping bones and torn muscle from woman's wrist echoed through the home. Jane frantically griped in all directions, reaching for a tool of some kind, anything she can use to escape the unbearable pain.
I really don't like this. I'm griping.
The first handle that she can find.
Wait, is this person, like, gotten worse?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, like...
Gemma, that tends to happen if you drink cough syrup while you write. She
charged money to the first item she could find.
She camps her hand on and swings with all her strength at Jeff's legs. Sound crunch.
So Jane just threw a camping site at Jeff's legs.
We're just fucking around with tenses all over the place here.
And just camps.
Jeff fell to the ground from his shattered bone. Bewildered, Jane inspects the hammer. See, she can't win this fight because present Jane is fighting past Jeff.
Yeah.
So it's a war she can't win. She now has clamped tightly with her left hand. Wonder quickly gave way to pain as she was snapped back to reality.
Oops, there goes gravity!
It sounds like she was snapped back to the past tense.
Yeah.
Jane desperately clawed at the vice, untwisting it as quickly as she could to free her mangled hand. She stared at the now useless appendage. The device had applied so much pressure that it split the skin and crushed every bone, leaving her wrist feeling like a broken balloon full of jello. Jeff, laugh, cough. Fucking bitch. Sound, drill noise, wet blood, Jeff scream. Die, you bastard, die! I'm gonna rip your fucking heart out and ram it right down your throat, you dirty whore! Sound, wind picking up, thunder, fire, change to music, something's wrong. Cool, never mind. Who gives a shit?
Self-awareness.
Blood leaked from the walls, more than should have been possible to be in Jeff's body.
Okay.
The thunderstorm outside the walls of the house churned the skies above, the clouds forming an opening. These were no longer two people. They were demons, at war with one another, one in the present and another in the past.
Go to hell!
A stray bolt of lightning ignited the attic of the old home. The walls transformed from dripping blood to a putrid-smelling inferno. Jane stepped back from Jeff's twitching body, leaving him broken in a pool. Don't go to sleep, Jeff. I need you awake for this. Jeff picked himself shaking off the ground. Putting pressure on his leg caused a sickening crack. The pain from it was blinding, but not as blinding as the feeling was at this point. Fuck the tools, the power tools, the saw, the hammers. Nothing would satisfy Jeff like this would. He withdrew the knife from his pocket. Oh, I'm not going anywhere. You took my life, Jeff. You took it away from me, and this moment is all that I could think about for the past 11 years. I haven't taken it yet. Give me another minute. Jeff limped, slowly towards Jane. He had been crippled by the hammer, and his blood loss has turned his vision into a blur.
Right now it has.
Jane rose her arms from the sides, and the room around them seemed to be shifting, darkening. The whole house was becoming Jeff's personal hell. His mother and father stood beside Jane as he remembered them, gutted, bloody, dead. You do the father?
Why did you do this to our son? I think that's the voice.
We didn't lie to you. We never did. We were just trying to protect you, honey.
We just wanted to send Lou to prison to get bombed.
Yes.
Like the Joker, our favourite film.
And then Lou chimes in. You could have been with us, Jeff. We're happy and safe where we're at, bro. But sadly, you'll be cleaning toilets in hell.
That is such an irate gamer joke.
We're cleaning toilets in hell. Ghosts are real.
What a fucking
We've got evidence right here. This is clearly...
I'm a ghost. Ghosts are real. I need the ghost doctor.
Yes, I played Charlie in an abandoned place and nothing fucking happened.
Well, stick that on YouTube.
Yeah.
What a piece of cowabunga shit. Cut after cut from his
What
own...
is this, a marriage?
Cut after cut from his own family. They surround him, chanting, cutting him deeply with saws and screwdrivers from the carpentry house of horror. Jane laughed.
Jeff, how could you do this to me after we had sex last night?
In Jeff's face. And now they all start chanting, Go to sleep! Go to sleep!
Go to sleep.
Yeah, you
I'm not helping.
You get it.
Do you see the pain? Everything you lost. What have you done to yourself? Stop hitting yourself. Do you feel what I felt, Jeff? This is what you've done to everyone else.
The real quick.
Oh yeah, this is what he needs, like to have a taste
Moral
of his own medicine. Like, oh no, I realised the error of me ways. This is
Thank you, Ebenezer Scrooge. After a lifetime of being a dick, you get one last chance.
This is what you've done to everyone else.
He had a bad backstory, so he was lonely on the swing, so we need to forgive him.
This monster that you've let your insanity become. This is...
Sound. Stab. All other chanting and music is cut. Only the sound of blood and the burning house.
There needs to be like a record scratch.
Burning down the house.
You give me way too much credit, Jane. I don't give a shit.
You.
Oh, he said a rude word.
You.
Go to sleep. The house burned. Scene 7, Friday. Begins Sweet Dreams, performed by Chris Craft. That's a fun name, Chris Craft. I like saying that. On the cold metal slab of the morgue, before the mortician lay an average... On the cold metal slab of the morgue, before the mortician lay an average height. Punctuation could be
Just put
very
down an
useful.
average height.
Lanky, pale man. The skin of his face is pulled impossibly tight from scarring. His eyes stared, but come on, at the ceiling, never able to close. His mouth is permanently ripped into a smile across his face. This is Jeff, also known as Jeff the Killer.
Homicide, plain and simple. Cause of death, severe blood loss due to disembowelment.
Frank, you can't be serious. I heard they pulled his guy from a fire, right?
Yeah, I read the police report, yeah, but there's not a single burn mark on this guy. Do you see charring? Because I sure don't.
So you're suggesting that someone burned his clothes and then dressed him in and dumped his body in the house after the fire?
I'm suggesting this guy was in one hell of a knife fight before dying of blood loss in that house.
No man can die in a burning building and not get burnt, Frank. I mean, you can. You can. That happens all the fucking time. Like,
yeah.
that's smoking. That's what the smoke's for. It's for killing you.
Well, look at this guy's face, Eli. Does he look like a man anymore to you?
Jeff's eyes refocused on the doctor's face. Credit roll for video during Sweet Dreams. What? I thought this was an audio play. 9 months later, again in the cold, lifeless morgue.
Jeff was pregnant.
With two of the most criminally insane humans to ever walk the earth, in front of the coroner lay a beautiful young black-eyed woman. Dead. What is his fixation on her beauty? Dead. When the police found her body, she was lying on a table, hands and feet chained to it, with a message scrawled in the wall. Don't go to sleep, I will be waiting, it says Jeff, so I assume it was. And narrator. Cause of death? Childbirth.
What?
Who can say? I have no fucking idea what that means. Normally this would be where I say, let's look at the comments.
I can't wait for Jeff versus Jane versus the son of Jeff and Jane. Like,
Let me see if I can look on my...
Well, I clicked on the talk page and it just says, Jane, I'm going to review.
What?
Yeah. So I don't know how to look at comments. Okay, so that was Jeff the Killer versus Jane the Killer, parentheses, audio play. Didn't love it.
I say it was worth the 2-year gap.
The idea of doing a creepypasta as an audio play isn't a horrible idea. The problem is this is a horrible audio play.
Yeah.
There's way too many stage directions. You should be able to... Of course, you need to give context for, like, what things are in the room and that sort of thing. But ultimately, a radio play, you should be able to just have the characters talk and have the sound effects and all that. Trust your audience's intelligence. People are smart enough to know what's going on in an audio play. So if I have a door open and then it closes and you hear footsteps in the background, I know the character's left. You don't have to say, the character left. Do you know what I mean? You say, oh, Matt left the house. Like,
Don't need to baby.
Yeah, basically. So trust in the power of sound design and all of that stuff and dialogue to do the play for you. Way too much of the narrator in this. Obviously, it had all the typical hallmarks of creepypasta. Too edgy.
It was shit.
Weird, leaping back and forth in time, which we always enjoy in these. It's just a running joke.
And just the at the end where the grammar started, like not the grammar, the spelling just like when you got hit by a camp.
Yeah, genuinely, it's like the guy's brain started to dribble out of his ear while he was writing. This was written a long time ago. This was written, it doesn't say when, but I know it was in the heyday of Mr. Creepypasta and those guys.
They read it.
All great guys,
I just found the actual Mr. Creepypasta, like, they did it 12 years ago.
12 years ago. So we have no idea if the person who...
well, they say this is written by 14-year-olds, so it just needs to basic math. They've grown up and they're probably becoming very embarrassed by it.
Yes, and I don't know if this person is still interested in writing or whatever. Based on this, I wouldn't say that writing is really your forte, but who knows?
It was written by someone called Logo Mausoleum.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
It was okay. It wasn't great. It was downright shit. Also, the fact that they decided to have one part in it twice, because I'm pretty sure, like I said, the bit where the home invasion happened at the very beginning of the story. I'm fairly certain we read that because it reminded me of something.
So there's comments, obviously, on the original story that's been read on Miss Creepypasta. Yeah. So we've got someone called 7 years ago. I used to love the Creepypasta stories. In all honesty, I still do. I still run a Jane the Killer page on Facebook, but I hardly post on it anymore because of the fandom. The fandom's attention mostly turned to Five Nights at Freddy's, or they're too young and believe the stories are real. This isn't the fandom I remember. I'm really disappointed. I hate how Jeff was turned into something he's not. This story kept him original. You have even the original Jane with a god mod and is filled with the liquid hate and can change her appearance. I still love this.
Really?
Was the liquid hate thing like?
It takes all sorts to make a world, I guess,
including the people who shouldn't be in it.
But here's a reply. But here's a reply though. I think she just wears a mask. She was infected with liquid hate in Zom Leader Studios creepypasta films.
Yeah, you know what? Shout out.
Let's argue about the fucking canon.
Shout out to our boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't like I don't know. I remember we read the thing, but I don't remember liquid hate being. Wasn't that in the fucking science one where they were like
Board of Science?
That was the one where she works at Goth IHOP.
Yeah, she works at IHOP, and then like we had to have 3 different government agencies combine their budgets so they could make a super serial killer to take out Jeff the Killer, where a net and a baseball bat could do the same thing.
Yeah, who cares?
I'm just gonna look at the newest comments just to see what people think. Alright, we got I remember listening to this when I was under 10. I'm freaking out about to be 21. This is crazy. Still love these.
Yeah, the scariest thing about that is you aging.
And that is at Jacob
at Jacob Show.
Yeah, so I knew it.
At least he isn't evil enough to kill a baby.
Awesome. Yeah, I guess that means the story's good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for watching, and an extra special thank you to our patrons whose names are on the screen. I can't apologize enough for the terrible audio quality on this episode. I've had this microphone since about 2018, and it's definitely on its last legs now. But with the kind donations of our patrons, we will be upgrading the audio equipment again very soon. So thanks for your patience with that one. If you like this video and would like to see some more funny things we've been up to, you can click one of these videos on the screen. There should be 2 of them. 2 if I've done it right. Yeah. Bye. Go away.